Everybody in here, everybody in here.
Ready,
Let's go, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go.
11 seconds on shot clock.
Slip!
Come on.
Let's go right.
Here we go, Blue! Here we go.
Hey, one.
Go. Good times, possess!
One step in 10. Inside!
Top right. Man down.
One.
Leg, 1, 8.
Who's that? 1, 8.
Carry it that way.
Right.
Hold your point through. Hold your point through.
Hold on.
Lefty.
Lefty. You're going to be even.
Hit. Get on it. Now, Will.
Come on. One come in. Two. Macho! Good ball, Josie, take ball. Get to him, Josie. Get to him! Contact!
Yeah! Five seconds. Hey, out on hand! On it, Jamie, on it! Here we go, Swift!
Hello and welcome to Day 2 at the Fly 2025. Apologies for our earlier technical difficulties with the stream this morning, but we are now on live and locked in for our 6 games of action today, beginning with our men's fixture between Swift and Forge. We're at the quarter time stage so far, with Swift holding a 3-2 lead over Forge after their 2 games yesterday for Swift, 2 defeats versus a Forge team coming in off the back of 1 match and 1 victory. So Swift looking for that final first victory today to get themselves on the board ahead of next weekend, and Forge looking to continue their unbeaten record to go off the back of taking the title last year. They are the reigning men's champions, as are their women's side, and they're hoping to repeat that feat again this year. So here we go with the face for the second quarter. It's contested. We've got a ball win from Baythorpe, taking the ball behind. And Forge can get into first possession of the second quarter. Ed Loveland going round his player, couple fakes and then through the keeper. Goal for Forge, back to 3-3, Ed Loveland. Dan Jones looking to line one up. Good active defence, switching the ball across. Danny Hilditch now looking to get his hands away. Shot wide. Ball being carried up by Drew Wilkinson. He scored 6 goals in their single game yesterday. He was their leading scorer, looking to get himself on the board again. That's good pressure from Gilbrook, and then Baxter comes out quickly, trademark to claim the ball, and Swift can make the transition. Very smart timeout call there from Ravi Sitlani there, just as the pressure was coming on. Got the timeout call in quickly and retained his side's possession. Swift again coming to this weekend with a fairly compact squad, only of the 11 players available to them this weekend because of through injuries. And then they've had another loss this morning in Ben Page Laycott. You'll see he's not kitted up for them today. He's again carrying an injury. So they're a compact team, 10 players, but it means that they all sort of know their jobs and they've got a very defined role set today. So they're definitely, they've come out here firing against a Forge side that looked pretty good yesterday, and they know that after yesterday they really need to put in a performance, make a little bit of a statement, and make themselves known in this competition. We saw them last year. They were really free scoring, a really fun team to watch. I think they want to try and reinforce that again this year. The 2 Dans working together down the right hand side, looking for a little bit of 2-man. Switched out to Josh Clegg up top. Again, moving ball well. No shot on though. Forge in good shape. Again, looking for that pit with Hilditch, and Pokey goes to goal. Given in the crease. Ball goes back to Forge, and it's a quick transition. Caught them out. Zach Spreckley. Pressure there from Fujita, just checking the ball just as Spreckley was taking his shot. Got it to go wide, and that's really good defensive set, especially when Forge had transitioned the ball so quickly. With a save from Arneson. Possession retained for Swift. Reset, Hilditch again with the shot, goes wide, and this will be a point to introduce Jane Lee to the commentary again today for Day 2. Welcome, Jane.
Hello, thanks for having us, and thanks for tuning in.
What did you make of yesterday's action?
Oh, so much good lacrosse, and really nice to see Sixes at this level again. And what a great new venue for the Fly, and some new faces as well, which is also brilliant.
Dan Watson there, putting Forge ahead, giving them the 4-3 lead.
Yeah, so this one, again, being tied. Obviously, Swift had a bit of a tough day yesterday, also having 2 games to play, but coming in the first game today as well against Forge. But, so far, just 1 goal in it.
Yeah, they've started with a real intensity still. They've really matched Forge at those levels, and that's what you have to do first. Get yourselves into the game, and then they can look to work themselves back in and hopefully get themselves their first win. Obviously, I said earlier they're working with a bit of a compact squad today, but they've still got very key men up there that are dangerous. We saw players like Dan Jones, Will Baxter in goal there, making the save. Big time players that can pull things off like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Forge with some big names on their squad as well. I think Drew Wilkinson doing a great job for Forge yesterday. So let's see if they can keep, as you said, Dan Jones at bay. I think he had almost 10 goals yesterday in the second game. So let's see if they can stay on his hands. But here he goes again, potentially.
Yeah, we've got a penalty there against the Forge defence. Hilditch goes for the shot, Arneson down well. Recovered by Fujita, up to Poke. Shifts, they've still got the penalty coming. The advantage on, and there it is. Slash, and Swift will have a man-up play.
Swift doing quite well on the power plays yesterday. They capitalised on quite a few of them. So let's see what they can do here. They seem to have a pretty good structure. So I think they're saying that they're trying to get the Forge foul taker in, but there was a little bit of a confusion. So it is number 23 that will be taking the penalty there.
Yeah, just taking the hold, so just 30 seconds. Ball up top with Jamie Powell. Swinging it between Hilditch, Powell. Advancing slightly. There you go, on the crease. Gilbert moved the ball well down low onto the crease, and he fired across Arneson into the corner. 4-4.
Yeah, and as you said, another great power play goal there, evening things up. And still quite low scoring. We saw quite a lot of low scoring games yesterday compared to what we have done previously. I don't know if that's a goalkeeper getting better or just team defense aiming to figure out what they're supposed to do in Sixes.
Lovely movement there. Ball back to Roper, pulled out the big shot, sticking it top corner. Although Swift look to transition the ball back quickly, get themselves back level again. As I say, yeah, it's sort of really about taking chances, in these games where it's 1 goal, 2 goals, about getting the ball into the stick of the right player, working the right shooting opportunities. And that can be massive, especially with the goalkeepers we've got on show here.
Yeah, and Arneson with another good save, minimising Dan Jones' name getting onto that scoreboard, but he's going to go again, I'm sure.
He very much identifies himself as that target, and I think he loves it. He loves that responsibility, and but it also creates space for his own teammates when they're so focused.
Like that one there, we had a great cut coming down from Hilditch, and Dan Jones with his eyes up and able to get back quickly and stop Tom Roper on that fast break.
Lovely movement there, Josh Phillips.
Yeah, a great individual effort from Josh Phillips there.
And we've also got the penalty as well, as Roper was transitioning the ball. Slash call against him. We've got... looking to see who's going to the bench.
So it's 4-8, that's Josh Pope that will be taking a seat. That's a 1-minute major for the Slash.
This is a big chance. It's essentially a double play after the goal. And now getting the man up as well. They can really make this play on the scoreboard and really hurt Swift. And there it is.
Yeah, but they're pretty pressuring, that's clear. They are, of course, still man up, but they're getting that transition really well, and that do get a shot off, but just a little bit wide. But that was great movement from Swift, not afraid at all to push that ball even man down.
Yeah, being on the man down, it was easy for them to come under pressure, but they were able to shift the ball up top quickly and get themselves a little bit of respite, but they are back on man down again here and have to really hold on and work tight now in the defence.
So they've still got another 15 seconds left of the power play.
Watson, Wilkinson. Watson back on the crease there, lovely into Ed Loveland. Just there, that's that, extra man. just creeping round on the crease, and not a lot Swift could do to stop that one.
No, and just great ball movement actually and vision from Forge just to answer back. Both teams moving the ball really, really well.
Transition again, Loveland coming through off the rebound, goes over the back fake, but Baxter's down well. Good work, transition into Clegg. Here we go, Swift really trying to move it quick with Forge having a couple players up in attack.
Yeah,
it's nice work from Spreckley there just to slow things down.
Yeah, Forge did have numbers there. They did have Justin Wismer, coming down on down the middle, but not able to find him. But there's a shot.
Fujita into Gilbrook, lovely shot on the turn. Pulls one back for Swift, which was really needed there. Forge had got themselves into a 4-goal lead, and that was important to stop their run. Forge ringing in the changes, getting some fresh legs on. Phillips from the top.
Yeah, just 20 seconds left, so
lovely
not long
on the crease
possession.
there into Rosser. Getting that, as I say, vital goal here. Last attack of the half now. Swift looking for the right shooting opportunity. Into Hilditch up top. It's going to have to be a long one. And that's wide, and that's our half.
Yeah, they scored 9-5 to Forge. But, 4 goals is nothing. And we're only going into half right now. So the second half, we just want a bit of a game of runs probably if you're on the Swift team. And that will take for them to even it up.
Yeah, I think Swift, would like the game to open up a bit more. They've got some big scorers who they like to really open their arms out, and I think Forge have been really tight on them in the defence. They kind of have very much identified those threats, and they're closing them off really well. So yeah, if Swift can just get them open a bit more, just shift them into some space, maybe capitalise on a bit of tiredness towards the end. That's their work to try and claw themselves back in. But really good from Forge. Forge were good yesterday, and they're looking strong again today.
Yeah, and Toby Cleaver-Ross of Swift just getting warmed up there during the half. I wonder whether we'll see him in the net for the second half in place of Baxter. But they have shared time previously already. In yesterday's second game, Toby Cleaver-Ross starting the game and Baxter coming in at the half. So if that's, sometimes you just need a bit of a mental switch up. Nothing that, the goalies are doing separately or physically, but sometimes for the team, it might be helpful just to have a little bit of a switch up, a different voice on the field.
And for the opposing team, they look at somebody new in the goal and they're thinking, well, I might have known what my shot was against the first keeper. Do I know what shot I'm taking against this keeper? So just something for the other team maybe to think about as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So just 5 minutes in this half time. What do you think for the second half? And any standout players for you so far?
Noah Arneson, goalkeeper side for Forge today. I think, that's probably just been the difference. He's come up with 2 or 3, particularly when the game was tied. He made 2 or 3 saves that stopped Swift getting ahead, and then Forge were able to claw themselves the sort of momentum. So I think he was really, really important in that first half in keeping Forge in, keeping them tied before their attackers were able to move ahead. So yeah, I think he's been a really useful player for them this half, and if he continues to have a good game, then I think Forge will have a good game.
Yeah, great. And I think Swift, managing their bench really well, as you said, slightly short today, but they seem to be getting back into their defence and then pushing also the momentum on the offence as well pretty well. So any standout names on their side? But I mean, it looked like they were playing very much of a team game so far. But
yeah, absolutely. And I think, we very much highlight their obvious scoring options, but I think in their games throughout the day on Saturday, I think almost all of their players got on the score sheet. So, you're looking at those players like Jamie Mocken and Josh Polk, who pop up with 1-2 goals here and there. And I think that's the thing, is that when your key players are so locked down, if you can get those other players free and get them on a shot, they're very much capable of putting that ball away. So, yeah, about using all the different options that they've got available to them. And seeing what they can get. If they can get themselves 1 or 2 early, then game's back on and they're right back in it, and we've got a proper match on.
Yeah, of course. And Swift ready to get going already, still with 2 minutes left, but Forge also making their way onto the field. So Swift looking very ready and confident going into the second half.
Coach Baggy said all the words he needs to say. He's got them ready.
Yeah.
Game faces on.
So yesterday on the Swift we had Ben Page Laycock taking all of the face, but today we have Josh Clegg at the centre line.
And obviously Rosser going down for Forge, expert face-off player. It's one of those things where people, one of those things where almost the face-off is, reduced in importance,
right.
But then if you've still got somebody as key as that you can draw on to put at the face, it's a nice early win for you if you can get that ball at the start and get yourselves off to a nice start in the quarter.
Yeah,
and that is Rosser with the clamp
there
down.
It is.
A little kick away, and Jack Robinson can pick up. So there you go. Again, Forge momentum, start of the half, exactly what they wanted, possession. And it's Dan Watson looking for the dodge on Dan Jones. It's got Baythorpe just coming on to take ball. Shifts inside. Hands to Loveland, gets the shot away, but it goes wide.
Yeah, and Toby Cleaver-Ross in the net for Swift for his first clear. And Fujita there ready.
Easy transition up top. Tom Gilbrook. We work the ball behind. Have a drive on Baythorpe. He's repelled it well. Up top, looking to swing things with Mocken. Fujita across the plane, looking for the shot. Got the pick on, but again, brilliant check, Thomas Rosser.
Oh, yeah, and that was Gilbert a great save. Yeah, and Gilbert, that's a good shot, but that's a good save. And I see Josh Clegg and Fujita working that middle really well to try and get open. And they'll find out, find those easy passes eventually. But still, they did manage to get a shot off, and a good one at that.
This is where they really need to stay strong, but Loveland gets a look in the middle and straight through into the bottom corner. Putting up a 5-goal lead now for Forge, really looking to stretch their legs, get ahead of themselves. And Swift need to come up with some sort of response here, I think.
Yeah. And again, as much as we say that the face-off obviously not as important in sixes, that first possession of each quarter could make a difference. That's one extra possession. If they can convert that, then they're on the scoreboard one time extra.
Hilditch trapped, but as parts Powell, Jen just wide. Looking for those corners. I think that might have been the influence in Arneson in the first half, where he was making the regulation saves there, thinking, right, we've got to hit corners, we've got to really sting it in, and it's kind of causing them to just send a couple wide. Yeah.
I think that pass, I'm not sure if that was intended for Powell. Exactly. Oh, and here's another goal for Forge.
Here we go. Drew Wilkinson getting himself on the scoreboard again. As I say, he got 6 goals yesterday, getting themselves in the goal again today. A real danger man for Forge. And Swift do get their response. It's important there. Josh Polk needed to get them ticking over, and there they go. They're on the scoreboard for the second half.
Yeah, taking the goal difference just down to 5 here, I think.
Yeah, forging an 11-6 lead. 5 minutes 17 to go in the third quarter. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Roper looking to get ahead of his man. He does. Bounce shot over on this fairly hard surface, as you say. Not much rain going on.
Yeah.
So those bounce shots are really popping up off the ground.
Well, a little bit, more damp today, but yesterday was so dry, and we were seeing really, really big bounces. So the worm burners would work, but perhaps not the big bouncers. And there's Fujita in the middle.
On the crease, turns his man, but Jack Robinson just doing enough to dispossess him, and Watson can now come away. Looking for his options, 2 men across to push him out wide. But the options still there, Roper. Couldn't cover all the options, and he couple fakes, stuck it up high.
Yeah, and there's great pressure on Dan Watson from both Josh Clegg and Fujita, but Watson able to just still get that pass off.
Yeah, lovely wind up there, Clegg. Kind of opened up for him a little bit in the middle. There wasn't too much protection, and took his moment well. Roper again, though, popping on the crease. Baythorpe behind the back. Just wide. Really nice option there. The pass had just sent him just a little bit wide, so through the behind the back, nearly had a highlight-worthy moment, but just wide. And Swift can now look to go 2 goals in a row. Dan Jones on ball. Getting down the line, going wide from the angle. Yes, sticks it top corner. Lovely, there we go. 2 goals in a row for Swift.
Yeah, and Dan Jones coming again back up.
Bench really calling for him to get back in for the defensive set, and there you go. That's the issue. Unfortunately, Phillips was able to, Swift had a couple men up, and they were able to use those spaces to get the response.
Yeah, Forge consistently pushing the momentum on the attack, and that's paying off for them. They're getting the shots off and easier looks as well, especially if their numbers up. And Swift instead taking slow breaks on this, but James Zhu picking up this ball.
First save there, Cleaver Ross, getting up high. Yeah, as you said, even when Swift, score or make a nice attacking play, Forge are pushing it back on them straight away. They're giving them no time to get in set in defence, and it's causing them issues. Here we go again, turnover. Baythorpe on transition. Yeah, lovely. Justin Visma just coming on there, as I say, there's just options all over for Forge at the moment, and Swift, while they're doing a decent job up top, they just can't really stem the flow. And Swift, they've got work to do. Poke swings across to Clegg, up against Sprackley, might be a nice matchup. Turns him inside, shot away, there you go, Josh Clegg again.
Yeah, great individual effort from there.
Yeah, got himself the good matchup. Sprackley was on him. I think that was something that he thought he could take on, and he did well. And now he's on defence against Loveland again. Ball pushed into the crease. Pipe back to Wilkinson.
So they'll get a fresh 30 here. Tom Roach, the coach, saying share the ball, share the ball.
Instead, Loveland went by himself and Cleaver Ross matched him. So 1:50 left in the quarter. Then Jones going for the long ranger, but again, Arneson matched. Sprackley now coming through with the ball. Again, trying to push it quick early. Individual effort. It's closely guarded by Powell. Looking for his options, going behind. Again, Powell right on his stick. Robinson from top into Roper. Tight angle, shifts it back to Loveland, gets inside, bounce shot again. Pushed over the bar, that ball just stayed right up off the ground.
That actually went over the nets at the back. All the way out, and here we go, Fujita on it again for Swift. Not long left in this third quarter. I'm sure they'll want to get on the board to go into the fourth quarter. But taking it slow.
Gilbert's got options, poke on the crease. Jones now finds him out wide. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Yeah. Shot swung wide.
Yeah, that was a good step over, but just maybe one more step around and it'll go back Forge's way.
So we're almost matched on the shot clock and game clock, so they'll want to try and virtually maybe make this last shot. There you go. Taking the shot a little bit too early, Wilkinson. Cleaver Ross sticks it again.
Yeah, just about 15 seconds, I think, left.
Yeah.
Now 10.
10. Jones. Crucial last goal. Pope. His feed to the crease was a little bit premature.
And they're going to shoot. Pope doesn't quite get it off. But good attempt to get there to try and use the last couple of seconds of that quarter, but Swift unable to capitalise on that last possession. So the score going into the fourth quarter, 14-9 to Forge, and the goal difference just probably like near the same as what it was going into the second half. So this is going to have to be a big quarter for Swift to catch up to Forge's lead here.
Yeah, Forge have really maintained themselves well in that third quarter. As you say, Swift looked nice in moments on attack, but Forge are really keen to push that ball early. As soon as they got possession, they were really putting it on Swift, and obviously with them being a few down, maybe the subs and the changes can't really get on as quick. They're trying to get players up and down the field, and they know that there's a few holes at the back for Swift in those first few seconds of attack.
Yes, Swift sometimes they have managed to get themselves down physically, down their defensive end on time, but just maybe not quite organised enough to see those backdoor cuts and off-ball movement that Forge is doing, getting on really, really well and keeping the pace up. So but I'm sure they'll be talking about this and going aggressive on this last quarter to secure their first win of the tournament this year.
Yeah, of course, absolutely going to push this now. 5 goals, get some momentum, put some pressure on, and they're still going to be going for this win. They still want to come out with it, and they're still going to come out and show what they can do. Talented players, and they're going to want to, make a statement. Even if it's not the win, put yourself some goals up, make yourself known, and.
So, talk about numbers. Baxter dressed to go on to as a runner for Swift. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah,
it's always good to see goalies taking their run on the Sixes field. If you're going to take two goalies in your roster of 12, I mean, it is a small roster, so why not get one of your goalies on running and make some shots?
Yeah, I'm sure everyone will be taking notice when he's on ball in attack, going up against his opposite number in the goal. But again, there we go. First face-off win to Forge again. They've got those men to secure them first possession. And Watson again goes down the crease, jump shot. Toby's up again. He's had actually a really good game since he's come in. Cleaver Ross. I think that's 4 or 5 saves for him now. Rigging him up and Watson.
So that is going to be. But I thought he did a good job actually, and what a great job by Clegg to keep that ball inbounds as well. But they will get advantage by the Dan Watson foul. So will be a push.
Perfect moment for Swift. 30 seconds. Player up, shift the ball well, and get themselves on scoreboard. Popped up, Clegg up top, seen him score 2 goals in the last quarter. Push back between Hilditch and Jones this right hand side. Powell joins them. Yeah, there you go.
And
Dan Jones pulls them back.
Another successful power play goal there from Dan Jones and Swift. Been so good on these man-ups and so structured.
They just work those ball between the two players, edging closer and closer, getting into that range, and then when Jones thought he was in range enough, he just let rip and hit that bottom corner. So, Roper up against Danny Hilditch. Looking for his options. Shift off to Loveland. Drive in. Yeah, bottom corner, cross goalkeeper. Cancels out that strike for Swift. Back to a 5-goal advantage. Gilbrook opens his arms, blocked off Roper, I think there, got in the way of the shot.
Yeah, it's rather a big thud there from the shot off Gilbrook.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stinger one, obviously. Yeah. It's not too cold this morning, but probably he's still going to feel it. He's just coming off now. I think he's maybe going to give himself 30 seconds. And meanwhile, Loveland's shot's blocked away. I think it was a tip.
The ball staying with Forge, and that will be a fresh 30 as
well. Behind against Baxter on the D. Cleaver Ross makes a save. Especially they've got the better of him there, but Cleaver Ross coming up with a save.
Well, when you've got 2 goalies in that close to the crease, maybe they'll be... Yeah, Baxter coming off them, just trying to get in the way of shots.
Trying to get in the crease. Pope mocking up top. Clegg, can he get his arms free again? Shift to Gilbrook again, a little bit of option. Tip from Sprackley.
So I think that was a tip. So 4 players going up, but it will still stay a Swift ball. And that will be a
shot
fresh.
Clock only no, it's about to go. Yeah, there you go.
It was out of bounds, sorry. It was tipped off the defender. So
I think may have thrown the ball away there just at the end of the possession. Yeah,
so they're claiming they've dropped the ball, but if that goes quite far away, then it will be delay of games. It's just a minor foul, just 30 seconds for Josh Pogue.
Yeah, so 30-second man up now for Forge for the delay of game there on the shot clock running out. So could have done without that really.
Yeah.
But it's one of them ones where in the moment of the game, Watson lines up Cleaver Ross again.
Toby doing a great job here. Let's see if Swift can kill this penalty successfully. But Dan Watson with that stick and going straight back up to Forge. And they do have numbers, but Will they move the ball around? No. But
They
it was
thought
another
second
BTB.
BTB. I think because he got a bet on somewhere.
don't know.
Someone's told him he's not going to get a BTB today, but he's got 2 games today to try and do it in. So we'll see what he does later.
Oh, Josh Kirk doing really well to keep his feet inside the line to avoid that over and back call, and moves the ball now all
He's
the
up
way
against
to
Watson again, the penalty from earlier. Those two having a little bit of a rivalry. Hilditch looking to shift to open Gilbert, but the pass just goes awry.
And that was a great 2-man play, but just unable to connect those passes. But if Swift just easier hands, and they'll have a man free in front of the crease. So
Visma and ball out to Drew Wilkinson. Step inside, Cleaver Ross read it straight away. Tried to go through the legs, and Cleaver Ross saw it all the way through, and now Swift on transition.
and we'll need to see Swift pushing a little bit here. They've got under 4 minutes in the game left and 5 goals to catch up. So on the bench saying, let's get it going, as we would expect. And there's a shot from Josh Perk.
Forge defence is tight. There's just no free hands at all. Even when trying to get that shot away, there's sticks and bodies in the lanes. They're always making it difficult to get that shot away. This is Baythorpe taking it behind, looking at his options. Keeps going round up top to Zoo. Winds up, fakes, steps right, back inside. Cleaver Ross down well again. Mocken trying to pull away. It's not really got too many options. Forger back in quick again, and there's the timeout there from Coach Sitlani as he assessed the situation.
And again, Forge, we're into the fourth quarter, almost at the end of the game, and players still making sure that they're down at the defensive end so well. They're dropping really early, and they're managing the bench excellently. Tom Roach, obviously very used to playing this game, as well as Box, where that bench management is absolutely crucial, and that's really showing there for Forge. They're definitely making an advantage of that.
Absolutely, their shape has been exemplary. Really, they've always had men in the positions where you'd want them to be, making those big plays and doing just dirty work. Just getting yourself into those situations, making sure you're tracking your players, making sure there's no free goals or free shots or easy plays.
So just 3 minutes to go. Swift will want to maximise possession as much as possible, and again, very, very doable. We saw in the women's game, on the last game yesterday, the 4 goals in just under 2 minutes. So Swift can definitely try and get their way back up.
Momentum's a big thing in Sixes. In sort of field, you can. Nice save, Arneson on the line, covers his stick, and judge to just have stayed over. I think he felt that one as well, but that's the kind of thing you got to do, putting your body on the line, and Arneson's had a really good game for Forge today.
So Forge taking their time. They don't need to rush this at all. They can use the whole entire shot clock of all their possessions for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, here we go. Lovely, Jack Robinson. As I say, they ran that shot clock down to about 6 or 7. Got themselves free in the middle and give themselves a 6 goal lead with 2 minutes to play. Dem Jones got a little bit of free there. Oh no, but again, there you go. In these shooting lanes, putting their bodies on the line, getting in the way, making sure that Swift get no free shots, no easy shots, and that's been the story of the game.
Yeah, just Swift getting new personnel on. There's only 15 seconds left in the shot clock for them here, deflecting off a defender. And they'll need to go, and they do. But
reset shot from Gilbert, saved. I think. Oh no, it's not been assessed as a save.
No, so I think that deflected off a defender, and that could be a delay of game
and
as well.
Again, I know the game's gone, but it's just sloppy. It doesn't help your team now. They're going to have to play another defensive set man down. I don't think his teammates will thank him for that one.
Yeah, so Gilbert coming to take a seat here for 30 seconds on the minor foul, and under 2 minutes left, so it will be a stop clock for that foul as well. Well, it should be, I think, they have stopped the clock. And Forge, again, no rush. 6 goals up with less than 2 minutes to go.
Game management now, here we go. Yeah. Work the ball.
And Swift doing really well to rotate through there. the man down defence. And the great stick on Swift, and they will want to push. They still need to push. I know they're man down, but they will need to get themselves on the board here. Poke to Clegg. Poke coming off to get some fresh legs on.
They're getting their key shooter on, Danny Hilditch. Here we go. Hope he's going to have a big run here, I think. Go for the big dodge. Oh, there we go. He did. He tried to wind it up, but couldn't get the angle. The defence just pushed him out, just pushed him wide. And it's going to be a really, really strong win for Forge. It's going to be them 2-2 and looking like a really good team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming stronger as well. And of course, these early group stages, things can go like either way once you get into the knockouts. But Forge really setting themselves in stone as a team to beat already in the Fly 2025. And what a great save!
Toby sticking another one of those stave stats for the end of the day there, sticking Baythorpe on the crease. He'll have a little personal moment there for him, but Forge relentless coming back at him.
And there's another save.
Pulls off another one, lovely. There's a couple of moments for him to take away, even if they won't take a win away, you know, like you say, there's some nice personal moments that they can think back to, I guess.
Yeah, and going into, you know, the knockout, the playoffs and stuff, that will give them, you know, huge confidence as well. So all these moments do add up. But now under 20 seconds.
Yeah, final minutes, I think they're just a little bit ahead of the shot clock, but it's pretty much level with game time.
And there is the shot clock violation.
1.9 in the game.
See
Jones lines up for the shot. There's the hooter, and that is full time. Forge taking their second win of the Fly 2025. 16-10 victory over Swift, who finished their pool play without a win. 3 defeats going through to next weekend's competition, while Forge will look to round off their unbeaten weekend against Hustle later on today. We'll see Hustle against Rise around lunchtime, and then obviously that Forge Hustle game will be a really good one to watch later.
Yeah, and Hustle also coming in with this, just having won their single game yesterday, so they'll want to obviously go in as a top seeded as well. So definitely stay tuned for those games coming on later today at Blackheath Rugby Club, and if we can get you down here, why not come along and watch it in real life for yourselves.
Cheers to Forge and the refs. Hey.
save, Toby?
I did, it made me chuckle. I was like, there's only one person that could have done that, and it would have been you.
It's one of these. Stick to your roots and do what you're good at. Well, I did stand in goal for one yesterday. Shoulder back, though. It was like he was shooting, so I just tried to dip in the back post.
The irony of me shouting chill out in the most assertive way possible for me is the most relaxing. They must whisper.
But she's not doing the thing.
2025, it's that time for game number 2 of the day. It is our first look at William James for the absolutely rookie of the club. Let's start off by welcoming back a team that we've already seen twice this weekend. The final time on the opening weekend of the 2025 club season. Please welcome the women representing Sweden. The head coach for the women is Connor Dockery, the assistant coach is Katie Boyd, and the team manager is Simon Butler. And they take on Swiss women, who have the following squad: goalkeeper number 7, Sienna Perret, number 16, Anna Green, number 10, Emily Brown, number 5, Zoe Dixon, number 4, Anna Neville, number 12, Anna Dickey, number 15, Lisa Brown, number 11, Katie Jones, number 14, Julie Wise, number 9, Leah Robertson, number 13, Lottie Robinson, and number 18, Lily Mays. The coach for Swiss women is Julie Mays, the assistant coach is Brian Minetti, the team manager is Chelsea Naismith.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for tuning in to the Fly 2025, the second day of competition here at Blackheath Rugby Club. You're tuned in to watch the women's game between Swift and Forge. And here we go for the first draw. Liv Wimpenny coming up with that draw early on, but Zoe Dixon able to get it picked up and easy into Anna Neville for a quick shot against Sarah Hearns, starting goalie from Forge. Nice early goal from Anna Neville, an absolute threat on the field for Swift here today. So Forge working the ball well, and there's a crease violation call. That was good ball movement from Ellie Jones up to Liv Wimpenny, but that will be a crease violation for Forge on their first possession. Swift having played 2 games yesterday, coming into this to complete their pool play competition. Lottie Robertson looking for Ella Dimlow in the middle, but that will be out of bounds for Swift, and Forge will get another shot at trying to convert their possession early on in this game. Early shot by Anna Neville, taking the Swift 1-0 up against Forge. But Iona Westwood taking the ball down to CC Green, using the behind the crease well. And looking at the middle, I believe that was Iona Westwood in the middle for that shot, but the ball will go the other way. Sienna Parrott, the starting goalie for Swift. Getting up to Ella Dembele, over to Phoebe Jones. Again, controlling that ball. Julie Wise up top, controlling that possession for Swift. A long swing pass up to Liv Gorry-Marshall of Swift, and Ella Dembele in the inside. That's a lovely save by Sarah Hearns. And CC Green, rapid, carrying the ball up. And she's going to take herself. Yes, she will be. And that's another great save from Sienna Parrick. Nina Sherwin, though, with that rebound for a fresh 30 for Forge. CC Green again, so shifty. And great vision, too, seeing Nina Sherwin, as we said that, finding the back of the net past Sienna Parrick of Swift. So taking the score now up to 1-1. It's really fast-paced here to start off the women's games today. And Lottie Robertson open on the inside for that cut, and a great finish past Sarah Hearns. Swift's momentum looking really, really fast early on in this game. And Sienna with another shot. Zoe Dixon, rapid, coming down the middle. Ella Malik doing a good job to slow that down, and a great back check, I think, by Karis Johnson there. But Anna Neville ready for that long clear, and to get Swift on a slow break to work that ball. And there's a very quick release from Julie Wise, and that does come off the keeper. So the ball will stay with Swift. Really good vision again from Emily Gray. Said her name a couple of times yesterday in the games. Captain for this team. Swift missing towards Ratcliffe. on their team, unfortunately due out to injury, but I heard that she is okay, so sending her well wishes for the game and hope she recovers really soon. I'm sure the team will be missing her and her leadership on the field. Ella Cohen taking the ball up for Forge. Managed to get herself into the middle, and not sure if there was some contact, but no, Ella looks okay. And there was a crease violation, no penalty, but just simple turnover for that crease violation. And Swift again with the momentum. Managed to get a shot off at each possession. Let's see if they can do something else here. But Lucy Devine all over that ball with a clean ground ball as well. Sarah Hearns looking up top far to Ellie Jones. Oh. Managed to find Ella Malik, but just a misconnected pass. But Iona West were there to back the ball up. It's a great cut from Ella Malik. And there she is again, looking for a teammate up top. Iona West with great hands to get that ball off to Liv Wimpenny. Does she have an angle? Not quite. That will be on the outside of the goal. Izzy Brand to Phoebe Jones, opting to slow it down, but seeing Ella Dembolo. And a great shot, taking Swift up to 2 goals. A couple of debuting players, I think, for the Fly this year, many of them on the Swift team. And, of course, we've got the familiar names that have been in the tournament for a couple of years, but Phoebe Jones, Liv Go Marshall, Ella Dembolo of Swift, all making a huge difference for this team. Great ground ball fight. Anna Green in the mix there as well for Swift. I wonder if that's just going to be a loose ball. Yeah, they are going to call a loose ball push. So it will be blue ball. Ella Dimbler, great fight there. Getting Swift to retain possession. So Swift really testing Forge here. And there's another shot from Lottie Robertson. Forge, of course, 3-time reigning champions of the Fly, with a win yesterday as well. So if Swift can keep their momentum up, they might be able to clinch a nice win against defending champions. But here is CC Green, unable to finish that shot, and a long clear by Sienna Parrick, but Sarah Hands will pick that up and take it back to Forge's possession. So Con Dockery, head coach of Forge, asking for a timeout. So 1 minute 48 left on the clock, and the score is 4-1 in Swift's favour. Forge, they've managed to have a couple of possessions here, but maybe not the shots that they've wanted necessarily. They're moving the ball quite well, but you know, it's the first game of the day, a little bit of a different weather and climate to yesterday, so players still very much getting adjusted to the time here. Forge just 1 game under the belt, with another one to be played later today, and Swift, of course, having played with each other twice yesterday, trying to clinch their win today, going into the playoffs for the final weekend up in Manchester for the Fly 2025. So Lucy Devine starting with possession for Forge. Can they convert here? Karis Johnson with the rip up from top middle. A bit wide, so Sienna Parrick is going to clear that ball for Swift. Not long left in this first quarter. And a very short possession there for Forge. Julie Wise carrying the ball down for Swift. So Izzy Brand driving to goal with a shot, and that does make it to the back of the net past Sarah Hearns. Izzy Brand with great individual effort there. Getting Swift another goal on the board, 5-1, with Forge just scoring 1 so far in the first quarter. Ella Cohen looking for help from her teammates. Ellie Jones up to Lucy Devine. Ella Malek coming to set the pick, and a nice roll from her. Not quite finding that goal, but Liv Wimpenny with the shot. And a little wide, but that is going to come off the post. So it wouldn't have been an over and back, but Forge letting that ball roll out of bounds. Oh, sorry, it did deflect off the shot, so it will retain. Sorry, Forge will retain possession because it was on target, but that one slightly over on that shot. And Swift again with their possession, 1 win and 1 loss yesterday from their 2 games in the pool play, and looking super strong to start the first quarter. Just 4 seconds left. Sarah Hearns looking for a long clear, and can they get it into a shot? But no, couldn't quite find Hannah Thurston. I think she was wearing a different number yesterday, but well, there we are for the first quarter. Really exciting, really fast paced. There's been a men's game already today, and I sometimes feel like the women's, they start off very quick, really trying to push that momentum. The fast break goals really work in this format. If you can have a bit of a run early on in the game, you're leaving the opponent to have a bit of a chase, and that does seem to create a massive advantage for the teams if they're able to get that early on. But Forge, they've been in this position as well before, but really strong team, a huge depth in their team as well, really experienced players. I don't believe that, just a 4-goal deficit will be rattling them very much. But just unable to connect on a couple of the last possessions. So I'm sure they'll be talking about that right now. But Swift looking really calm and really collected. Again, 2 games being played yesterday, getting to know how to play with each other a little bit more. Of course, those young players that we mentioned earlier, adding great value to the team. So we are off to start the second quarter. Liv Wimpenny at the draw line for Forge, with Zoe Dixon, both veteran draw takers respectively for England and Scotland in the field game. They've drawn against each other many times before. Slightly different, of course, in the Sixes, the much smaller centre circle. And Lottie Robertson able to control that first draw, and she finds Zoe Dixon on the far side, but unable to connect that pass. But it's okay because Anna Neville's there for the loose pickup. And great ball movement here from Swift, using X really well, and that's a quick shot from Julie Wise, but unable to get that to the back of the net, and a crease violation for Swift. A good set, though, to start off the second quarter to Swift, and Anna Neville giving Liv pressure, and Liv still managed to get that shot off. Liv Wimpenny, it doesn't matter if she's under pressure. If her hands are free, she will shoot that ball, but Sienna just managed to get a piece of that. I think that must have hit her on the leg. She's just shaking them off. Lucy Devine with that loose ball, and they do have numbers here, seeing Nina Sherwin on the far side. Izzy Brown managed to get goal side of her in time, and Anna Neville with a great interception in the middle, reading that pass really well. But Ellie Jones managed to come up with that. No foul. We love the Sixes game, it allows for more physicality, and the rest have done a great job letting the athletes play. So low number of whistles, just allowing for fluid play. Lucy Devine, tightly marked by Anna Neville, not able to get that shot off. But they will get another chance straight at possession of a failed clear by Swift. Score still 5-1, 1 minute 13 into the second quarter. Both teams are using X really well. I think previously we've seen teams not really utilising behind crease as much, but in this kind of smaller format, and especially a close-up defence, getting their heads turning with the ball being X, absolutely crucial. But here's Sienna Parrott coming up with another save, and a lovely long clear taken by Julie Wise. Cycling through X. Julie Wise, Lottie Robertson, both so good behind X, and another crease violation. So that was happening a lot yesterday against, I think, Rise on the women's side late on in the day yesterday. And Flory Taylor with the ball, and there's a delayed penalty coming. Full Forge on a man up, so there's a lovely shot taken by CC Green, but they will get another chance at attacking, and this will be the first power play of the game. Let's see what set Forge have got us. Yeah, so on that man up play, Anna Thurston, Flory Taylor, Ella Cohen and Liv Wimpenny in for Forge with CC Green in the middle as well. And just a missed pass for Flory Taylor, able to keep it inbounds. On the man down, Lottie Robertson, M. Gray, Anna Neville and Anna Green in that set of four, playing a really tight D. Rotating really well through that middle, covering all the cutters, but they do find a foul play, and Liv Wimpenny, great vision on that backdoor pass, I think by Ella Cohen, I think that was, to Liv Wimpenny, and with that quick shot past Sienna Parrott. So here we go, first goal for second quarter for Forge, and Lottie Robertson with another quick release, but that will come off the post. A fresh 30 for Swift, so they can really work the ball and set something up here. Julie Wise with a low angle shot, but that still will deflect off the keeper, so another fresh 30. So maintaining possession really well here. That's a well-read pass, intercepted by Ella Cohen. Clear air against Sienna Parrott, but I think she doesn't get a piece of it, so that is just off target. So Sienna will start with the ball. So Swift with another possession. Anna Green getting it up to Phoebe Jones. And a quick clear out to Liv Wimpenny for Forge. Up the other way. Still just only one goal in the second quarter. And Liv Wimpenny, as you said, it doesn't matter if there's two people on her. Give her a little bit of room on her hand. She will shoot that ball and find the back of the net. Forge getting their scoreline up to just a 2-goal deficit now in the second quarter. 3 minutes and 27 to go. So cycling through X, finding a player in the middle, but that's well read by Sarah Hearns. And Forge so good at getting their players upfield. And they find a player at the back, Ellie Jones there with a shot, but a great save by Sienna Parrott. And Forge just great hustle there, getting themselves up the field. But a failed clear by Swift, and again, Forge will push this attack. Anna Neville doing a great job to break her feet down, to slow down CC Green on that possession. CC Green was a great hands to get that clear under pressure. Anna Neville again on that pressure, but Nina Sherwin managed to come up with that ball, but Anna Neville there wasting a couple of seconds for the shot clock for Forge. And just 3 seconds left to shoot. Will they manage to get one off? But trying to find a feed from X. Ellie Jones, I think she was looking for Ella Malik there, but Lottie Robertson already there to nab that ball out of the air. Lottie Robertson's so good at just plucking balls out of thin air, it seems sometimes. But here we go, Forge again. They'll get another chance at possession. Pretty even so far. Flory Taylor. Ball up to Karis Jones, trying to find Hannah Thurston in the middle, but there are a lot of Swift sticks inside, denying that pass. Liv Wimpenny again, working with Ella Cohen. And Anna Green, the young defender, coming up through to the England field system currently. Of course, one of the leading defenders on the under-20 team at Hong Kong during the under-20 World Championships, and now in the senior system as well. And there she is on a backdoor cut as well. But Ella Dembeleau controlling that pace of the ball. Anna Green trying to find Lottie Robertson in the middle. Liv Gomershall up at the top trying to get it to the left side, but not able to connect that pass. And here we go with the Forge. Just 1 minute 13 left. Forge still 2 goals down, and Swift, I think, still scoreless in the second quarter. So the games and possession changing so verily quarter to quarter between teams. And there's another one from Liv Wimpenny. Past Sienna Parrick, just to 1 goal deficit, and Emily Gray ready for that long clear. Will she be able to still get that ball in Swift's possession? And she does. Just 20 seconds on the shot clock. Well, I say just 20 seconds. 20 seconds is actually plenty of time to get a set going. Zoe Dixon looking to get through to the middle, but Liv Wimpenny there with the pressure. Really settled defense from Forge here, able to slide really well. So there is going to be a push call, minor foul, so that's just 30 seconds for number, I think that might be Liv Wimpenny coming to have a seat at the penalty box, but I thought that was actually okay. I thought they might have called that from, I think, one of the earlier plays than what we had just seen when the whistle had gone. Of course, a delayed penalty here. But Swift will get a chance at power play to finish off the second quarter, hopefully. And Zoe Dixon looking at Julie Wise right on the crease. Quick release, quick stick goal from Julie Wise. She loves those little quick sticks. And Forge will look to see if they can get a shot off in the last couple of seconds of this game, and they don't. Swift managing to get on that board late on in the second quarter. They struggled a little bit to convert their possessions early on in that quarter, but able to remember that goal that they just scored going into the second half. I'm sure they'll want to focus on that going on to the second half. So score is 5 to Swift, 4 to Forge. Forge with a 4-goal deficit earlier, just catching up to that. And here we will be taking a 5-minute halftime for the teams to regroup.
Yeah, we'll go.
So, second game of the day at the Fly 2025. Had a 6-game streak yesterday for the men and the women, 3 games each on each side yesterday. Of course, after these group stages, we'll be going into the final weekend up in Manchester, where the teams will be in a playoff to try and get that championship title. Forge women playing here right now against Swift, trailing by 1, are the 3-time reigning champions, back-to-back for the last 3 years, and can they defend the title again this year, 2025? And Swift, I believe, the first ever women's winners at the Fly competition in the first inaugural year. Sure, looking to claim that back. Right now, ahead by 1 goal against Forge. And Swift, this will complete their group play games, whereas Forge have another game to play today as well. I think standouts on both teams. I think both keepers doing a great job. I think 5-4, low scoring, and the keepers definitely have made that easier for both teams. Sorry, excuse me for that. Apologies just for that break, just getting some comms from the bench. But yeah, a couple of standouts. Liv Wimpenny had a standout quarter in that last quarter. A bit quiet in the first one, but in the second one, I believe three goals to her name there, and really getting her iron and finding herself, getting that ball in her stick as well. Ella Cohen with great vision all over the field. Anna Neville on Swift, everyone on the field as always, but the youngsters, Phoebe Jones, Liv Gomershall, really stepping up for this team in Swift as well. Anna Green also with some great defensive plays in that last quarter. I mean, everyone, I'm just looking around at the teams now, I can say something about each one of them. Of course, Sixes, everyone playing their part in Sixes due to the short benches. Everyone's going to get game time here that are dressed, so everyone contributes to the team. So I believe Liv Wimpenny's foul is still being served. So they will be starting man down on forward. Swift man up, so they will retain possession going into the second half. No draw. Apology, so no draw, but I thought Swift had possession at the end of that first half, but it was Forge with possession, so that is how it will start. Swift man up. Zoe Dixon, Izzy Brand also in this man up defense right now, but Liv Wimpenny now released from the bench, and here she comes. Right down the middle, but unable to control that ball, and Anna Neville with another pickup. Swift not with the numbers, but Anna Neville charging through. But great disciplined defense from Forge. And now going the other way with CC Green on that drive. Izzy Brand on a good slide. Hannah Thurston with possession now. Ella Malik, and that's a shot, and that is a goal. Great quick release from Ella Malik. Hannah Thurston able to find Ella up at the top and just getting Sienna Parrick's head turning. So now score all even early on in the second half. Emily Gray looking up Phoebe Jones to Anna Neville. And there is another crease violation. I think that's been like 3 or 4 for Swift, and I don't know whether there's maybe something with the shoes that look like they're standing on the line. Of course, just a little toe on the line does count as being in the crease. And Liv Wimpenny coming there down for a shot, but making contact with Sienna Parrick with the save. Ella Dimblow looking up top to Phoebe Jones. Down to Lotte Robertson behind the crease, and there is a delayed penalty coming. See the hands up on the refs. So they'll want to get this shot off and also retain possession. They do get the shot off, as saved by Sarah Hearn. So we will stop the clock here to award the penalty while Swift get their power play on. And it is a too many men call, so we'll get the in-home coming to serve the penalty there for Forge. Karish Johnson coming off the field to serve that penalty for Team Forge on the too many men. So just a little bit of a bench error there. The man down defense, Lucy Devine, Iona Westwood, Ella Cohen and Florrie Taylor in for Forge. Swift looking for that free player. Lotte Robertson free on the crease. Low angle shot, and Lotte Robertson usually able to see the back of the net. Don't count her out on these low angle shots. Able to hit the post and get a fresh 30 for this power play. But the too many men call the man foul, just 30 seconds. So already even for Forge in even strength and a misconnection. A great penalty kill here from Forge. And Lucy Devine will start the possession off for Forge. Florrie Taylor with a good hitch, trying to see a teammate in the middle, but Florrie Taylor able to come up with that loose ball again. But Swift doing a good job to run down the shot clock a little bit, just with 12 seconds left for Forge to attack the goal. Ella Cohen with the roll dodge. Can she get a shot? Yes, she can, but great save by Sienna on that bounce pass. But she is out of the goal, and Ella Cohen recognized that really early, applying that pressure to Sienna. Great hustle play from Ella Cohen, recognizing that line well. And there it is. Ella Cohen getting her one back for herself with a shot and a goal. Swift with another possession and a green working next. Ella Mallet, great pressure on the Swift players. Oh, Izzy Brown trying to find Zoe Dixon, cutting around the crease but unable to get that pass connected, and the ball will go down, but a great cut there from Zoe Dixon. Hannah Thurston down to Nina Sherwin. Liv Wempenny at X, head up, looking down the middle. Nina Sherman unable to get that pass off, so a couple of unforced errors from both sides. And Lottie Robertson will start the possession off again for Swift. Just 3 minutes 50. And another unforced error here. Hannah Thurston finding Liv Wempenny up top. And a great shot taken, but saved by Sienna Parrick. And who can come up with that loose ball here? CC Green coming up with that for Forge, and they do get a fresh shot clock. Liv Wempenny controlling the ball, looking at the middle, but she starts to take it herself. And there's another goal. Liv Wempenny just turning and shooting quickly, finding the back of the net. So good in this sixer format. I mean, she's good in the field format too, but great at sixes as well. Liv Gormashall up to Ella Dembelo. Anna Neville, does she have a lane? Oh, sorry, that was Phoebe Jones without a lane to shoot. And Ella Dembelo just getting into four bodies of Forge. And CC Green now, does she have a clean? No, Ella Dembelo able to get there. Not quite, and with a great back check. And CC Green just going into the crease. And I wonder if CC Green's okay. She's going straight off to the medic. We hope that she's okay. Laura Warren of Smith just helping CC out. Really lovely to see the amount of just care within this community. Doesn't matter if you're in a different team, we're just going to help each other out. And that's a great goal by Karis Johnson, the youngster on Forge, and hustling her way back into defense after that goal. But there is going to be a timeout by Forge with 2 minutes left. Forge have managed to get the lead after being 5-1 down early on in this game. So 8-5 now by Forge. Swift still scoreless, having been in the lead 5-1 up early on in this game. Still plenty of possession, just a couple of unforced errors actually from both teams in this quarter, but Forge able to apply that pressure on the clear, and that's made a real difference to them. Ella Cohen with the last couple of hustle on their clear, and Liv Wempenny finding the back of the net again as well. So Swift's possession here coming out of the... Ooh, I thought that was a Forge timeout, but Swift starting with the possession, so Swift must have a possession. So Zoe Dixon on a drive, seeing Emily Gray on the far. Doesn't have a shooting lane, but there is Izzy Brand at the back. On the back door, but Liv Wempenny plucking that ball out of the air. They do have numbers. She sees Flora Taylor on the other side. Will she take it? Flora Taylor not able to get the shot of Izzy Brown with a great stick. Chasing those players down and denying a one-on-one shot by Flora Taylor. So Anna Neville carrying the ball up to Julie Wise for Swift. And players open on the backside, but great sticks again from Forge, able to close in on that defense. And Lottie Robertson, great awareness of the line and able to get that ball over, but it will be Forge's ball. Swift doing a great job getting their players down into defense to deny that fast break, but there will be a whistle anyway. Not sure if there was a loose ball push or there was something else. Couldn't quite see the signal, but nevertheless, Forge with the possession again. Now 3 balls up on Swift, finding Liv Wimpenny with a shot, but great save from Sienna Parrick. Liv Wimpenny using her height again really well, just shooting over her players. But Sienna Parrick with that denial and a great shot there from Liv Gomershall, the youngster from Swift, and also fell clear going to Forge. Swift will come up with the ball again for another possession, and can they convert again? Looking really settled now after a timeout, but Forge sticks all over the place. Lottie Robertson with that loose ball and a great back check from Ellie Jones. And 4 seconds left. They will need to shoot here, Swift. And another well-read interception by Karis Johnson with clear air in front of her. One-on-one with Sienna Parrick. She shoots and she scores. And that will be time. So Karis Johnson with the buzzer beater. So patient for such a young player to keep composed and get that shot past Sienna Parrick. Great job from her. And of course, a Nottingham grad, I believe, and in the England field system set up as well. The score now 9-6 to Forge. 1 quarter to go. Forge not letting that early deficit bother them at all, as we expected from the reigning champs, the 3-time reigning champs, Forge. But Swift don't count a comeback out for them. They know how to keep their momentum going. They've had some great looks so far in this game.
So we've got 16 possessions left, 9-6. Let's control the game.
Just 1 minute to go in this last quarter time. Going into the 4th quarter of this first women's game at the Fly 2025 Day 2 here at Blackheath Rugby Club. Sarah Hearns remaining in goal for Forge. Emily Chandler not dressed to play for this game, so Sarah Hearns taking all the goalkeeping duties for this game for Forge, and she's done a great job in the net for them. And Sienna Parrick as well remaining in goal for the whole game for Swift. Sienna Parrick and Lucy Mayer, the 2 goalkeepers for Swift, splitting their time for the 2 games yesterday, 1 game each. And we'll be back here for the last draw of the game. Zoe Dixon and Liv Wimpenny, as expected, taking this for each team. Emily Gray, Ellie Jones, Anna Green and Ella Cohen on one side of the circle. Lucy Devine, Lottie Robertson, Anna Neville and Hannah Thurston on the other side for each team. The draw is gone, and Anna Neville, can she come up with this ball? She had an early stick to that ball. But great pressure from Lucy Devine. to deflect that out of bounds. And Hannah Thurston storming her way down the field for Forge. Seeing Liv Wimpenny. And Ella Cohen with that shot, and that does come off Anna Green. Not off Sienna, I believe, so there will not be... Will there be a shot clock reset? I'm unsure.
22 seconds on shot clock.
Yeah, so yeah, there shouldn't have been a shot clock reset, so they're just making sure that that is taken care of on the field, so they can see there's 22 seconds left on the shot clock. That shot deflected off Anna Green's stick. Great way to get her stick in the way. Ellie Jones with the ball, looking up top. Liv Wimpenny was there, but Anna Neville reading that play so well. Both so tall and able to have that really long reach. And the ball is over towards the defending goal of Sarah Hearns, but Lottie Robertson able to apply that pressure. And Swift will have their first possession of this quarter, trailing 9-6 in this game against Forge, but a little bit of an unforced error there. Hannah Thurston finding CC Green on the far side, swinging the ball well. Ellie Jones looking at Ella Cohen, nice little 1-2 and a shot and a goal for Ellie Jones. Lovely teamwork there from Ella Cohen and Ellie Jones to get that 1-2 shot off. And Anna Neville storming past Liv Wimpenny to get a shot off, and that pinged off. No, it didn't ping off the post. That was a goal signaled by the refs. A great individual effort from Anna Neville just to go in. But Ella Malik on the other side, a straight, quick answer to that Anna Neville's goal, getting one for herself, transitioning the ball so quickly down the field. Swift now taking this possession slower. Ella Dimblow looking at Julie Wise. M. Gray in the middle, working the middle. But Izzy Brown on the outside. M. Gray still in the middle. Can she get that feed? No, but Izzy Brown coming up with the ball again. And just a little bit of an unforced error again by Swift, and the ball will be in Forge's stick again. 11-7 up against Swift with 5 minutes 52 to go. The scoreboard here on the field not quite working, so both teams actually not too aware of how much time is remaining. So we're trying our best on the bench to keep the coaches informed of how much time is left, but we'll let the players play. And Karis Johnson looking at underneath for Zoe Dixon all over that drive with Anna Green on that side as well. Iona Wesson looking at cross crease off to Florrie Taylor, and a great save by Sienna Taylor. Florrie Taylor had her hands free on that shot, but Sienna able to read that well, getting low for that save. Great defensive set from Swift. Julie Wise in the middle, taking control of that ball. Seeing Lotte Robertson up to M. Gray. Ella Dimblow with the ball up top now. Julie Wise isolated down the left side, and she'll take the shot, but great read by Sarah Hearn. I thought she might have been a little bit screened there with Iona Westwood marking Julie Wise, but able to get that shot off, but a save. Lucy Devine coming up with possessions, trying to see Hannah Thurston off that backdoor cut, but unable to make that feed. So Anna Neville's quite closely up the aisle, going to pull her a little bit further away from the line to start, and need to be 2 meters in the boundary. Swift with her heads up. Anna Green coming up in the middle, and Lucy Devine with great pressure on Anna Green. Can Karis Johnson come up with a ball? But no, Lottie Robertson's there for that pickup with just 9 seconds left on the shot clock. They need to get a shot off here, Swift, and they do, but Sarah Hearns there, helped by Florrie Taylor on that shot attempt. And Liv Wimpenny now one-on-one with Sienna Parry, but misses the goal a little bit wide. Liv, I mean, by the time the ball came to her, she was on top of the crease almost, so not much angle, but still a good attempt. And Swift moving the ball well. They've been consistently doing really well with that ball movement. And there's a great shot attempt, but wide. And score still 11-7 here with 3 minutes 23 left. So Swift just asking how much time is left on the clock, and Liv Wimpenny, great hands, able to to pluck that ball out of the air, even around some Swift sticks. And there's a shot and a goal for her. Julie Wise with a shot, but just going up top. And of course, Swift now on a bit of a rush now. 3 minutes left and a 5-goal deficit. And they need to go here. Ella Cohen slowing the ball down to Ellie Jones with another back. Oh, that's another crease violation call. A lot of those in this game today. They're watching that very, very closely. So we do have to be mindful of that as players. Just if they're calling it really tight, just to make sure that they're very, very clearly not in the crease. Anna Green looking for the middle of Zoe Dixon. Anna Neville so quick to try and get that ball remaining in Swift's possession, and she does, and that's a shot by Zoe Dixon, and there was a deflection, so that will stay with Swift. A reset as well for Swift, so they have a full 30, but they probably don't want to use it all with 5 goals that they need to catch up on. Zoe Dixon with a shot and a goal for Zoe Dixon, coming around over the top. Ella Malik is there for Forge, but Lottie Robertson with that interception, and that's a great quick turnover for Swift to go on this possession again with not much time left, but they're already within 1 goal up from their 5-goal deficit, just to 2 with a score of 12-8 with Forge leading. And Phoebe Jones there with Ella Malik, and Ella Malik come up with the ball. She will have clear air, but Izzy Brand on that chase with another great back check. We've already seen Izzy Brand with doing one of those already in this game. So Forge calling a timeout, but I thought the ball was checked out of Swift's stick, in which case it shouldn't be allowed to call a timeout, but I think the refs have awarded that timeout. But Swift either way then should start with a possession, but they've already started on the timeout, so I guess they will take the timeout. So Black with a timeout, but also I think a penalty coming. So yeah, there is a penalty coming apparently. So there was that. It would have been that, I guess, anyway. So Ella Malik, number 4 for Forge, coming in for a hold. There would be 30 seconds on the clock for a minor foul. Swift able to use this regroup whilst they're a player up with 1 minute 30 to go. So yeah, definitely Swift definitely have possession coming off of that timeout. So it will stay their ball, and they're a man up anyway with the penalty being awarded at the timeout. So Lottie Robertson starting for that ball, now up with Julie Wise. And Neville with the ball. Tightly marked there with a great slide from Liv Wimpenny. But then there's a shot that is a save, and the ball picked up by Lucy Devine. But there is another penalty coming, so Swift going up to 5v3 because the clock is stopped now, last 2 minutes of the 4th quarter. Liv Wimpenny coming off to serve that penalty. Just 10 seconds left on Ella Malik's penalty, so 5v3 for just 10 seconds. Forge in that triangle, made by Lucy Devine, Hannah Thurston and Iona Westwood. Rotating well, Anna Neville will be able to get that shot off, but that big bouncer on this very, very hard ground. You know, they've been very dry here down in Blackheath. But a miss clear, and great pressure by Lucy Devine to get that loose ball. Can Liv Gomershaw come up with it? Sarah Hearns there with that loose ball. Lucy Devine just looking up, and another miss clear. Lottie Robertson getting that ball out of the air, but unable to find Liv Gomershaw. That was a great sequence of plays of back and forth between both teams, but now just 38 seconds left. Forge, 4 goals up, no rush here. They'll just look after the ball. They are a man down, but Swift pushing up a little bit, but Ella Cohen with that run. Not opting necessarily to go to goal. She doesn't need to just yet. And Hannah Thurston there will just, and they will just let the shot clock expire. Nothing wrong with that because there's just 7 seconds left and there are 4 goals up ahead. So that's great set from Forge, just knowing that they don't need to go about wasting as much time as possible. Lotte Robertson with that last attempt at a goal, but just going over that top of the post. And that will be game for the first game of the women's pool play of day 2 at Blackheath Rugby Club at the Fly 2025. Thanks for tuning in to watch Forge against Swift with a final score of 12-8 with Forge up. So unbeaten so far, going into their 3rd game later this afternoon. Of course, everyone playing each other for the 3 games in the group stages. So the reigning champions still making the mark for their 2nd game. Of course, 5-1 down early in the game as well for Forge, but coming up top with a 4-goal lead. So Forge definitely proving themselves to be another team to beat this year. So let's see if they can maintain their lead going into the playoffs. Thank you for tuning in today. There will be another men's game coming up shortly after this, so stay tuned in. Keep in with Jane Lee on the live stream today. You can get yourselves down to, there's plenty of capacity here at Blackheath Rugby Club, so hope to see you here for the day, or we will see you up at Manchester at the next finals weekend as well. So stay tuned, we'll be back.
welcome back into the Fly 2025. It is now time to welcome our 16th for our next men's game. We haven't seen them for a while. They played last night and they're on back with us today. Please welcome for the first time this afternoon, here's the team representing Rose Men. Number 12, Will Brown. Number 1, Will Pickett. Number 18, Greg Catarina. Number 8, George Drury. Number 10, Ellis Pinthorpe. And number 6, Nathan Wilkinson. But again, the shout out gets better with the shout out to the coach. For Hustleman is Alex Brown. Assistant coach is Andy Downing. The team manager is Eric Williams. Coach,
the toss, take AP. Goal going this way. First and third.
Welcome to Game 3 of our Sunday of the first weekend of the Fly 2025 and our second men's game. We return here. Hustle, who opened us up on Saturday in the very first game of the Fly, they're back again for their second, while Rise, who played 2 games yesterday, managed to pick themselves up a win in their final game of the day yesterday, back again to round out here against Hustle. So we go in for our first face. Cam Major taking the face for Rise.
And on Hustle, there's
Nathan Wilkinson.
Cam Major taking all the faces for Rise yesterday as well and coming up with them quite well. And let's see who gets the first ground ball. And there you go, Albie Whitehead with our first ground ball. Getting that ball over for the first possession of the game.
Yeah, nice size difference there on the opening face-off. Couple of different tactics, trying to make the big guy bend down and coming up with the win.
Bunio seeing Tom Graham. Working that two-man on that right side with a shot. Great save from Hal Dwobeng, of course. Very, very experienced goalie. A big voice at the back for Hustle.
Hal had a really good game yesterday in their opener against Swift. One of the key reasons they come out with the win, and he comes in early with a big save there already.
So Hustle with an unforced error there. Taking it straight back into Rise's possession. Oh, Bunio almost found Corey Carver there, threading the needle, but unable to connect that pass. But a great vision there from Bunio. Of course, the top scorer for Rise coming out of yesterday.
Yeah, picked up 8 goals for the Rise side yesterday. He was a key man, particularly in that second game where they came through and won. And the opening goal for Hustle scored by number 10, Alex Baythorpe, getting on the board there. Hustle 1, Rise 0.
So Tom Graham coming off the bench for that position, working with Drew Bickerton on that 2-man on that righty side. Cam Major also there to help open on the inside. And now just 5 seconds to shoot, and they do get a shot off, and it is a reset that came off the keeper, but Hustle will pick that up.
Ball being pushed into George Jury, seeing him for the first time here. Was reserved for the opening game yesterday. Ball into Blair. Pachareva comes out to Wilkinson out wide.
Great defense, forcing Tim Collins back around of that shot. And that's a great save by Thomas Heitzmer. Thomas Heitzmer from the Netherlands, coming in for his debut at the Fly this year.
Yeah, really great to see all these different nationalities.
Yeah.
I think we're covering about 8 or 9 here this weekend from all parts of the world. You say Netherlands, Germany, China, we've got them all coming in. It's great to see Ryan Huddens, their trademark ping left stick, top corner.
Yep, so Hustle leading 2-0 early in this game. Not quite representative, I think, what's gone on. I think Rise has done a good job in their possessions as well, but they just need to convert these. Bunio going under, seeing if he can muscle his way in, and he does. That's the first goal for Rise. Lyndon Bunio adding another one for his stats.
He's so good at that sort of box push, you know, you kind of think he's missed the angle and then he rolls, he pushes, he fights his way there, and he always gets that shot away. Yeah, so skilled at that.
It's just that like change up in rhythm that he seems to have, and you think that he's finished and actually he's just hustles his way in. So great job from Bunio to set that tone for Rise. Little nice hitch there again from Ryan Hans, and another on the board.
That's that angle for Ryan Huns every time. You can just see it from where we are in the commentary position. Right behind him, he just lines it up, stings that corner, and it's a really difficult one to try and stop. So that's a good couple of early sighters for him.
So Rise coming up, Hilditch with a shot, and it goes through the back of the net. Rise now starting to find their rhythm a little bit, but DiCaprio coming down the other way for Hustle. And another quick answer from Hustle there.
It's really important that Rise live with Hustle in these early stages. Hustle, you know, moving the ball well, sticking some good goals. It's important that Rise just keep in touch, and then they can start to influence the game a bit more.
So Drew Bickerton with the ball, lining up, finding Tom Graham. Can he get a shot off? Using his body well, and he does. What a great shot, low to high, past Hal Dwobeng. And just back-to-back goals here in this game between Rise and Hustle. That goal coming from Blair Pachareva of Hustle. Just quick back-to-back answers from both teams.
Neither team's needing to get their eye in here. They're right on it. They're right on fire, as I say. They're going toe-to-toe at the moment. Yeah, another score.
Yeah. And there's another one by Flisk, managing to get his way past 2 defenders, as well as Hal Dwobeng.
Can Rise now get themselves back in a defensive set? They've struggled every time they've scored. Hustle have caught them out at the back. If they can get themselves in a nice shape, which it looks like they have.
And great pressure by Ed Hilditch there. But he does get called for a push call.
I thought the call was going to be the crease call, but
yeah,
no.
Me too.
Fine margins. I think
So it was a loose ball push,
yeah,
not
just a
push.
loose ball. So.
So Hans being kept away from a shot.
Yeah, I think after those first 2 from him, they know to get out quick, block his hands off, try and make them use some other options. So less than 10 seconds on the shot clock. They want to get that shot off, and they do.
but that is off target.
Yeah, it's really good D. There you go. They kind of got themselves in. Once they're set in the D, then the D shape's fine. It's just those transition moments when they've scored, making sure they get those players back in quick and block off some of the really talented attacking options that Hustle have got.
Yeah, and I mean, Alex Russell did a good job to get his way further in to the net, but
real tricky Sixers player. Alex
yeah,
Russell.
exactly.
He knows this game really well. He's played a lot of it in for a sort of a format that's not played that much. He does play a lot of it, so a really good option.
Oh yeah, and Tom Graham with a clear lane.
Levelled up, really good comeback this from Rise.
Really good vision and awareness of where his defenders are. Just shifted his feet a little bit to get that hands and free in that shooting lane and able to get it past Hal Drobeng on the 5-hole. Yeah, they're trying to get Abby Whitehead doing a great job to get Blair Pachareva off angle there. And great team defense as well on that slide just to have his back if he needs it. Cam Major coming down for Rise. Up to Will Prescott. And I think that was a bounce, so no deflection there.
Just coming up to 30 in the quarter now.
And we're even at 5-5.
A really good second half of this quarter from Rise. Hustle came out firing, and Rise have just the last few sets. There you go again. Forcing the errors, forcing Hustle to give the ball away. And last shot here for Rise, I reckon.
Yeah, so Rise will want this last shot to take them up by 1. And they have 10 seconds left in this first quarter. Doesn't matter how much is on the shot clock. And able to find Will Prescott as Bunyo. And that will be a quick clear. Bunyo not in a hurry to get down because I think he realised that the clock was on his side. And we're at an even game, 5-5, high-scoring first quarter.
That's a proper quarter of Sixes Lacrosse, that was. Up, down, transition goals, great movement, great ball play, some real great finishes, great keeping. Real nice quarter there.
Yeah, really, really lovely. And I think the two teams, obviously, having played yesterday, really finding their feet, now getting their eye in. I think everyone's first game seemed to be a little bit scrappy to start. And now we're finding everyone just very relaxed in the new venue as well, and just finding each other, having played with each other and trained with each other now for another whole day. So really seeing some great Sixes Lacrosse here at the Fly 2025.
Yeah, Rise, I say, having to play 2 games yesterday, coming back in today. They're probably thankful that it's a little bit cooler for them today. There's a few tired legs. They're not being sapped by the heat out here today. So yeah, really, really positive first quarter for them. I think Hustle would probably like to control things a bit more. I think they got a bit erratic after those, first few minutes where they put up some quick goals transition-wise. When they were looking to settle their play,
Right.
they were a bit, I don't know, maybe not knowing exactly what they were doing, what their options were. I think they're going to come out, refine that for the second quarter and seem a bit more composed.
Yeah, and I think they were relying on a couple of individuals, trying to make that drive. But, we're on a smaller field. It's not as pulled out as wide as we are in field. So, and Ryan's doing a really good job containing those one-on-ones and sending those slides early. So not giving Hustle great room to get on the inside for a good shot. And they seem to be on the hands of those players that are threats on that scoring sheet. And they're containing them really, really well. So if they can manage those fast breaks, I think they'll be able to deny a lot more of the Hustle's goals. But yeah, Rise doing really well on their settled offense themselves and finding those players in the middle, playing really good 2-man plays on either side as well, and swinging that ball to each side to capitalise on their possession. But we're back now for the second draw of the game. Same personnel in the middle with Cam Major for Rise and Nathan Wilkinson for Hustle. So they're just going to reset, and we are ready off to start the second quarter. All even here, 5-5 between the two teams. And Hustle, Nick DiCaprio comes up with the ball for Hustle for the first possession of the second quarter. Nathan Wilkinson to Ryan Hunt, a little bit short on this bouncer. We've said so many times how hard this ground is.
Yeah, if you can kind of get that bouncer right, then it's really effective. But trying to work out the distances, working out where it is, it's been really tough. And I've not really seen too many people get it right on that sort of offensive side of the game.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit of a burner here. You know, low, just a skimmer rather than a hard binds out. But that's a great save from Drobang. It is a loose ball. They
Square
can go
in front
over.
as well.
And he can. Albie Whitehead just let him go out of bounds because it will be Rice's ball either way, coming off the keeper.
Prescott got really open there, and that's really quality from Drobang getting down low.
So Albie Whitehead cutting through the middle. Tom Graham seeing him again, but a little bit of bad angle there. Almost along with a GLE. So Hal Drobang already with 2 saves. Nick DiCaprio now with the hustle. Nathan Wilkinson, he's going to take the shot. No, he moves the ball to Alex Russell up at the top. So dangerous, Alex Russell. And he can get a shot off normally, and he does, but saved by Thomas Heitzmer.
Again, as you said in the first quarter, Russell really good at working those options. Goes left, right, turns, twists.
And just a failed clear there by Heitzmer, just on a bit of a funny pass, but Rise will go again. 6-5 now, 1 up by Hustle. And way over shot there by Rise.
Yeah, a little frustrating there for Rise. Forced the initial save and then weren't able to clear the ball out and got penalised for it.
So Hustle slowing things down, 19 seconds to shoot. Collins getting over to the left side. Blair Patcher over now. Take a shot. Oh, that comes off. I have definitely heard a ping. Yeah, and there was. That came off the post.
Yeah,
Ball will
call.
stay with purple. Will Pickett still with possession, going underneath, and does manage to get a shot off. And goal for Will Pickett of Hustle.
Yeah, lovely dodge there, coming inside, pulling it over, getting the right side of his man and being able to put it away.
Yeah, he was really shifty on that, just constantly changing direction and coming on top of the goal. So let's see what Rice can do. Again, another nice 2-man play up top. Drew Bickerton, can he get a shot off? No. So just under 5 seconds, bench calling out, communicating with the team, and that does come off the post. So there is play, so they have to go. I know the shot, you might have heard the shot clock go, but actually that did hit the post in time.
Ball.
Yeah, and the refs knew that as well. They did not blow the whistle for a shot clock violation. So a free ball, but Hustle do come up with it. So Blair Patrova with a long shot, but Tommy Heitzmer with another great save.
Just forcing it a little bit there, Rise, and a couple of their possessions. Just want to settle down, get back to what they were doing well in the first quarter. But Tom Graham there, really, really great take. I think Brown's his eyes lit up, but.
And another great shot right in the crease, but that's a great save by Hal Drobang. I think it just sounded like that hit the shaft of his stick there. And with 3 minutes 58 left in this second quarter, Hustle will take a timeout. So quite low scoring so far in this quarter. Just 2 goals, both by Hustle. And I wonder what coach Alice Carnegie-Brown with Andy Downing, assistant coach, will be saying to their team.
Yes, a little bit animated in there. It's clear, direct instruction. I think they've done well. I think it's probably Rise. You just need to refocus, get back to what they were doing well. As I say, they're defensively looking fairly sharp, but just lacking a few bits in the offense at the start of this. The start of this quarter. Yeah,
and it was looking much better the last couple of minutes. You know, they were finding players free open in the middle and playing really good 2-man. And I wonder whether Hustle's also talking about that, because they have left a low crease player open for Rice to take those shots. But Hal Drobang there to make those saves. But you don't want to be leaving it just to Hal to be coming up with those one-on-one shots. Yeah, so maybe tidying those up a little bit.
Yeah, I think Drobang's really got his eye in at the moment. Though he's ticking. You can see he's been very animated in that team talk as well. He was giving direction. I think he's ticking, trying to push his lads on.
So Pickett handing it off to Nick DiCaprio. Managed to get under, but he will pass. No, he's. Oh, I thought he was going to pass it. He faked me out.
Faked everything.
And that's not what they want for Rise. Just a failed clear by Rise, and Hustle will get it straight back after that goal by Nick DiCaprio.
Yeah, DiCaprio had everyone. He had all the Rise players, had us on the sideline.
Well, me at least.
Fair play, gets himself a goal for it.
So Will Brown seeing Nathan Wilkins at the top, and now Alex Russell making his way in. But what a great save by Tommy Heitzman, right on the doorstep. Rise with that ground ball with Albie Whitehead. He doesn't have numbers. He does manage to get that ball off to Bunio and back, and 1-2 again to Albie Whitehead, and a goal!
Beautiful.
What great play from England box teammates Lyndon Bunio and Albie Whitehead on that goal. Lovely 1-2 play.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Lovely. I mean, the save from Heights, he had no right to make that off Russell. I thought that was a certain goal, but no, they got the ball up, transitioned, Albie taking it up and then finish it off himself.
Yeah, give and go. Two teammates really used to playing with each other, even though they're on the opposite sides of the field, and managed to connect on that. Nice little slip cut from Albie Whitehead and great vision from Bunio. But here we go for Hustle and Rise coming out of that great goal, followed by great team defense.
This is the momentum swing. There you go, the big save at one end, the goal at the other, forced that shot clock down, and now Rise are on top and they're looking to close things out.
Yeah, and Ashley Glosser just telling her players as well and just communicating that great team defense. They know it, but that extra little bit of encouragement from the coaching staff there. Rise do get a shot off. It is wide, but nevertheless, they still manage to get that shot off. But let's see what Hustle can do there. They're 2 goals up so far. Less than 2 minutes to go in the first half. And there's a shot. I think that was a little bit of a forced shot, and Rise managed to get on his hands a little bit.
Yeah, Rise had engaged up top, and they were really closing it off, but I suppose Wilkinson couldn't really see any other options and just tried to sting one.
And again, with less than 2 minutes to go, every possession counts, so you want to be making these shots to try and get a little bit further ahead. But Corey Carver now with Rise. Look in the middle. Will Prescott is in the middle. Nice little Twizzler there. Almost, but hits the helmet of Hal Drobing.
It was a nice feed from Bickerton into Prescott, but he just couldn't really get his hands through. He was being watched, and unfortunately, their Rise, they got to get themselves in play now. A minute left in the quarter. They don't want to concede here and go 3 down.
No, so 1 minute. I wonder if there will be a timeout coming for Rise if they do get possession of here. But Nick DiCaprio looking at the middle. Ryan Hans want to get on his hands, but and there was a lovely cut and shot by Alex Russell. Great vision also there from Ryan Hans.
You can hear as soon as Hans got in the ball at the top there, they were calling hands from the defence, making sure he couldn't get that shot away.
Yeah.
But he had great vision instead to find his teammate on the crease.
And that's the thing, when the focus is on you, sometimes moving that ball, and Alex Russell very much free on that crease. But Bunio here, finding Drew Bickerton, and a great save from Hal. And will that be
they're going to push
the
this
end?
Hustle.
They're going to push
go
this,
for it.
10 seconds. Oh, and
Good
great
work,
slide,
yeah.
great work from Rise to slow that down, but Hustle still with the ball and almost found Nick DiCaprio in the middle, but that will be it for the first half. The score is 9-6 to Hustle. So that quarter, a 4-1 lead for Hustle in that quarter, having been even coming into the second quarter. But I didn't really feel like it at times, actually. I think pretty even possession. I wouldn't say that Rise necessarily felt like they were playing, with 3 goals down. They are taking the shots, and they've had some phenomenal team defense, but maybe just a little bit of a conversion. And, of course, Hal Drobing making some real doorstop saves there for Hustle.
Yeah, it's probably just a little percentages, as I say. Hal, really great quarter, but equally Heitzman made 3-4 saves in that second quarter. So both keepers show what they can do. I think Rise maybe again just the players that scored their goals, just not maybe getting their shooting opportunities. Bunio, I don't think he had an opportunity in that second quarter.
No.
I'm not sure Graham had an opportunity in that second quarter. And those were the guys that were just keeping the scoreboard ticking over in the previous games and the previous quarters. So maybe just looking at that, getting those men back into key positions see now they can call this back, because 3 goals, nothing, not really much in it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as you said, it's all about momentum, and it's slightly different tactics from Riser. I think a lot of their successful plays that did come from a little bit of a faster break, when actually earlier on in the first quarter the slower settled offense really worked for them. But again, is that being forced by Hustle? Hustle also, tied on those players, and they were working the ball a little bit better later on in that second quarter compared to the first, and definitely feeling confident going into the second half. Already a win in the bag for them coming out of yesterday's their single game that they played yesterday, so they will be feeling confident. But what do you think for the second half?
Yeah, I think Hustle, they've been moving the ball well. I think they just need to move it a little bit quicker. I think there's been a couple of times, as you say, well, really for both teams, where there's been players backdoor on the crease, just sort of a little bit open, and if they can just shift the ball a little bit quicker, get it to that man. There's been 1 or 2 opportunities. I think Hustle could definitely pick that off through players like Alex Russell. I think we saw it in their first game yesterday as well. Will Brown, Pachareva, that sort of on the crease, they utilised really well in that first game. So look to see more of that. This game, again, is so Rise said earlier, I think just give your opportunities to your scorers, try and work yourselves back into it. And again, slow. It's going to be a slow burn for them. If they're going to get back to the top, you've just got to chip away. Like I say, low scoring, I think, will help them. If they get into too much of a run and gun with Hustle, I'm not sure they'll come out on the right side of it. So just work themselves back in slowly, keep their defence tight, and then build it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a couple of names actually I feel like have been not called as much today, or with the ball, like Baya Pachareva, I think had quite a few goals yesterday for Hustle. So far this game, a little bit quieter perhaps than yesterday, but don't count him out. I think he's someone that we can definitely watch in the second half as a playmaker. And of course, Alex Russell, Ryan Hans also getting themselves on the board as well for Hustle. But it's been a pretty tidy game so far. I don't think there's been any penalties so far in this game, has there?
No, it's been played very well,
controlled.
very fairly, keeping themselves honest. I think it just helps. I think you said in that first men's game of the day today, teams have been pretty good on their man-ups. They've been able to capitalise and move the ball. If you're making your defence do work for a minute, player down, it's not going to end well for you. The players are going to run out of steam eventually, and it's not something you want to do. So the teams that win are usually those teams that keep all their players on the field.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, as we see tighter games, maybe that's something that will shift going into the second half. Will we see a few more getting really competitive? They both want to come out with a win out of this game. So let's see.
So coming out for the start of the second half. Rise to say, a win here would be really big for them. That sort of 2-1 record could see you being in the first 2 spots, and that will give you an advantage going into finals weekend up in Manchester. Again, if Hustle win here, they'll be 2-0, and they'll be looking at one of those top 2 spots. So it really is all on the line for both teams here. A win is going to be really big for them to take into next weekend.
And we are now ready to kick off the second half. Familiar faces at the face-off line again. And each team coming up with 1 face-off each in the first half. Of course, they'll want to get first possession here. Very loud cheers from the bench, and off we go for the second half. An easy pluck out of the air for Albie Whitehead on that face-off by Cam Major. The two of them have clicked really well on that face-off. So great coaching tactics from Rise. Bobby and Clark, of course, their head coach, and assistant Ashley Gloucester. Ooh. A little bit of an arm force error there by Ed Hilditch. And great defense.
Big work, Whitehead, really important there to get himself back in, and he did a great job of it.
Slowing that down, and that could have been dangerous, but able to deny that opportunity. So Hal Drobank just communicating the steering for the defense. And just 5 seconds left. Corey Carver, can he get a shot off and get that Lucy off? Will need to get a shot. Corey does manage to just get it off to give themselves a little bit more time to get down to the defense. So if that was a little bit late, he could have been called for a
clever
delay of game.
within the rules. He got
Yeah.
it away just in time. Fair play. That's smart. Obviously, borders. It could have half a second later, and he'd be sitting on the bench. So
yeah, great recognition from them. So Alex Russell coming out over the top. His hands were free, and when his hands are free, he does shoot and score. Exactly past Heitzmer, taking them up to 10-6, first goal of this half.
important possession now for Rise. Probably really, need to be looking to convert, pull up a play.
Mm-hmm. So work on the left. Flisk there with Will Prescott, finding Tom Graham up top, finding the middle in Cam Major. And Cam, great patience on that, but just unable to get it past Hal Drobank. Very deceptive in that shot, and he does get another one off, but that will be in the crease. Hal taking his time picking that up, and considering we can get it out of the crease.
Lovely from Hal there.
Patient.
Cam Major did really well on that first fake and then shot, but Hal just read it all the way, and then again with the second save. Just coming up clutch for his team whenever he needs to, and really gives you confidence as a defender as well.
Yeah, so Jury found Baythorpe looking for it again. Jury up the top for Hustle, and shot clock's running down a little bit, and the shot is taken, not a save. It is just off target. So going back with Rise. So that was also a great set, forcing Rise to take a shot very late in that shot clock, denying any opportunity. And of course, shot clock basically another defender for the team.
Absolutely, time's your friend in this one as a defender.
Baythorpe doing well. Whitehead keeping it in bounds, but they are running out of time. 10 seconds left. And he'll pass it off to Hilditch for that shot, but still, they did get that shot up again, use that shot clock. Very patient and worked offense. Don't hate that.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried for Rise now, though. We're now a quarter and a half and one goal scored since that opening quarter where they stuck in 5. They're just coming up short. They're kind of, like you say, they're doing the right things and getting the right looks.
Yeah, and that's going to make it a bit more difficult with the Nick DiCaprio goal.
They're just not able to do those, that kind of release there. Hustle just sort of, when there's nothing on, getting somebody just a little bit free and being able to pull one in. Yeah, they're just coming up a little bit unstuck here. See if they can pull one back.
Yeah, they do have to shoot. You just got to shoot the shots. You can take Will Prescott up the top. Drew Bickerton trying to find some room to find a lane. Bunio now coming over, knows he has to shoot. And Drew Bickerton, that's a great pickup. And there were actually 2 Rice players at the doorstep ready to pick up that rebound of Hal Drobank's save. And great read there and great reaction to pick that up and get it past Drobank. But here is Ryan Hans coming the other way. Flip finding DiCaprio. Now Hustle just slowing it down. Nathan Wilkinson finding Nick DiCaprio up at the top. Hans it to Russell. Russell shoots over the top of the bar. And now Rice forcing these shots. And if they can get another one just to edge a little bit closer. Just 3 minutes left in this quarter.
That's better from Rise. That's a little bit more what they say. They say fair play to them on that last attack there. Having those 2 players on the crease alerts what was going on and being able to take that rebound.
And here comes Bunio to Cam Major, getting a past Drobank. So here is the little climb.
2 goals in the last 2 attacking plays for Rise. After being worried about it, they've come back and shown me that they've actually still got some left in the locker.
I mean, we are quite close to the bench, so I'm not sure if they can hear you to say, come on.
They're getting encouragement.
So Pickett off to Baythorpe. Just 10 seconds. Patch over there to help, playing a 2-man on that left side, and they do still have possession, but shot clock will run out. Jury, I think, could have stopped that. Could he have stopped that ball? Maybe not.
Again, it was actually very close to the shot clock on that ball.
Yeah.
By the way.
I'd rather not sit on the penalty
couple
chair.
of polite questions being asked from the Rise bench, but here we go.
Oh, unlucky on that. So Will Prescott finding Albie Whitehead cutting in the middle, but again over the top of the bar. Just a little high on some of these shots, Rise.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate, to be fair. Again, doing everything right. They got the man free, they got the look, and they're really trying to squeeze Hustle now.
Actually, I'm not sure if there was, thinking about it, there was a bit of a, it could have been deflected. There was a little bit of stick-to-stick
there was
contact
sticks in the lane.
sound there, so maybe it was a little bit deflected, so Hustle doing a great job to get the sticks in the way, but Ryan Hans, and now bodies in the way for Ryan Hans, and Tommy Heitzmer wants a really quick clear, and Cam Major able to get that back into Rise's stick. Tom Graham trying to find his way through. Drew Bickerton cutting through the middle, but there are a lot of Hustle bodies there. And Tom Graham with a nice twister. I don't know if there was. It was a push. So it's going to stay with Rise. And Tom Graham, great job to keep his toes, also just toeing the line and actually getting that twister shot off.
Really unfortunate. I thought
it was
I
close.
thought he found that bottom corner, but no, they're going to get the possession back, and they've really got the pressure on here.
So 40 seconds. Drew Bickerton, can he come around for a shot? And it does go off the helmet of Hal Drobing and will remain Rise's ball. And that's another great attempt. So absolutely crucial that they're maintaining possession here with not much longer to go. They're taking those shots and running the time down. And if they can get that last shot off, Rise will be in a good place going into the fourth quarter, just narrowing that scoreline down a little bit since the second quarter.
Yeah, I think they're being told to play for last shot here.
Yeah.
Make sure that this is their shot, their goal, close the game to 2.
So 20 being called. I'm guessing they'll want to start going at about 10. Wind another 10 seconds down. Will Prescott there, helped by Flisk on that pick, and now they're going to want to go. So blue is being called, just 10 seconds left on the shot clock on that call. So now it's a red call, finding someone in the middle. Oh, unlucky on that cut for Will Prescott, and there is going to be a long ball. So I think that goal stands because the goal was released by Heitzmer before the clock. So as long as it's released before the clock goes, that still counts as a goal. And
Absolutely. Oh, wow.
So I don't know.
Get that one, Thomas Heitzmer. Look at that. Look at that, Selly.
We're talking about a goalkeeper goal, and when we will see that in the fly event, and there is that goalkeeper goal, and I'm not sure if Hal thought that the time had gone, because he was there, but he didn't really go for the ball. And of course, it's not about the ball crossing the line; it's when the ball is released. So Heitzmer doing a great job just try that last buzzer beater goal, and he gets one to now get it up to 11-9.
Someone get that clipped up. I want to see that immediately. Love that. And that is momentum. You can see those guys are buzzing off that, and that's just going to annoy Hustle more than anything. That's just really not. That's just not good for that sort of team morale, that team vibe. You feel a little bit cheated, but you've just got to try and put that to the back of your mind. And meanwhile, Rise can really use that as an incentive.
Yeah, I think Hal won that back, but he's a super experienced player. It won't bother him, and he'll come out strong in the fourth quarter as well. But I'm sure that's one that he'd like to get back, and I'm sure that will never happen again against him. He will not let that happen. So love to see that for Heitzmer and Rise. And what a great goal for the Fly. This is what this event's for, to just showcase all the different things that Sixers can offer. And here is another great play.
Oh, I think everyone's enjoying that. You can see everyone's still thinking about it. Everyone's still looking back at it. But to be fair, I just watched Carnegie Brown giving her team talk to Hustle. Not really that animated, not giving it to her players, just making sure they know the job in hand. They've still got a 2-goal lead, and I think they know if they get things right in this quarter, they should see it through. But Rise, all the all the momentum from the end of that quarter is now with them. And again, quite an important face. If Rise can pick up this ball, you just never know.
If they can carry the vibes through, the bench is really loud. Everyone's got smiles and feeling confident now. So let's see if Cam Major can get it away from Nathan Wilkinson to one of his players. But no, Nathan Wilkinson gets it for himself on this one. But Bunio all over him. Rice players all over him. Now Tom Graham on that pressure. So they would have managed to get a few seconds off of that shot clock. And just 18 to go as we'd expected. And that is a loose ball. Thomas Heitzman out of his crease. But the ball going a little bit too far for him, so he will get back in the net. Just 10 seconds left to shoot. You can actually hear the audience.
Nice Huns there. Went low this time and finding the bottom corner.
Yeah, a couple of fans in the stands also helping Huns out to make sure that he knows that there's only 10 seconds left.
You can feel the tension. It's starting to build. It's really important for both teams to try and get the win out.
Graham off the pit. Oh, Prescott. Did that shot come from Prescott or Flisk?
Yeah, Prescott off to Flisk.
A great ball movement there, and Prescott such unselfish play. Initially making that cut, but handing it off to Flisk for that goal. So they had a late player. There's back Saucil, put someone down, low crease. Nathan Wilkinson's there. Rice just kept his eyes off, but Hustle not able to capitalise on a free player at the crease. But they will go again, and that will be an illegal pick, I think. So they're stopping the clock. So something is coming. Oh, so that's actually on Rice. Sorry, it was not an illegal pick.
Unnecessary roughness is the call. I think it might have been contact with the helmet, was it, I think.
Right, okay. So the pick was fine, we're guessing. So Tom Graham will sit for 1 minute. Unnecessary roughness. And this is the power play that we've not seen yet in this game. And Hustle with that man-up play. Brian Huns at the top. Will Brown as well in the mix. And that ready shooter spot. And Ryan Huns trying to find Tim Collins, low crease. But maybe a little bit too much of a zip on that feed.
Yeah, you see quite often from when he's looking for that shot, if he can't get it away, he tries to zip in that feed really tight. And if your player's not watching, if your player's just a little bit off it, it flies past you in a second.
That's okay. Tim Collins gets that back. And the free player on the crease, and great ball movement. Cross crease down to Ryan Huns from Will Brown. And Ryan Huns pressing this clear a little bit, but that's Cam Major, I think. The tuck shirt of Cam Major. So even now, Corey Carver coming backside for that feed, but just an unforced error. But Rice still able to keep that ball, but just 6 seconds. They need to get that shot off, finding player in the middle. Oh, I wish that if Bunio, that feed, if it was a little bit deflected, could have gone in.
Hustle going to be very calculated now. 3 goals up, make every possession count. Don't need to force things.
Yeah, and there it is. And what a great shot from Nathan Wilkinson.
Nathan Wilkinson there.
Just great placement. And I mean, he had that lane in and he took it. So, again, capitalising on every opportunity that they're given by Rise. But another quick answer by Drew Bickerton, just going through down the middle, past a few defence by Hustle. So still a 3-goal difference. Ryan Huns with the ball with Hustle. George Jury going down to Nick DiCaprio. 2-man play on the right side. Ryan Huns seeing Alex Russell, little dodge, and a shot and a goal. That Alex really Russell loves that little split dodge.
Yeah, really well worked there. They just moved the ball well and got the matchup that they wanted, and Russell just mastered just that little speed acceleration, gets himself through.
Yeah, and I think Rise maybe a little bit quiet on that. I think they could do it, bring the energy back, and definitely the comms on the defense just seemed a little bit quieter than before, but let's see what will happen on this offensive set just to try and bring their vibes back up. But
yeah, I think they're a little bit mixed between knowing that the clock's running down and they need to try and step up in the defence versus not leaving too much open and hustle call a timeout.
Rise will get an opportunity to come together to discuss a few more things, but 3 minutes 35, so about 7 possessions left if they use it fully. I think Hustle finding each other a little bit better now. I think playing a little bit closer in than previously, I think. Looking for
keeping it certain and safe and making sure they do all the right things. You don't want to give away a silly forced
shot or something. Yeah, that's
shot,
an easy
forced
save.
possession. You know, just make sure you use that timeout.
So just trying to listen in on what the coaches are saying. So Rise, let's see if they can apply some pressure to Hustle's possession. If they can keep them at bay and get in a few just quick goals, we could be in for a much closer game. And of course, just now 4 goals in it.
First job, see out this Hustle possession, really. That's number 1 key.
Yeah, and they will have 23 seconds to play with if you're on Team Hustle. Tim Collins with the ball. Able to get that shot off, but Tommy Heitzmer with that shot. Nick DiCaprio was free for a little bit, but Hilditch
Another
just
30,
resetting.
it's horrible for Rise this. They need to get out to it.
So Tim Collins coming all the way up the top, and another. Oh, that was not a save, so that is just off target. And Rise able to deny that.
Yeah, plan 1 done.
Yeah.
Defence
plan 1
seen off. Now it's number 2. Possession.
Tom Graham marked by Ryan Hans, trying to see if he can get under. And he moves the ball, and Albie Whitehead with another shot, but that does go
He
off
was just
target.
checked as he had the shot. The pressure was on him, and here the sticks.
And Hustle again, no rush. Corey Carver applying great pressure though on Tim Collins.
There you go, engaging high on the ball here now.
Blair Patrieva muscling his way in BTB, and that is a shot over the
Quality.
shoulder of his defender as well. Maybe he had the bet on with.
Good return there from Prescott, really needed. Yeah, no, but quality from Patriova, so we're going to see him playing for England at the Euros this summer, and he's someone with real flair.
Ball pick up to George Drury. Nathan Wilkinson up top, not rushing at all, and 2-minute call shouted on the bench. It will be stop clock. Nathan Wilkinson takes a shot.
Side netting. We've lost our in-stadium scoreboard at the moment, so we're just...
And that should have also... So, if you're watching on the stream, you're lucky that you have the time on your screens, but the scoreboard has...
Not quite sure why ball's going Hustle here. Just going to have to try and listen into the bench.
Yeah, so that was a clear shot into the net of the goal, so not really sure why that is Hustle ball. Why is that? Okay, I thought that would be a Heitzmer possession, but shot clock also not running.
And Russell's just scored.
But, so a bit of an
A little
unlucky.
bit of chaos
Yeah, I'm
going
not
on,
really.
but-
We'll try and find out exactly what has happened. The clock is not running on your screens, but the shot clock is back on the field,
Right, just
and
need
we'll
to
try and keep
focus
you.
here.
Yeah, and we'll try and keep you updated with how much time they have. But there's 15 seconds on the shot clock, and Hilditch
Right.
trying to take that shot. And 1:17 left on the game clock.
Rise are going to have to go full press here. They're getting right up the field.
Yeah, and that is exactly what's happening. So they're denying there's clear options, and that means Hal Drovang has to look for that long clear, and that goes out of bounds. So Rise needs to go a little bit quicker
Here
here.
we go, looking for Prescott to the middle. The feed's just just misses its target.
Score now 16-12 still. Been goalless for a few minutes other than that one that got past Heismer after that timeout where Hustle gained possession back. And Corey Carver trying to wrap around shot, but this one picked up by another BTB there by Will Pickett. Able to pick up that loose ball around the crease, and Heitzmer a little bit off balance after his first save.
Hard lines for Heitzmer, but looks like Hustle are going to come out on top here.
So it should be now 17-12 on the scoreboard. Apologies for a slight delay updating that, but just 20 seconds left, and Rice still looking for another shot attempt, but Hal Droban coming out. Bunio on him. And the hand is up. I'm assuming that will be a hold call. And Baythorpe just a little fumble there, but doesn't matter because he managed to find Blair Patreva for another goal for Hustle. So I think now the score is 18-12. And that is going to be Hustle possession again on that delayed penalty on Lyndon Bunio. I think Lyndon Bunio just trying really hard to get that ball back so that they can have a few more shot attempts, but nope, sorry. I thought there was a hand up.
A little bit of miscommunication between the officials. Just going to take a breather and sort it all out, I think.
So referees just speaking that there is a hold.
I think they've cancelled it due to the goal that was then scored. In the game, it's going to be a second win for Hustle, and they've shown their firepower. I think ultimately at the end in sort of the options they got up top, Huns, Russell, Pachareva, they've been able to just find the back of the net a little bit more freely than Rise have, and mixed with the work of Dwight Bang and goal, it's going to be another good win for Hustle.
Yeah, just 2 seconds left. Just sending the ball, Luca over the top. Blair Patreva has it. I thought he might have got a shot off there. But
there was another special one coming there if he'd have been given the time. Yeah. But no, good win for Hustle there. Again, a game that, Rise trapped them all the way. They were always involved. They were always close. But Hustle just had the edge, and they always seemed to manage it. Just as Rise looked like they might be swinging the momentum, Hustle were able to do something to counter that, stop that, and take the win.
Yeah, and again, a name that we said that we maybe perhaps hadn't called so much in the first half, but Blair Pachareva really heating up in that second half to lead the Hustle for a very secure win of 18-12 against Rise.
Yeah, just a formidable team. They've got options all over, and if they're not firing in one quarter, you can see them turn up in another quarter instead, and they'll be looking to go deep. They'll want to see themselves in that final again this year.
So a real highlight, real worthy, I think, game. That goal by Heitzmer to end the third quarter, I think it was, and of course 2 BTB goals. Haven't seen those yet, I think, in the tournament successfully. No. So there were 2 in that game both from Hustle. So we'd love to watch this game back. And what a game we have had. Of course, the scoreline a little bit further than I'm sure what Rise would have wanted, but a great Hustle team. That just is staying on top for now. Yeah,
I think as a game of sixes to watch, that was really enjoyable. It had a bit of everything, and that's kind of everything that you want to see in the game. It had a really good competitive spirit to it as well, as we said throughout. And obviously, one team's got to come out on top, and that's Hustle today, and they'll move forward to their final game today, looking to top things out.
Well, so that is it for Rise in the group stages. 1 win and 2 losses, but still with a win under the belt. And, of course, that is it for their group play of the tournament going into the finals weekend. And Hustle, 1 more game, but 2 wins. So stay tuned in to watch their second game after the next women games between Rise and Hustle.
Is that
Raise the tension. For the second cheer. It's one of those where we can do a fantastic cracking video studio as well. So you've got two people stood there like this.
Okay, welcome to the women's game on Sunday of the Fly. We just had two excellent men's games, now looking forward to an excellent women's game. On Hustle, we have number 46, Dylan Whittington, goalkeeper. Number 79, Izzy Zeeley, also goalkeeper. Number 12, Laura Beeman. Number 21, Millie Kantz. Number 41, Chloe Chan. Number 9, Millie Hughes. Number 3, Maddie Jones. Number 4, Minty Loxton Barnett, and also captain. Number 6, Emma Oakley, also captain. Number 7, Georgie Southern. Number 26, Charlie Wilson. And number 18, Sophia Wise. Head coach, Alex Carnegie Brown, and assistant coach, Andy Downing. We have number 7, goalkeeper, Livy Shellikins. Number 89, Romina Earhart, also goalkeeper. Number 3, Alex Drew. Number 6, Jess Gray. Number 8, Lauren Hartz. Number 9, Laura Merrifield, and also captain. Number 18, Freya Moody. Number 13, Jewel Newbora. Number 26, Emma Pierce. Number 11, Lizzie Rutherfords. And number 1, Anna Saunter, and also captain. Number 10, Hannah Whitley. Head coach is Kate Nelson-Lee, and assistant coach, Steve McDermott, who plays for the Hitching Club in Hertfordshire. When the time comes, we'll look forward to a very excellent game. And joining me will be Jane Lee, who is probably having her lunch break. Well, look forward to an excellent game. Stay tuned. Rise coming onto the pitch. Look at the mascot. Hustle coming onto the pitch. It's a hustle victory. How are you doing, Jane? I've got your spare sheets. Okay, let's do it together. I've got spare sheets. Yeah, these two are mine. You can take the other two. Yeah. Oh, nice. Is it here? Yeah, I got like Ali sent me a message and also sent me. Yeah, absolutely. I've already announced the names and everything, so yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, no, it's okay. It's just I already announced the name, so yeah.
Hello and good afternoon, and thanks for tuning in here to the Fly 2025 at Blackheath Rugby Club, coming to you live for the game between the women's Hustle and Rise. So Hustle only having played one game so far in this tournament, one game yesterday. Rise coming out with 2 games yesterday. So this will finish their group stages after this game. I'm Jane Lee here, joined by Kasim Ali, to bring you this game live from Blackheath Rugby Club. And here we go for the first draw. Laura Merrifield at the centre line with Millie Kant at Hustle. We've got starting goalkeepers Livy Shellikens with Rise, and that looks like Izzy Zeely for Hustle. So on Rise, we've had Livy Shellikens and Romina Earhart from Germany splitting their time in both games so far. But there it is for the first draw. Minty coming out, but there is going to be an illegal procedure. Minty Loxton doing a great job to get through to that first draw, but it doesn't matter. Hustle will keep staying with the ball. And here we go for the first possession of this game. Minty Loxton off to Millie Kant, down to Emma Oakley. Minty Loxton so dangerous in the Sixes and so good with the Sixes format as well. Just coming off an injury, but that doesn't seem to have phased her so far in the tournament. And there is a first shot, and that is a goal. Number 18, Sophia Wise for Hustle, the lefty, with an easy goal past Livy Shellikens for the first goal of this game. Hannah Whiteley now taking the ball down towards X for Rise. Cycling up through, down to Alex Drew, another lefty here for the shot, but that will be a save and a reset. Hannah Whiteley with the loose ball, and again back up to Alex Drew. And that will be a crease call. A crease call seems to be something that the refs have been watching very closely throughout the tournament and being called quite often. So players might need to just watch that, make sure they're really towing that line very, very clearly. So Millie Hughes for Hustle. Getting the ball up to Chloe Chan. Chloe Chan, her first appearance of the Fly 2025. Excited to see what she can bring to Team Hustle here. Millie Hughes trying to go underneath, but Laura Merrifield keeping a close eye on that. And also hunting down that ground ball. Oh, that just goes over the line, but great hustle from Laura Merrifield to try and get that loose ball, but trying to reset Chloe Chan. Looking for Charlie Wilson low. Beeman there with a low angle shot. I think that looked like it was maybe just inside. Not sure, but not called by the refs. And that will remain possession for the Hustle with still a new fresh shot clock. 26 seconds, but Chloe Chan taking the shot. Blocked with various sticks within Rise. And can Alex Drew get there? No, but Georgie Southern with the pickup to go back into Hustle possession. Hannah Whiteley coming out the loose ball. Freya Moody's also there, but Hannah Whiteley going all the way herself and makes a shot, but that's a save by Izzy Zeely. And a lovely long clear to Sophia Wise. Chesko really doing a good job to slow down that fast break. Georgia Southern making her way in. Trying to get it to Minty Loxton. Chess Gray coming up with the loose ball. A lot of purple sticks around there. Maddie Jones doing a great job to slow her down. The Welsh international under-20s coming into the senior system, Maddie Jones. And Rise opting to slow this break down. But Minty Loxton with another loose ball. Hunted down and off she goes. No numbers on Hustle, but will she still keep going? Minty Loxton not afraid to go through 3 or 4 defenders. And there is a delayed penalty coming to Hustle, so it will be short. A player down. Defense for Rise, and the first power play of the game here for Hustle. So again, the right personal on. Got Laura Beeman, Georgie Southern, Sophia Wise, Millie Kant, and Millie Hughes for the power play. The man up set. Laura Merrifield, Lauren Hart, Lizzie Rutherford, and Anna Saunter in for the short. Georgia Southern going under, managed to find that little bit of space. She's so good at finding that tiny bit of space between the crease and the defender, and managed to get that shot past Livy Shellikens for a goal for Hustle. So now it's 2-0 up, Hustle against Rise.
I think Rise were maybe expecting Hustle to take a bit longer there on that power play, but Georgie Southern taking that early shot, really finding that space.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually was their plan, but you know, if she can find some space, she will take it as well. A bit of free play coming there for Hustle.
Nice pressure there on Anna Saunter.
And Anna Saunter recognising that she's really close to the line, but no one there on her team to keep it in bounds. So
there you go, Zeely starting off the counter-attack.
Yeah, there we go. Charlie Wilson getting that clear off to Emma Oakley. Teammates on the England under-20... sorry, not under-20. Under-20? the England senior system, both defenders, so know each other very, very well. And also Chloe Chan, you've got the whole England senior system defending team on Team Hustle here today. Chloe Chan looking for a lane to shoot.
Oh, just tip of that ball on Millie Hughes' stick. Really
So
nice
unlucky
pick
there.
by Maddie Jones.
Yeah, and that was good vision by Chloe Chan as well, understanding that she didn't have a safe lane to shoot. Of course, you can be expelled from the game in the women's game if you hit a player on a shot above the knee. So players taking care.
We had some big shots yesterday, so I think players are being
Yeah,
careful
absolutely.
today.
Hannah Whiteley trying to get past players, but after Freya Moody takes that shot, and that's
Nice,
a save.
great save. Izzy Lee has been great in goal this quarter already. Huge stops.
Yeah, so there's a delayed penalty coming. Millie Hughes, is she going to take it all the way there and take the shot? She does take the shot. Doesn't matter because Purple will get the ball back. And there's a referee timeout. Another power play by Hustle. Slightly different personnel going on. They might have a few sets and a few different structures as well as power play teams for Hustle, so it looks like. So Laura Beeman, Sophia Wise and Millie Kent still staying on, and Georgie Southern, but Minty Loxton going in as well. I wonder if she came off earlier just after a little bit of impact, but here come the set of 5. The short personnel with Rye staying the same as before.
That ball just going off the side. Unfortunate. Hannah Whiteley serving the penalty for Rise. Not quite sure what the foul was for. I didn't see it, but let's see if Rise can hold on to this ball and get back numbers.
So Anna Saunter down. They'll want to kill the clock a little bit more. As you said, apologies, I didn't quite catch what the foul was there either, so I'm not sure if it's a major or a minor.
Great pack up from Lauren Hart there.
And Laura Merrifield just trying to weave her way through to see if she can get a shot off. And Laura Beeman picks up the ball, but that's great pressure from Anna Saunter with the back check. Never relenting.
So fast in sixes, you think you're away, but someone's always coming for you.
Yeah, and it's also very close, right? So a smaller field, so sometimes when you think that you have the space to also run into, you don't quite, right? Because the sidelines are much closer than you're used to. And there's a shot from Lizzie Rutherford, a little bit wide, feed from Lauren Hart, and great vision from her there, but ball will go back with Hustle, and they are now even strength. Chloe Chan finding Maddie Jones. Charlie Wilson there against Lauren Hart, trying to get through to the middle, but good slide from Chess Gray. Emma Oakley finding Sophia Wise cutting through with a great stick by Chess Gray, but Charlie Wilson's there to pick the ball up. Charlie Wilson will take that shot.
Oh,
and a lovely
bouncer.
Yeah, great bouncer pass. And I think maybe Livy Shellikins didn't think that she had a lane, but there is Charlie Wilson's goal. The girl can shoot.
Really
Don't
happy
count the defenders out.
After one was disallowed yesterday, pulled back after she had a great fast break. So I'm really glad she's got that to go today.
Yeah. Just great hustle from Charlie Wilson and a shot from Chess Gray that is going wide. Izzy Zealy asking for someone else to go and get that ball. It is a lot on the goalies to go hunt that ball down from the back line consistently after a shot. Of course, if a shot is off target, that is a straight turnover. And there is no such thing as the chase, is what you might have heard the term being used in the field. So timeout Black, 34 seconds. So they'll want to draw up a play here to try and make the most of the last remaining seconds. 35 seconds left. Hustle 3-0 up. They'll really want a bigger lead if they can going into the second quarter. So let's see what head coach Kieran Pegg-Milner will be drawing up for Hustle at this point. Rise, of course, they'll want the ball back to get a shot off. Not the best situation to be going in scoreless after the first quarter.
I think they've had some good shooting opportunities, but Izzy Zealy has been great in goal. Even with 2 doorstop saves in a row after a loose ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rise just getting their structure set up, and it doesn't really seem like a 3-0 game so far. I think they've had a good amount of possession, Rise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here, Minty Loxton with that shot. It won't be the last shot. There's still 20 seconds left. And apologies, we know Dylan really well. And she looks a little bit smaller than we're used to looking at her. So that is Dylan Whittington in goal for Hustle. Massive apologies. We should have known better, knowing Dylan.
Two great goalies for Hustle. Sometimes hard to tell them.
I know, exactly. And we were just on that little bit of silence that you might have, just discussing how great the goalie's been for Hustle, and it was Dylan Whittington, so not taking that away from her at all, but of course Izzy Zilli, another great goalie, just as expected from her as well. So that will be the end to the first quarter, score being 3-0 to Hustle over Rise. So Cass, what do you think of that first quarter, and what do you think Rise needs to do going into the second quarter?
I think Rise didn't really have a chance for any kind of more protracted attacks. Need to take a bit more time, bring that ball down, try and look for those opportunities that develop naturally, as opposed to kind of forcing some of those longer shots that a good goalie is always going to eat up.
Yeah, Hustle packing in quite tight, so the cuts were where we need to move the defense out of the middle to create a little bit more space. But I think, they're working hard in the midfield. They've had some good turnovers in their defensive area, but it's just converting at this stage, I think, that they need. And on the other side, Hustle, moving the ball really well, using behind goal really well to swing that ball, get it rotated, to get the defenders' heads turning as well as the goalies as well, and they're getting some good shots off and quite close into the crease, which
Absolutely.
are the higher percentage goals, especially in the women's game.
Yeah, and I think they could be 2 or 3 goals up more if they hadn't had a few mechanical errors, leading to some drop balls. They're definitely looking dangerous and looking like they have a plan when they attack, which I think maybe is what Rise doesn't have at the moment. It's kind of a clear sense of what looks they're trying to generate.
Yeah, so head coach Kate Nelson-Lee just trying to communicate with her team. I always like to slightly eavesdrop on some of their coaching calls to see if I can gain anything. But Rise is pumped, don't count them out. They scored 4 goals, I think, in the space of 2 minutes or something at the end of the game yesterday. So they definitely know how to go on a run and keep their confidence up. So here goes the starting 6 from Rise going in. And as we saw yesterday, Romina Erhard from Germany taking over from Liv Schelikens in the second quarter. They've been splitting a quarter each and going in 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4 for each of them throughout the tournament so far. And I think pretty much the same starting for Rise on each draw. So there's Alex Drew, Hannah Whiteley, Lizzie Rutherford and Anna Saunter on the circle, with Laura Merrifield in the middle. And of course Laura Merrifield going up against Millie Kant of Hustle. Chloe Chan and Emma Oakley back there as well, with Millie Hughes and Maddie Jones for Hustle. And Dylan Whittington in goal for Hustle. Sorry, Dylan. There is Millie Kant with a big push there to Millie Hughes. Sophia Wise coming out from the bench, but Maddie Jones, we'll see her. Sophia Wise coming up around the top, but Romina Erhard with the first save of the second quarter and her appearance of today's fly. Lizzie Rutherford getting the ball across.
It was a nice shot from Sophia Wise. She saw the alley, she took it. It was a good look, just a great save.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rise bench saying go through X, of course, get that swing ball around. Hannah Whiteley controlling that ball. Anna Saunter trying to get past Millie Hughes, and now Sophia Wise. So just 0 seconds left. And that unlucky, there was Drew just cutting, but just a little bit too late.
Too long to get that going at the start, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer, and of course 30 seconds sometimes seems like a really long time. Sometimes when you've taken almost a full 10 seconds to clear the ball across the halfway line, it doesn't leave you with much. And they're just a little bit of a mishandle on Hustle, but Romina Erhard getting that ball. Lizzie Rutherford at the centre, really tightly marked by Charlie Wilson, doing a great job. And Lizzie Rutherford just wants to get that ball across, which she does need to do, but Chloe Chan picked up, and seeing Emma Oakley at the top with numbers to Minty Loxton, and Romina Erhard gets a piece of that, but Minty Loxton able to put it past her, and that's just great heads-up play by Hustle, great vision, and really unselfish play to ping that ball to the free player when they had numbers up on the ride.
And that came from that really hard ride that they obviously pushed to get that ball back.
Absolutely. And Minty Loxton again, here she goes up. She's got Maddie Jones there, and with numbers. Yep, she does see Maddie Jones, and Maddie Jones trying an around-the-world goal.
Finish. She had the time and space, the best time
Yeah,
to try
she
those.
did. And you know what? Being deceptive sometimes works, as it did, getting it past Romina Earhart for their 5th goal of the day.
Let's see if Rice can get this one going a little bit faster. They had a good look to generate. It just needs to happen a bit earlier.
They have, individually they have some really, really great players. I sometimes wonder, they're really trying to play as a team. But 30 seconds isn't a huge amount of time to set something up. If you're used to playing, this, especially the field system, where we don't play with a shot clock in this country at least. Obviously, it's only just come into the international game in women's field.
Sometimes someone doesn't need to take a drive or a dodge to set things going.
Yeah, it's just that initiation, isn't it? But doesn't matter. Rise will get another chance.
Good check.
That's a good check, but that does just come off. So Rise still pressuring that, not taking the foot off the gas at all. But Millicant here will go down to Georgie Southern for another attack set. And Millie Hughes will take the shot.
Good, Anarchy. Great save.
I think Millie Hughes maybe taking off a little bit on that shot because Laura Merrifield being at the top. And Laura Merrifield, a very tall player.
And absolutely gets in there on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. And uses her body well to actually make sure that, they're in the way of the shot. And, of course, if Millie Hughes maybe pull that stick down a little bit, that could have been a dangerous follow-through. So also really good recognition from Millie Hughes to make sure that she is not fouling. However, just a little bit, I think, more on that shot could have gone the direction that she would have wanted to. But either way, great play from all three of them.
I've seen Laura do that a few times this tournament already, kind of be in that whole position and step into that path to kind of prohibit people taking that outside shot.
There you go. So Rice still scoreless, and as we said, we are seeing them take these shots, and it will count, but we've eaten about 3 minutes into the second quarter already.
I think Rice really need to get on the board, get a goal, and that will hopefully get them moving.
And I think once they get the one in, it'll be much easier to build that momentum through.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So now after the timeout, let's see if they can do something on this possession. So Freya Moody up at the top for Rise as well, the youngster. Now up in the England senior system, doing so well. And that pick and roll almost did work between Laura Merrifield and Freya Moody. But well defended there, and Millie can't come in with that loose ball. Chest spray all over that ground ball, fighting against Emma Oakley, GB teammates in the Sixes format. But Hustle able to still come up with the ball. Only 16 seconds left to shoot. And they'll move the ball in the middle well, and Minty Loxton was there and just trying to get a call, but really tightly marked. And of course, and there she gets a check back, still staying with Rise. But what I was going to say is, in the Sixes format, a little bit more physicality around. Different sort of calls, so, no calls such as check towards her head, that kind of thing.
No shooting space.
A lot more kind of condensed set of fouls, shall we say. And that's a lovely take by Lizzie Rutherford, but just a bit wide. So, the refs do let a lot go, and I think that's quite nice instead of having a load of whistles and stopping play all the time and killing people's momentum. But it does mean that players do have to get used to maybe a little bit harsher checks. Fairly, a few more sticks playing, and like that one is a great example of an empty check. You can empty stick check in Sixes, and just a little bit talking about physicality again. And here it is. Ooh. And there was a little bit of a check from Charlie Wilson, not called. And now it's getting really competitive, and Anna Saunter able to handle that pressure really well. It's really interesting seeing teammates. Of course, Anna Saunter, Charlie Wilson, teammates on the England senior field team going up against each other. So they're going to call a loose ball push, and it's going to go straight up with Anna Saunter, but she does have to wait for the whistle. No quick resets here in Sixes. They do have to wait.
I think players are going to enjoy this slight rest. It's been quite frantic up and down for the last minute.
It has, and you know what, Anna Saunter doing a great job. There's a little bit of feistiness going on, which I love to see.
I mean, all these players will still be friends at the end of this.
Yeah,
it's highly competitive in the moment.
Even in the middle of a game, you have a little, hey, how are you doing? Maddie Jones with that ball coming up. Yeah, great pressure, but Dylan's there. Oh, are they allowed to put it back into the crease?
I think so.
Pretty sure if the ball was gained outside, you can't, but never mind. Here we go. Sophia Wise with...
Righty bounce shot for her. Just went a bit wide. Romina
looking at Emma Pearce, looking really quickly ahead to Hannah Whiteley. No help there from her teammates yet, but Rise just getting into position. Cuts to the middle through Alex Drew. Alex Drew really, really dangerous on these cuts. And, of course, Lefty working that crease side, going up to Freya Moody. Freya Moody marked closely by Laura.
Oh!
Did that? Oh,
I thought
God,
that
I
hit
don't know
net.
where that hit, but I thought that hit net too. I mean, maybe we...
The umpires are much closer than us, I'm
Yeah,
sure they
they
would have called
are.
it.
Chloe Chan, I'm not sure why she, again, maybe used to just there being a chase in the field game, because, of course, if it deflected off the post and goes straight out of bounds, Rise do remain in possession, which they have done here. So they will go again. They had a 4:30 coming off that, and Hannah Wiley, rip!
It's a big save.
Minty Loxton here controlling that ball. So they've got numbers off to Emma Oakley and an easy
Oh,
shot. Emma
lovely
Oakley and
finish.
Minty Loxton working so well together this game and getting a pass from Romina Earhart. So just putting it down, just waiting for that whistle.
That was a lovely finish, lovely pair up from Minty and Io there.
Yeah, and that's just so quick. You know, and they know how to use the full stretch of the floor really well. Like, stretching that floor is crucial in the Sixes game because of how quick it is and how much of an advantage you can get by just being a little bit ahead.
And that pass couldn't have come any later from Minty because, you know, she had players behind her, Io had
Of
players
course.
around them.
And I say, well, let's see what it is. So I would like to see a little bit of a replay if we can, but they're saying Freya Moody hitting Laura Beeman on a shot, so that is a dangerous shot, so that will be a red card, and that will be it for Freya Moody, and it will have to be the in-home that serves a foul. So Freya Moody will be out for the remainder of the game, with Yulin Neubauer, the in-home for Rise, serving that 2-minute penalty, of course, not releasable. We saw another one with the Rise as well yesterday, but just a little bit unlucky. Laura Beeman able to get in the way of that, but it is a safety call. Of course, no shooting space call in the women's game. Sophia Wise, the lovely split, seeing Georgie Southern off the post again. A few posts there. Millie Hughes, a great grab off that deflection, the post, and there will be a fresh 30 for them to work with. Georgie Southern, sandwiched by two players in Rise with a great slide. Sophia Wise looking for a lane, and she does. She gets a lane. She thought about it, had a little hitch, caught Romina Earhart off guard, and just shot over the defense. Anna Saunter taking it up now for Rise. Seeing Lauren Hart at the back, but a great stick from the Hustle, and that will be a crease call going straight over back to Hustle. Just 5 seconds. They will need to push. They need to push Hustle if they want to get another goal. And I'm sure Rise will just want a no-shot situation, and they do manage to deny Hustle of an extra goal going into the second half. Sorry. But 7-1 so far. And actually, you know what? Just in general, do you know, you were here yesterday, and it's been quite low scoring for a lot of the women's games. Previously, we've seen, you know, goals racking up to over 20 in the Sixes game. A lot of it is designed to do that, you know, with the quick restarts, no draws. But just 7-1.
I think it's a testament to the keepers, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. And maybe even the team defense forcing bad angle shots and the wide shots as well.
I think compared to last year even, we saw a lot more rippers on the outside from the women's teams. And this year we're seeing people working harder for those inside shots because the goalies are forcing them to really consider the shots they're taking. I was watching some of the men's lacrosse, which I'm by no means an expert on, and it seemed like the shots were going a lot more, especially some of the outside ones. And it feels like the women's goalies are really, really stepping up and making it hard for players to find space on the outside, and the defence making it hard for them to find space on the inside.
Yeah, of course, and the difference is, you know, the difference in equipment means that it's probably less likely that the women will take a real big outside shot, because as we have seen, you know, just one hit and one little bit of a stray shot can lead to an expulsion for the team. So again, safety first here in the game, making sure that we are looking after all of our athletes that play the game. And now, as we corrected our mistake earlier, Izzy Zealy warming up in goal for Hustle, and let's see if she takes up the job in the net for the second half. So going into the second half, it's looking pretty confident for Hustle.
It'd be interesting
right
to see
now.
if they choose to slow things down a bit. They have been pushing those breaks and pushing those early shots in their possessions, actually, and Rise have been the ones that have been really pushing the shot clock to its limit. So it'd be interesting to see if Hustle has a strategy going into the second half, really try and take longer on the ball and preserve that lead.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point. And another thing is they have another game today. So Rise don't have another game today, but Hustle do. And it is on the next one. So, the next women's game, I believe. So, are they going to try and strategize, making sure that they're fully using the shot clock every time just to save a bit of legs? Maybe because they do, I believe, have to play Forge later. And they are the defending champions three times in a row, and they are the team to beat, and Forge coming into their third game with no losses so far in the 2025 tournament, and Hustle, if they win today, they will also be coming in with 2 wins. So will they try and think ahead of the game that they have later and maybe try and slow things down a little bit, because they're very good at those fast breaks. You know, Emma Oakley, Minty Locks, and they love pushing that momentum and just running straight through those ground balls and getting it up to the other side into the attack for a quick one. So
absolutely, I think there's always a risk, right, from a coaching perspective, to tell your team to slow things down. That can open the door to a comeback. It can open the door to that gap narrowing, loss a bit of focus. I think it's if we see Hustle slow down, it's much more likely to be in the fourth quarter. Maybe this third quarter they might be told to kill it, really try and keep pushing those breaks, make sure they secure this win. It's not in the bag until the final whistle goes. So even though they do have that game at the end of the day, probably want to make sure they secure this one first. I wouldn't count Rise outright yet. 6 goals. We saw them score, as you said, 4 yesterday very quickly. So they could be back in this game with a half-time talk and some new impetus behind them.
Yeah, and only half-time now going into the third quarter. So, you know, even something like if they're 3 goals ahead in each quarter, which is, you know, very doable. I mean, more than doable. We've seen it all day today and all day yesterday. That could, and a 1 goal just means everyone, you know, 1 goal is all you need.
And we know we've got some big goal scorers on that Rice team. That all of them are capable of kind of taking a 1v1, taking that team attack. There's quick goals can happen at any point, and especially in this format.
And so here we go. So the refs having a little chat in the middle as well. Just 5 minutes in this half-time.
Saw quite a lot of crease calls in the previous match. Was it Swift Forge? It's a bit less so this one. I think maybe players are starting to adapt to what the referees are looking for.
Well, we had one earlier, very early on in the game, and so everyone just looked around and went, "Oh, here we go again."
Yeah.
Just a little reminder, you know, from the refs that maybe we are getting a little bit close, but maybe the lines are wider than we're used to.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know how. I haven't actually gone that close to the goals this weekend, but maybe they're a little bit of a wider sense, so people think that they're far away from it, but they're not quite.
I'm sure all these players are used to adapting to the way refs interpret the rules in any given game, and they've all done a masterful job of making sure that they kind of keep that element of the game secure, so that they're not giving away easy turnovers.
Yeah, and actually, that's another interesting point is I think there are more differences, especially if you're playing women's field, than switching from men's field to Sixes. I think it might be less kind of different rule changes that they have to adapt to, but women, so many to adapt to, you know, including empty stick checks and walling.
We were talking about earlier with the chasing. That's instinct for so many of these players, that as soon as that shot goes, they're chasing after that ball. It's really hard to squash those instincts for a weekend Sixes tournament.
And of course, many of these players getting their Sixes reps in the GB program, looking ahead to LA28, but earlier than that, even Chengdu World Games this summer in August as well. So another season of experience, obviously, that people have gained since 2024, the Fly, and we're really just seeing some exciting Sixes across here, I think, this year as well. Just each year is just the standard is getting better and better and better. So starting off the second half, Hustle are a man up, or a player up already with that foul on Freya Moody with Rise. So we still have the in-home Yulin Neubauer sitting in the penalty box. So no draw to start off the second half, and Hustle will start in possession on a power play also to kick things off. And here we go. Ball in Georgia Southern Six, looking at the back for Sophia Wise, and she takes a big shot. And what a little loose ball grab by Laura Merrifield with that shot coming off the post. Tightly marked, as they can do with being a player up for Hustle. And lovely tuck under for Lauren Hart. And there's a top shelf, top corner finish by Lauren Hart, just tucking under her defender.
And great patience from Laura Merrifield to turn that into a slow break, take that ball to X and look for that free player.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lauren Hart, really shifty and very agile player. Played at Exeter for the last season, also in the England senior program.
That's the third or fourth of those for Hustle that have gone off after the kind of slow down pass on the side. Unforced errors.
right. And 32 minutes in the game, you know, every unforced error does count. Every possession counts, and that means every unforced error counts. But here we are, Rise again. Can they keep their momentum going up? Alex Drew up against Chloe Chan, now up to Hannah Whiteley. Chess Gray getting it back to Hannah Whiteley, of course, Scotland field teammates as well as GB Sixes teammates. Know each other really well. Yeah, lovely pick, lovely two-man play. Chess Gray can't find an opening though. And Emma Pearce.
Only a few left on the shot clock.
And they do get one off. Yulia Neubauer does manage to find a lane, safely shooting. Izzy Zeely now in goal for Hustle. And Izzy Zeely helping Chloe Chan with the clear. Now in Charlie Wilson's stick for Hustle. Minty Loxton swinging the ball over to Maddie Jones. Nice pick by Chloe Chan, but a great stick by Alex Drew, just relentless on the defense. Usually used to seeing her on the attacking end of the field.
I was just about to say, we haven't seen as much of Drew as we usually might, kind of known for those great rolls on the crease. I think Hustle struggling a bit to find that player in the hole.
Yeah, but here comes Emma Pearce from Hannah Whiteley, and that's a lovely save from Izzy Zeely. Her first save, I think, of the half since she stepped in goal. And Rise can just slow things down a little bit, use a full shot clock. They've crawled back to a 5-goal deficit, so no rush right now for them. But Hannah Whiteley, another shot. So there's 2 goals in succession for Rise, and this will definitely help with their momentum to try and catch up to Hustle's 7-3 lead.
I think we were talking about earlier with someone taking responsibility for that dodge, for that initiation. It's really working well for Rise, getting them back into this game.
Yeah, they look a bit like a different offensive set and team here. Really getting that off-ball movement as well and engaging their defenders. But here comes Millie Hughes off the helmet of Livy Shellikins, back in goal for Rise. And it's going to go Rise's way. I didn't see... Was that a crease ball?
I think so. The referee gestured to the crease. Not fully up on all the hand signals, but...
Okay, if it was a point... down like that, then that is a crease violation. And here comes Lauren Hart, really shifty again, just great footwork displayed by Lauren Hart. And there's a shot by Emma Pearce, maybe a little bit of a bad angle. Kieran Pegram Milner communicating with Hustle to try and get the field players to help out Izzy Zeely, fetching those balls. Hustle players all over that field, using the space really well. Millie Hughes, though, just going to run that ball down. Very athletic player, and Emma Oakley passing it down to Georgie Southern. Georgie Southern back to Emma Oakley, and a give and go. Lovely finish past Livy Shellikins, right bottom corner.
Georgie Southern giving up a reasonable lane, I thought, to find Emma Oakley for that free shot.
Yeah, and again, great vision from the England senior attacker. Huge experience under her belt as well. So 4 minutes left. Unfortunately, the scoreboard actually on the field isn't quite working. Anna Saunter with a shot and a great save by Izzy Zeely. So the scoreboard's not here, so you might overhear some coaches ask what the time is, because no coaches know how much time is left on the field. A little bit difficult, but they're both in the same position, so maybe a little bit hard to adjust within the game. But so that, I believe, came off purpose, so it's going to stay Rise ball. I don't think there was any possession actually after that deflection off the shot, so there's a full shot clock reset. And Sophia Wise all over that ball. But Rise so quick to get down. Look at all those yellow jerseys making their way down, making sure that they're slowing down that fast break. A great effort from them, all 5 of them just in succession to get down ahead of play.
Really impressive. What could have been a dangerous fast break, immediately squashed.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just great heads-up play by Rise. But Sophia Wise with the ball now, finding Georgie Sun at the top. A lot of yellow jerseys in the way again, and Minty Loxton just unable to corral that pass. And I think Rise holding the defense really close and tight, and that's working for them because there are a lot of sticks up, a lot of bodies in the way, and it's really forcing Hustle to have to make another decision to keep the ball moving on the outside. So Yulia Neubauer coming
Hustle
up with Rise.
Definitely we're looking for some outside shots there, and actually just too many Rise bodies in the way.
Yeah, defensively they're playing slightly differently. Like Hustle pushing out quite wide actually for sometimes what we're used to, and that's a great save to Izzy, and so unlucky. And again, maybe that's another adjustment because defenders can go in to stop a ball from rolling in through to the the back line, and maybe we're just not quite used to doing that yet in the Sixes
That's
game.
happened to a few of the goalies this weekend. I think the grass is very hard and bouncy, and sometimes that.
But if you're a defender near that crease, you need to get yourself in there to help out the goalie, because that rolling ball is the worst.
And their field of view is much less than the outfield players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got helmets on, so if a ball bounces up, it's really hard to see.
Absolutely.
But there is another red spot showing card coming in. That will be for Laura Beeman of Hustle. I didn't quite see that shot because I was looking at you. But I guess I had a little bit of a thud, so that could have been to a player.
Coaches are asking how can she get a red card for hitting her own player. I don't know if there was some hustle contact there.
Okay, so she might have hit her own player. That does still is considered as a dangerous shot, of course, because you could, you still need to have a clear shooting lane and make sure that that shot is controlled.
Well, sorry, I think it's Hustle defenders knocking into each other with their bodies, not with a shot. So I'm still a bit confused about what the foul was called.
Hustle with possession on that side.
Right, yeah.
Shot, but shot hit one of the players. I think I overheard. That being said, how can it be when we hit our own player? But unfortunately, hitting a player is still within the rules. And that's the, I guess, in-home. Well, I don't know if that was Georgie Southern, but Georgie Southern's definitely sitting in the box.
No, I think it was Laura Beeman who got the card.
Georgie Southern must be the in-home for Hustle, taking that penalty for Laura Beeman, who unfortunately will be out for the game. So an expulsion foul on both sides of the team for this game.
But I think the first for the weekend. I don't think we've had any yesterday.
We had one on Rise yesterday, quite late on in the day.
Right.
And that was in the last fourth quarter, so it didn't affect the game as much as it could do now in the third quarter as well. So 8-4 game, and there's a 10-second violation. Again, just players getting used to the fact that they do need to get that ball over, and sometimes if they've been a bit late and they're trying to run the ball down, they might not quite have enough time.
And we saw that a lot in the first year of the Fly, but players have mostly got used to that one.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little bit easier for the boys to adjust because, a lot of them playing box, you also have a 10-second count there. So maybe a little bit more used to doing that, and that's just a little bit of experience. But a snatch pass by Anna Saunter. A real momentum changer, I think, going in. And a great stick from EO. But Hannah Whiteley, so much patience. Fake high, but going low past Izizili. And they've caught up to just 3 goals. They're 7-1 down earlier now. 8-5.
And great patience from Chesko giving up another outside shot to find Hannah on the wing there.
Yeah, so such unselfish play. And again, as we said, they know each other so well. They're really able to find that using their peripheral vision to try and move the ball, get the defense moving as well. But Minty Loxton coming here from behind the crease. 14 seconds left. And Minty Lawson taking that shot, but a little bit wide. Okay, so I think that shot must have been Georgie Southern on the expulsion because Laura Beeman is on the field.
Right.
So maybe Laura got hit by Georgie, perhaps, maybe. Or whoever else it was. Because if it was Georgie that was expelled, she actually also wouldn't be sitting in the box. But let me try and go and clarify that with the bench right now. So, an exciting game so far. So, 3 quarters down, 1 more to go. The score 8-5. And if you're just tuning in now, you would have missed that massive comeback from Rise, being 7-1 down as well, and being scoreless actually even in one of the quarters. So, huge effort from them. And this is exactly what we talked about at halftime. Don't count them out because they know how to come back, even with a big goal deficit. And you know what? If they can do that again in this 4th quarter, we're going to have a very, very even game.
Have they kept Hustle scoreless in that quarter, or is it one?
So I think Hustle just had one
goal.
So that's a 4-1 lead
absolutely.
in that game. So if they do another 4-1 lead here, they will get themselves even.
And I do think defence is where the difference was for Rise that quarter. They really looked really strong in defence, and it made a big difference on the counter-attack and the patience to finding those goals.
So just to clarify, Laura Beeman is allowed back on the field. It was not Laura who took that expulsion. It was number 41, and 41 being Chloe Chan of Hustle. So Freya Moody also out from Rise. So they're equal in, they've got one less runner on each side. So going back to the draw, we're in even strength now, so the draw will take place again. No, sorry. Sorry. I literally just told you that there was someone sitting on the penalty chair and that we're even strength, which obviously can't be the case. So, because we have someone on Hustle serving a penalty and they are a player down, Rise will start with the ball to begin this fourth quarter.
Let's see if Rise can start off their comeback this quarter.
And having possession to start the fourth quarter will be an absolute plus for them. Coach Steve McDermott here saying use the clock. Showing the ball well, but Georgie Southern now coming off with that stick straight off the bench. Great effort from her, flying out of the gate. Now even strength now. And Rice still with the ball, and Laura Merrifield takes that shot. A lot of outside shots we are seeing here.
It's a big bouncer from her. It could have gone. It just went slightly too high. But kind of taking those bounce shots, take away some of the risk of those outside shots hitting a player above the knee.
Laura, she's got such a long reach and such long leverage to try and get her hands around her players as well. I wish I was that tall.
Exactly.
Or at least my arms are a bit longer, maybe.
Exactly what Georgie Southern just tried to do, getting her arms around her player for that shot, but it just went a bit wide.
So Rowena Earhart, as we expected, back in for the fourth quarter for Rise in goal.
Hannah Whiteley passing that ball, just leaves the stick of Julie Neubauer.
Sophia Wise looking for Minty Loxton on that fast break. Minty Loxton clear ahead of her, but just unable to connect that. Maybe the pass a little bit ahead of where she was. Chest Gray off to Emma Pearson, Laura Merrifield. Anna Saunton now working that ball behind the crease. She finds Hannah Whiteley. Emma Pearce trying to get past Maddie Jones. She does take the shot. Does deflect off Sophia Wise's stick. And Dylan Whittington back in goal.
Dylan back in goal, absolutely.
I should just stick with my instincts on the goalie. So Dylan Whittington back in goal for Hustle. Laura Beeman to Charlie Wilson.
Call from the coach there seems to have slowed down Hustle's attack a bit.
Maddie Jones off to Sophia Wise. Sophia look to get underneath, and she does, and that's a shot. And gets it past Romina Earhart. Sophia Wise slow to get up, but she is back on her feet, which
Great
is
little
good
duck
to see.
under her defender there to find that space for that goal.
Ooh. So Sophia Wise attempting, so is remaining on the leak for Hustle. Romina Earhart has come out, calling one of her players back to cover Sophia Wise. And a long ball out to Sophia Wise, but a lot of yellow jerseys around her. Georgia Southern coming straight through, and Romina Earhart, and that is going to be stopped clock. I think that might have been that definitely was a follow through, of course, because ball is with Romina Earhart. Didn't come off Lizzie Rutherford, but I think Georgia Southern's stick making contact with Lizzie Rutherford's head, and that will be a 1 minute major foul, not an expulsion for Georgia Southern, who will take a seat at the penalty box. So Rise will get to have a full 30-second shot clock to work this player up opportunity.
Hopefully they can convert this one and kind of narrow that lead again.
Laura Merrifield with a little fake. Anna Saunter finding Eula
Lovely
Neubauer
finish.
in the middle. There were a lot of purple bodies in there, but that didn't phase Eula Neubauer, able to pluck that ball out the end. And here comes Minty Loxton down, looking to go underneath, and a little twister shot attempt by Minty Loxton. So good with being creative with her hands and a stick.
Really
but
lovely
Lauren
little
Hart.
Shuffle step from her first to get that going.
And another very, very shifty player, Minty Loxton. And she's already there back, applying pressure on Chess Gray. Finding that cross-crease pass. I'm just unable to get onto Laura Merrifield. Of course, right on that spot, just a little bit further away from where she would have liked. But they're saying it's going to go back to yellow. Was that deflected?
I didn't see, unfortunately.
So I think it was a deflection because shot clock's not reset. So they only have 10 seconds when the whistle went. They do need to shoot. And that's a lovely wraparound by Alex Drew. But great save from Dylan Whittington. The ball will stay with Rise coming off that deflection off Dylan.
Millie Hughes actually got a stick to it and just flung it away there after Dylan saved it.
Oh. Has she...
Little back shovel to move that ball along.
Okay, interesting. And that isn't a delay, and that's allowed. The whistle hasn't gone.
Oh, great finish from Chess Gray. Just a little post, fake high, shoot low.
And great ball movement again there for Rise. They're really feeling it. They're within 2 of Hustle.
How long have we got left in the game?
And 3 minutes 35 left. So plenty of possessions for them to even things up. They can. Charlie Wilson with that big shot going off target. And now do Hustle want to use all of their time? But it's a tricky one when you're only 2 goals up, right? Because you don't want to go too slow, because all it takes is, but once you use all of the shot clock, then the ball will go back to Rise. It being this kind of back and forth system.
At this stage in the game, I'm sure Hustle are going all guns blazing and not holding anything back.
I would assume so too. I think 2 is a bit too close to use all the shot clock, because Rise will get that ball back whatever happens. You know, if they miss the goal or even if they score, they will get that ball back. And sometimes you don't need that long to score. You don't need a full 30. So I would also think that they are going to go, but maybe smarter decisions is probably what they're talking about right now.
I think both teams are looking really dangerous right now, so I think goalies are really going to make the difference in these final few minutes.
Yeah, you're right. Goalies as well, but if they can keep their team defense on point, slide well, so they can deny a shot. Of course, shot clock's another defender.
Absolutely.
On each other's team. So if they can just try and deny a shot, doesn't matter if they still have possession, because the 30 seconds will run out and they will get the ball back.
We've seen Hustle deny Rise shot clock time several times this game already. Maybe they just need to refine that energy from the first 2 quarters.
Yeah, and 1 shot clock down. And here we go. So Rise possession. We are even strength coming out of this timeout. Lizzie Rutherford off to Chess Gray. 3 minutes 15 left in the game. 2 goals in it. Hustle with the edge. 2 goals up. And here we come. Alex Drew on.
Oh, great read from Minty in the hole, picking that ball off.
Yeah, great read. Minty locks in again. Closely marked by Chess Gray. And
Not
able
been
to
giving
slow
any
her down.
space.
There is a delayed penalty coming. A hand is up, so Purple will get their ball back. Millie Cant off to Sophia Wise. And Minty locks in there with a rip, and
lovely.
That goal will go in. So, believe the hand up would have been for a minor foul, because that has been cancelled by the goal by Minty Loxton. So 3 ahead now for Hustle.
Really lovely stick control for that low shot to get it around her player and to deceive the goalie.
And lovely offside ask for Alex Drew. Great hands on her lefty side. And looking for Alex Drew again around the crease. She loves that cut. Coming around the back of the crease, but unable to connect that with Lauren Hart. So, Rise calling a play here and trying to slow that ball down. That does go out of bounds. And Rise really quick to get on this, and they will want to go straight away. So 2-minute call from the bench to the teams. Stop clock now to end the game. 3 goals required for Rise to even things up with Hustle. And they've had a good run so far in the second half after a little bit of a slower start. But here comes Hannah Whiteley, doubled by a Hustle. But Hustle players, and they both kind of...
Didn't quite find the free player there.
They didn't, but Jewel Neubauer still trying to get a shot off. There is going to be a shot clock. I think Jewel Neubauer just trying to tap that ball in.
I think
to
Rise
the back of the net.
This attack lacked some of the dynamism we've had earlier in the quarter from Rise. I think they're not quite sure what to do with it at that stage.
Yeah, so I like Julia Neubauer making contact with her defender there, and she will take a seat. Not a position that I'm sure Rise will want to be in with a player down with a minute and 30 left. And Hustle, I'm sure, will want to have a bigger lead. 10-7 so far.
Be interesting to see if they are taking their time with this shot attempt.
I mean, ball's moving very quickly, finding that cross crease. Emma Oakley into the... That's out to the side. I did think that she was quite low down around the GLE there. She did get that shot off, and I could see her trying to get around the goal, but just under. So, did you hear what he said?
I think I've seen it. I didn't hear what the ref said, but a few times when that ball's got trapped next to the goal,
so it's
if the
AP.
goalie didn't touch it, it goes back to the
yes, you are
shooting
correct.
team.
So when it gets caught in, it is alternate possession is called. So that is purple ball. It's a bit of an unlucky call because I kind of feel like they can get it out, but maybe it was a half of the goalies to get it out because you can't actually pick the ball up as a goalie or hold it in sixes. So Georgia Southern coming full steam on that power play, and that one is in the back of the net inside. Romina Earhart trying to get a loopy one out to Laura Merrifield because she was under a lot of pressure by Sophia Wise. Purple being a player up. So
Georgia
Rise
Southern dancing through two there to find that shot. Great movement.
Oh, great release from Laura Merrifield. And I think that hit the leg of Dylan Whittington.
Really well read.
And Maddie Jones so fast coming off, and a rip by Sophia Wise to get it past Romina Earhart. And surely has that done it. 11-7 lead for Hustle with just 30 seconds to go. You know, four goals in 30 seconds.
Hustle really putting the boot down in these last few goals. They know there's nothing left to leave on the field.
Yeah, and they're not taking their foot off the gas at all. They're still going to go. 18 seconds left of the game, and they're going to take a time out to draw up the last possession play for Hustle.
Really nice work. It's a shame Rice couldn't quite get firing towards the end there. They really did get very close to making a great comeback, getting within two, looking really dynamic. But Hustle really put their foot down on the pedal and really started pushing those fast breaks.
Yeah, and they did, and you know, we got to give credit to them. 7-1 down early in the game, and within just a half, they brought it back to 11-7. But maybe this is a little too late. And I feel like that has been kind of Rise's story so far in this weekend, is a little bit of a slow start and a massive comeback, but just running out of time at the end.
I think it bodes really well for the next weekend in Manchester, actually, that they're really starting to find each other, and we know they have that potential to be a really dangerous team.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll be able to find that earlier in some of the games going forward.
Of course, and that's the positivity coming through, knowing that they can do it and they can go on a run. They just need to maybe sort out some first quarter, second quarter jitters or tactics. And I think Rise will be a really, really dangerous team going into the finals weekend. But here come Hustle still, but no, ball picked up by Chess Gray. Can they get another shot up? Let's even it up. There's a delayed penalty coming with a hand up by the refs. And Hannah Whiteley finding Alex Drew, and that will be a whistle. So there's 4-5 seconds left, I believe, on the clock, and there was that delayed penalty coming against Hustle for number 4 Minty Loxton. Hustle taking a seat for the final few seconds, and they have 4 seconds in, as confirmed, 4 seconds, and if they can get a shot off past Dylan Whittington, that will be a great story and a great confidence boost going into the finals weekend.
Absolutely. Anna Saunders started with this ball.
Shannon, quick one in the middle. Rutherford was there, and Dylan Whittington trying to get it all the way down to the other side, but that will be game 4, the game between Hustle women against the Rise women, the final score being 11-7 in favour of Hustle. So Hustle now unbeaten and will be going up against Forge, also unbeaten, just with 1 win yesterday on their 1 game, and defending champions going into the finals weekend. So tune in for that game that will happen after the next game, which will be the men's game, another men's game, the final one of the group play. Cass, anything else to add for this women's game?
No, it was a pleasure commentating with you. Thank you very much, Jane. I thought it was a really great game.
Thank you, and thanks for tuning in. We will see you shortly.
Hey, Hustle, can we go our start? And then can we head back to the pitch? No, you didn't use it earlier. No, we're not doing this. You've got to do it. Yeah, do it. Come on. So why is Lawrence doing it? Emma's been doing it all day. Come on, so what kind of then? Right, okay. That's fine, I'm not complaining about that. I'm complaining about I would have been game time. Oh, that's nice. Yes, I have. And that's my plan. No, James you did 2 games this year. Let's do this though. You can do 2. I'll do penalties then. I could do penalties, so there's no problem. Fine, I'm off this game. It's fine. That's time to add now. Yeah, Tuesday one. Yeah, because I could put the heat down. See you next year, man.
Right, so after an exciting women's game, real thriller, we've got another men's game to cap off the day. So we've got Forge versus Hustle. Forge, who did very well in the morning and yesterday. Forge are looking to get another win, while Hustle, looking to fight back and hustle their way to success as they've done in previous seasons of the Fly. So, who have we got? We got Forge men, we got goalkeeper Jack Allen, goalkeeper Noah Arneson, number 21. We've got, not Jack Allen, Noah Arneson, 2 Leo Baythorpe, 44 Ed Loveland, 18 Josh Phillips, 16 Jack Robinson, 4 Tom Roper, who's also one of the captains, 30 Tom Arossa, 20 Zach Spreckley, 63 and also another captain, Dan Watson, 12 Drew Wilkinson, 9 Justin Wismer, and 23 Hong Kong Box International James Zhu. So that's Forge men. Now onto Hustle men. We have got number 4 Hal Dobeng, who's the goalkeeper, and also one of the captains, who's backed up by Eric Epps in case of any injuries happen. Who's also goalkeeper. Number 10 Ellis Baythorpe. Number 12 Will Brown. Number 3 Tim Collins. Number 29 Jack Crawley, who's Scotland international. Nick DiCaprio. Number 8 George Dury. Number 7 Ryan Huns, who's also a captain. Number 18 Blair Pakareva. Number 13 Kieran Ross Phillips. Number 1 Will Pickett. Number 5 Alex Russell. Number 6 Nathan Wilkinson. That's your Hustle men. So the game will kick off at 3:45 in 5 minutes. So until then, stay tuned. Just see Hustle and Forge warming up. Hope you've been having a great day today, because, not as sunny as yesterday, but still, very nice day for some lacrosse. And if you're nearby, there's still a few games coming on women's and men's, so do come around. Also joining me for this is Jane Lee, who's just been commentating the women's games and some of the earlier men's games. Right, we got the teams ready to make their ring walks, or pitch walks, as the lacrosse people might say. Yeah. I don't actually see it from here.
So, we go then away in the time for our last men's game of all action for Please welcome to the pitch, who is looking for zone 3 in the pool stages. It is the men's team, representing Hustle.
What's your name, sorry, by the way? Emma. Beetle. Right, so both teams getting ready. Jane, I've got looks like goalkeeper for Hustle will be Eric Epps, number 25. Okay, I've just heard that Noah Arneson is not 21, it is 44 for Forge, than goalkeeper.
And Ed Loveland will be wearing 21. So just a switch of a jersey there early on yesterday.
So Jane, what are you looking forward to this game? You know,
So both teams coming in, I believe, undefeated, coming on this second day of the Fly before the finals weekend. So it'll be a really strong match, and of course we've got Tom Roach, head coach of Forge, going up against Anis Carnegie Brown, but also the assistant coach Andy Downing, his own coach, or ex-coach rather, assistant coach at the England box program. So they might have similar strategies, similar thoughts. Let's see what they do here. But Forge, they've done so well on their bench management and getting their players down on the defence, denying a lot of those opportunities, but also pushing the momentum on the fast breaks on the other side into their offense as well. Hustle, they've had some pretty good games. Hal Drobank, of course, an absolute brick wall at the back, controlling that for Team Hustle. And I think they've both won their games by a few goals, so a little bit more room to play with on both their games. And I think this is going to be a tight one.
Absolutely. I was just talking to Tom Roach just before the game when the women's was happening, and he says that they think Forge might switch up their defense to more zonal play rather than man-on-man play. So if they do that, you know, looking forward to see how that pays off, whether it will help them or whether it will weaken them. You know, we'll just have to wait and see. But, you know, Forge, even though they're sort of dominating at the moment, that doesn't mean they're not already thinking ahead of what could come next and how the opposition might improve. So, yeah.
Yeah, this morning on the Hustle side, of course, Alex Russell and Ryan Huns and Blair Pachareva all scoring multiple for their team, and a really well assisted by actually everyone else. Tim Collins, Will Pickett, and Will Brown, the youngster, on the Hustle team. For Forge, we've got Tom Roper making his mark, also very, very experienced GB player, and also co-captained by Dan Watson, also a phenomenal player on that Forge team. So I think it will be close. Noah Arneson actually this morning also being an absolute brick wall at the back for Forge. So if he has a good game, I think it might be a battle of the goalies here.
Oh God, I heard that. Yeah, from Rise, Heitzman scored like the first goalie goal of the Fly ever. You know, do you think we'll get another one here?
Yeah, we could have another one.
Heitzman.
I think everyone's a little bit keen to get that going now. But we will see Eric Epps in goal to start for Hustle, number 25. I think this might be his first game of this tournament in this year in 2025. So let's see what Eric Epps can do for Hustle.
Eric Epps, or as his fellow players from Bristol Bombers call him, Eric DJ Epps.
So captain's toss just finished on the field, and everyone wants to just get going. All fields ready, all players ready to get going, but the refs just going to get themselves ready. George Drury on the face-off line for Hustle against Tomo Rosser, of course, the Welsh international.
My money's on Tomo already. I'm calling it.
So here we are to start the last men's game of the group stages going into the finals weekend here at Blackheath Rugby Club. All players ready to go.
Ooh. Let's see.
And a quick grab there by Ryan Huns
good.
of Hustle. No stranger to scoring goals here. George Drury keeping the ball to Alex Russell. Going down to Ryan Huns. Ryan Huns coming at the top with the first shot, and that's a goal past Noah Arneson. A very quick, easy goal, and of course, as expected, Forge there making...
Yep, Forge moving the ball around in offense.
Momentum. Seeing Vishma to Dan
Watson with the ball, Forge. Just trying to kind of get some openings.
So, try to find Robbo and Jack Robinson in the middle, cutting through, but Ryan Huns will start with the ball on that side.
Yep, Ryan Huns with the ball, Jack Robinson looking to put pressure. Hustle about to clear the ball right now.
So Hustle just getting their BTB practices in. I think they had a few BTB goals earlier.
Ooh, let's see if Hustle might set some off-ball movement here.
So that was Will Brown coming up to Alex Russell. That's a save from Noah Arneson. A quick
save.
look up, and of course this is something that we said that Forge will do a lot, is that push on the fast break. But Eric Epps coming out.
Eric Epps, good GB, now another clear from Hustle.
So Will Brown controlling the pace there. Great work. Eric Epps coming all the way out of the goal to help on that clear.
Yeah, no, good patient clear from Hustle. Ooh, let's see what they're doing here.
Ooh. Back up to Tim Collins here, trying to go under. See Speckley and Will Brown towards him. Sorry, not Speckley, excuse me. Jack Crawley there helping out on the right-hand side and trying to take that shot, but it will go back Forge's way.
Forge moving the ball now. Looks like that looked number
So it's Josh Phillips going down, up to Tom Roper.
Yeah, Tom Roper with the clear, good, patient, tactical clear.
And Bathorpe and Speckley also on the field for Forge right now. Tom Roper coming over the top. Will he take the shot? No, he's looking for a teammate. And Josh Phillips will take that rip, but off target. And Eric Epps fetching the ball again for the purple of Hustle. Score 1-0, Hustle up against Forge currently. The scoreboard on the field not quite working, so both teams they do have to keep checking with the bench to make sure how much time is left. So maybe a bit difficult on both sides, but something that you do have it on your screen, so not an issue for you guys. So Kieran Ross Phillips with that shot going just over the post, and here comes Forge. Slow break.
Slow break from Forge. Yep, just saw Nick DiCaprio coming on the pitch. Oh! That was beautiful. Who was the number?
So Nick DiCaprio able to handle that possession really well. Swim dodge past 2 players, still able to maintain position even though it was a slight loosey. Will Brown.
Will Brown with the ball. Yep.
Off to Ryan Hans.
Hustle moving it round. Patient play.
Unable to find Will Brown, but no, honestly just gets a piece of that, but that does deflect off towards it back into the goal for Hustle's fourth goal.
Fourth goal. Wow, 4-0.
Right.
Well, looks like it. Yeah, no, wow. Oh, that was a good goal from Forge right there.
Yeah, Baythorpe getting underneath a couple of Hustle players actually for their first goal of the day. So score now. Yep. Okay, so I think we're just adjusting the scores for you.
Yeah, no,
so
yeah, it looks
we'll
like the
update you
score.
shortly, but just a mishandled pass. Baythorpe and Russell.
We've been confirmed the score is 2-2 at the moment.
Thank you, Theo.
Dan Watson just cleared the ball for Forge.
Vishma here, German international lefty coming up. And Loveland still with the ball. Tomo Rossa looks to get underneath, and he does, and he takes a shot, and that is a goal. Past Eric Epps of Hustle, but Hustle, let's see what they can do here. Tim Collins carrying the ball up for Hustle.
Looks like we'll pick it with the ball.
Pick it to Tim Collins. And getting it over to the left-hand side of Baythorpe. Kieran Ross Phillips also in the mix. And there is a shot a little bit wide. Noah Arneson will have to go and fetch that. Or no, Dan Watson's going to go and get that for him.
Yeah, Nick DiCaprio just came on the pitch, but he's going to have to go back from offense to defense while Forge clear the ball with number 9. Number 9, Justin Wismer, who just took his time.
So Tom Roper coming over the top. A lefty rip. And that does go in.
Oh, good goal
from Tom Roper. A lovely rip from Tom Roper past Eric Epps. And that will take Forge slightly ahead now. Started off the back foot a little bit, but now catching up with Hustle here. Hustle. Ryan Hunt taking that shot. What a rip. That's a lovely burner past Noah Arneson. From the stick of Ryan Hunt. Maybe Forge not quite ready for him to take the shot. Hustle ready.
That was...
to redefend the ball. And here we go again with Josh Phillips with the ball coming over the top.
Oh, come on. That's like
Tom Roper coming up with another lefty shot past Eric Epps.
Tom Roper has some serious good lefty shots on him.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's really, really versatile player, really athletic, and there's now going to be a timeout called by Hustle with 2 minutes 15 to left in the quarter. So I think Forge managed to run away with that a little bit. It is quite quiet on the field at the moment. Do you not feel?
Yeah, no, I feel like the D should be louder, really, you know, like comms, but also even in offense, you know, like just saying, I'm the free cut, you know, just like that comms win games essentially, and the loudest comms is often the one who kind of edges it over the other team. So yeah, that's what I like to hear for the rest of the game. But yeah, I agree with you, you know, a bit more quiet than usual.
So Alex Carnegie-Brown, the head coach of Hustle, just communicating with her team, and how Duobang, one of the captains, also just pumping up their team, and not quite able to see Tom Roach there, but head coach of Forge just directing his players as well, going in after this timeout. Of course, purple ball to start. And it is a tight game as we expected. Just 2 goals in it, and of course we're still in the first quarter, so anything can happen in the next 24 or so minutes of the game.
I wonder if Forge are going to try that zonal D that Coach Tom Roach was talking about before the game.
They're quite far out at the moment, so they're just playing man-to-man. It feels that that's a nice 2-man defence as well, but just getting underneath for Will Brown, and that is a high bouncer. We've been talking about the field a lot over the weekend about how dry it is, so that like the high to low bounce is just going over the top of the post.
Oh yeah, that was a good save right there. I know what I'm saying.
So 2-minute call.
With the ball.
So that's a loose hold by Black going Hustle's way again. So that's another possession set. Can they do something? So Will Brown with the ball for Hustle. Cutter in the middle, and Tim Collins. So find Tim Collins, but he does get the ball eventually. Tries to go under.
Ooh,
Finding Crawley up top. Russell.
Nick DiCaprio with the ball.
To DiCaprio, and coming over the top, and he does rip and gets a top shelf. DiCaprio, and as the coaches are calling it, get back, get back. They did have a couple of black shirts ahead of them, but purple managed to catch up.
See James Yu coming on the pitch, number 23. Oh, and another goal for Forge.
Great goal for Forge. Not long left, just about a minute or so left in this game. So Will Pickett getting the ball. Little hidden ball trick. Ryan Huns with the ball though on the far side. Trying to find Will Pickett in the middle, but just unconnected, and the ball will go the other way with just 49 seconds to go. So Forge are not taking a timeout, and they will go up into their offense.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You know, these things happen. You know, sometimes the opportunity's there, but then it's close off in a heartbeat. But yeah, fortunate, but good attempt by Hustle.
Oh, so they do take a timeout. So I said that I think they might take a timeout, and they do indeed, because they will try and draw up something for the last play here of the first quarter. So Tom Roach is bringing his players in.
Let's listen and see what Tom Roach might be saying.
Yes,
to
I'm
his
just
players.
eavesdropping, of course. He likes, you know, the very structured game sheets, calling for his Crunch O to come on now, because they will want to convert this going into the second quarter. And if they can get a 3-goal lead, that will be huge for Forge. Both teams wanted to go up as the first seeded into the finals weekend, of course, and yet to have a loss for both teams. So, and one of them will have to come out on top. So, still not sure who it will be yet. Only 2 goals in it in the first quarter, and a long way to go.
I guess you know what they say, someone's always got to go.
Indeed. And a lot of the games we have seen, when a team has a run, they are able to catch up and overtake as well. So let's see if Forge is probably going to wind down the time as much as they can.
20.
So it's Ed Loveland with the ball. Still with the ball. Oh, and unlucky. There was man open in Vishma in the middle, but unable to get that. So
number 12 will
Andy
Brown with
Downing
the
calling them
CCO.
to push over the ball. Can they get this over in 10 seconds? Tim Collins with the ball, but he does need to get it over, and that will be a 10-second violation. And Tom Roach calling to his players to take the shot. Not many seconds left in the first quarter, but that will be it for the first 8 minutes of the game. Just 2 minutes in between the first and the second quarters. And the score still remains 6-4.
6-4 to Forge. Wow, you know, really, you know, good competitive game for 2 undefeated teams at the moment on the men's side.
Yeah, and pretty even as well. We've had some good shot attempts and a couple of unforced errors, but that's to be expected, especially early on in the game. Forge, I think this is the first game they might have they played only one game today? Yes, I think it is at Hustle. They've managed to convene and play a game earlier. So maybe connecting a little bit better. But Eric Epps in goal for Hustle with his first appearance this weekend, doing a good job for the purple players out there. And any standout players for you so far?
Stand-up players, well, I think Tom Roper's had a good few lefty shots. You know, lefty shots, especially for righty, aren't so easy to make work, but he's done that. Tom Roper, number 4. I would say, Hustle Eric. You know, Eric's, you know, for debut game has been sort of saving, you know, shots left, right, and centre. Ryan Huns also, you know, incredible job on him. You know. On transition, Justin Wismer, you know, has also been playing very well, and yeah, no, those are my personal standouts.
Right.
Yes, close game. You know, like, what do you think will happen? Like this coming, like, who do you think might kind of get the edge?
But I think Hustle definitely have it in them to crawl back, and if not overtake Forge. I think they'll come focused in after having the first quarter under their belts. But here we go for the second quarter, and we do have Leo Baythorpe in the centre for Forge against George Jury, and they're going to come up with it. Alex Russell with the ball with Hustle, going straight to goal, and that's a shot. But a save from Noah Arneson with a quick clear out to Dan Watson. Nick DiCaprio is there. A lot of purple jerseys. Trying to stop him on the stop. The fast break. Dan Watson still takes it, but doesn't matter because Eric Epps is there for the save for Hustle. Will Pickett now trying to get through to past 2 black jerseys, and they will take it slow with Ryan Huns controlling the pace of that ball. Back up to Will Pickett. DiCaprio trying to go underneath. 10 seconds counted. That's a lovely look. Cross crease.
Oh, that's a fast break by Forge right there. They're going to capitalise on it.
And they don't. And no deflection of the keeper, so that will go Purple's way. That Drew Wilkinson did a really good job to try and force that pass from Baythorpe.
Even though that didn't go in, that will definitely unsettle Hustle and make them think we need to do a little bit more in offense to avoid something like that happen. And if anything, get back to defense quicker, because you can't let Forge have a fast break.
And there's a shot by Jack Crawley, but just off target, just wide. But a great attempt actually still. Drew Wilkinson taking the ball up for Forge. So Phillips trying to get underneath past Ryan Hans. An easy save for Eric Epps. And there will be something coming. I think there was a crease call. Yeah.
Crease violation.
Yeah, so they are going to bring the ball back. And it still would have been purple ball anyway. Gives Forge a little bit more time to reset, and that's okay. Tim Collins. Down to Will Brown.
It's Tim.
No help there, back up to Tim Collins. There's a pick coming by George Drury with help from here. Tries to find low crease, but unable to connect that pass to Kieran Ross Phillips.
Oh. What's going on there? That was sacked Spreckley.
Yeah, Speckley was so shifty there. That is going to come off the stick of purple, so it will remain black, but no shot clock reset.
Yeah, that was Justin Wismore with the shot just right there. So yeah, black retained the ball, Tom Roper with the ball. We're going to get another lefty shot here.
So a great look to Speckley in the middle.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Zach Spreckley in the right place, but just...
Yeah, I don't think he was actually ready for that shot to come, but that's great vision from Roper, drawing those two players. And now Hustle reply the other end with a goal past Arneson.
Yeah, 6-5 Forge at the moment. Ooh, looks like Tomo Rossa. Recognise that stocky build anywhere. Ooh,
So
get a shot.
going down the middle.
Oh.
Eric Epps with a great save. Picked up by Will Pickett. They're going to want to clear the ball. A lot of pressure against Tomo Rosso, but doesn't phase
Eric
Will
Epps
Pickett.
to number 12. That was Will Brown. Oh, Will Brown's playing incredibly well today. Some good
Yeah,
clears.
for a youngster as well. Very, very young, and I think it might be his fly debut, but doesn't seem to be playing like a really experienced player. Baythorpe trying to go underneath.
Like
Ryan Hans, will he take that shot? No, Tim Collins there. Going under, and does manage to get a shot off. I think it might have been just not on time, but it does have to start. So that hit the goalie, so it does have to start with the goalie after that violation, and that will go up Forge's way, but it will be a slow break. Jack Robinson helping with the clear to Baythorpe.
Just heard Tom Roach tell Forge, share the ball.
Yeah, share the ball. And they're really working that two-man side, but Dan Watson going all the way in by himself with that shot and a goal.
I mean, they did share the ball a little bit, but yeah, no, they still...
Yeah, he didn't share the ball, but he managed to get underneath anyway.
Well, they still shared it a little. They said share it, didn't say how long you need to share it for. So now that's Hustle with the ball. Nick DiCaprio doing some very cool stick work.
Yeah, great swim from DiCaprio past Baythorpe, but Noah Arneson with a save. A load of pressure from Hustle's Kieran Ross Phillips on the Forge's clear.
That looks like Drew Wilkinson with the ball at number 12.
Yeah, and that's managed to wait 15 seconds of Forge's shot clock, and another good stick from Dick DiCaprio. That came off purple, so it should be a black ball. That was off purple, but they're gonna stop the clock. So that will go purple ball. I thought it came off purple stick, and that's why black left it, but...
Looks like the refs judged it was a CTO from Nick DiCaprio. CTO from Nick DiCaprio. Perfect rhyme.
So Ryan Hans with the ball, seeing Will pick in the middle, and he managed to get that shot off. Great hands, but missing the target
Still, Will
But that
Pickett
was
was
great,
in a really
yeah.
good place right there.
And really good awareness for him, trying to release that quickly and just going underhand.
Once again, Tom Roach telling Forge, share the ball. Use everybody. You don't need to drive just yet, you know.
Vishma back to Tom Roper, VTB, but that does get saved by Eric Epps. Can Hustle come up with the ball? So that's will be a reset. Speckley trying to find Vishma, and that will get past Eric Epps for another goal for Forge. Been goalless for a while now, so that's good for Forge to find the back of the net, and now can Hustle answer?
That was a good goal
Alex
by Justin
Russell.
Wismer back there against Eric.
Crawley.
Oh, they
Again,
missed.
just wide, but they are taking the shots.
I think both teams now should look to try and make the possession count as much as possible, with little, like, in terms of unforced errors, because the score is still close. Anybody's game.
Tom Roper. Seeing Loveland still with the ball. Swinging all the way to Dan Watson, and he's got space underneath, but Dan Watson coming over the top, and a shot and a goal.
Well placed
And
by
a
Dan
rip.
Watson.
And Dan Watson again with that turnover as well, straight away, but no numbers.
The CCO from Dan Watson, perfect intercept.
I think the fact there was not many black shirts around him, and I think that's a testament to how quick Forge are heading their players back up to the defensive side to make sure that they're slowing down any fast breaks and leaks. So that's just really good bench management from Forge. But George Jury forcing that shot, and George Jury still coming up with a ball with a successful affair going Hustle's way. So Will Brown taking the ball up, taking a slow break. George Jury coming off after a great clear from him.
Ball is with number 15.
That's Phillips. Phillips working with Baythorpe on the left side. Lovely pick and roll, using X to cycle the ball around. Nick DiCaprio here taking a shot, and that's a score. Another one by Nick DiCaprio, and straight down he goes to make sure that the defense is covered. Great awareness from him. Tomo Rossa under pressure, and they will take a timeout. Tom Roche taking another timeout with 21 seconds to go. So, as expected with possession, I kind of lost track of how long we have left in the game because the scoreboard's not working, but 20 seconds just left, so a smart timeout by Tom Roche to try and convert this last possession for the team. 3 goals ahead. I'm sure they'll like another going into the second half for a little breather.
Yeah, Forge almost close to hitting double digits at the moment.
Yeah, quite a high scoring already. And I mean, Hustle's still doing a good job on good clears. I think Forge just their general plan of getting their bodies down and substituting well is really paying off for them. But here they will go for a slower offensive set to try and use all 20 seconds, deny Hustle of a further possession. And now what will Hustle do in response to this timeout in their defensive end? So the ball will start up top.
That is ball up top, number 12, Drew Wilkinson.
So the two left on the side, Dan Watson looking like he wants to help out. Vishma ready for that pick. Vishma now is going to go 10 seconds left. Watson rolled out of that pick. Doesn't matter. Vishma is going to have a rip right down the middle. Loads of time and space for Vishma to let it rip, and that will be.
That was decided.
Was that ruled a no goal?
It was ruled a no goal. I think it just happened after the horn. So yeah, that will not stand.
I thought Vishma shot that way before.
But Ben Lipinski just kind of gave the no goal.
They say no goal, but I don't know if the keeper had then dropped it and the whistle hadn't gone yet.
I think the refs are discussing it right now because there seems to be.
They're discussing it. They can't award a goal after they've ruled it a no goal, so it just might be one ref clarifying to another.
Let's see what they come up with. See what they decide. Yeah, the refs look like they have yeah, it looks like refs have ruled that goal no goal.
Okay, so we must have missed a shot from where we are standing. So there was another shot after the one by Vishma, but of course the shot not released and did not leave the stick before the horn went, so that will not count. So of course it's about when the ball is released from your stick that matters on a goal. So no goal for that, and the score will stay at 10-6.
Still a good place for Forge to be, you know, double digits, 4-goal lead, you know, a bit of a breather, you know, can't relax too much, but still they'll be happy with this going into the next quarter.
And coming out of that timeout, they did really well to make sure that they gained possession for 10 seconds and really started their initiation into goal with just 10 seconds left, managed to get that shot off really, really late in that game clock to try and use all the time that they had. So really smart play from Forge, coached by Tom Roach. But now we have Hal Drobeng warming up in goal for Hustle. So he is, I assume, expected to come in for the Hustle defense.
Yeah,
into
I mean,
the
Hustle
second
are
half.
down a bit, so I guess maybe Hal, they want to kind of maybe shake things up in the defense, you know, kind of change it around. I mean, yesterday we saw when Swift changed the keepers, you know, kind of they were on the sort of losing end of the team. Do you think that this will make a difference to Hustle, or do you think, you know, it might maybe because new goalkeepers need to warm up, it might hinder them a little bit?
Well, no, I think Hal's warming up now, so I think he will be pretty warm when he goes in. And sometimes, you know, Eric Epps has had a good half so far, but sometimes it's just a bit of a mental switch up for the teams. Nothing to take away from Eric Epps, but just a different voice sometimes puts in a different vibe to the team. And of course, Hal Drobeng, such a good leader and a smart player, able to kind of work that defense and lead from where he is in the net. But also, it's, you know, it means that Forge also has to adjust a little bit. They're used to shooting on Eric Epps for 2 quarters now, but now they have to go up against Hal. So they're not, you know, they're going to be different, and where they might have shot previously against Eric Epps might not work, so they're going to have to also switch that up. So it also means that Forge have to adjust as well, which is another reason why Hustle might be changing it up. But, you know, Hal, again, a brick wall at the back and really, really sturdy to maybe boost that confidence so that they can make some defensive plays in purple.
Yeah, no, I think by putting Hal in, one of the advantages is that, you know, Forge can't get into a rhythm of knowing what to expect when shooting, because Hal is now in and not Eric. Doesn't mean just a different keeper, but also a different formation of defense, different call, slightly different reaction times, you know. All of that is just instrumental in terms of offsetting your oppositions, because when you can sort of slow down the rhythm of your opposition, that's how you kind of get momentum back into your control, and that might be what Hustle are trying to pull off here by switching the keepers, especially with a keeper as good as Hal in the second half.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll be a great voice leading them, and he does indeed go into the goal. So here we are, ready for the face-off for the third quarter.
1 minute.
Refs still want their remaining 1 minute of timeout, and what a great job they've done throughout the weekend as well. A pretty small squad of referees, and of course, for everyone, Sixes is a new format, including the referees, so really nice to see them adjusting as well and having kind of a nice mix of both female and male referees for both the women's and the men's games, so love to see that in our sport.
Looks like Tomo's on the face again, Tomo for Forge.
And George Dewar again for Hustle. So it looks like Tomo and Leo Baythorpe, my bad, are mixing it up at the centre circle. But Tomo Rosso almost coming out with that, but unable to keep it in his stick. And that will come up with Kieran Ross-Phillips of Hustle. And Kieran looking to go all the way in, but just deflected off by Noah Arneson. There's another shot by Ryan Hans, and Arneson with a clean save this time. And Arneson done a great job actually without Jack Allen, who is in the Forge team, but there is another goal for Forge as well, so there's another goal up. They seem to be very quiet. Forge, even after that goal, no celebration, is still kind of talking about something. But nevertheless, one further goal up for Forge. George Jury carrying that ball up towards Ryan Hans, back into Phillips. DiCaprio here looking for some space against Dan Watson, can't go underneath.
Yeah, I think Forge are just kind of taking it serious now. Even if they score, just like focus on what's next. It's still a close game. We don't want to get complacent.
Yeah, and actually the red call was coming from the bench. Not long left, but Ryan Hunt's able to get a phenomenal shot up, but it doesn't matter. Vishma
Beautiful.
replying straight away on the other side, but nothing to take away from Ryan Hunt's goal earlier on with a rip.
Ooh.
So Hustle coming up with Ellis Baythorpe on the left side, finding Will Brown. Will Brown just pulling it out, trying to work that two-man system with Baythorpe up top. Tim Collins swinging the ball to the other side. Crawley has a lane there, and Will Pickett takes a shot around his keeper, but wide.
That was a block shot.
And I think that was a tip.
It's a block shot by Drew Wilkinson, number 12.
Right, that was a tip, right? But, I mean, doesn't matter. Refs are calling it black ball.
Yeah, still good block shot from Drew, kind of timing that. And
yeah, unlucky for Hustle not to get that possession back, but it is what it is with the game. James Dew swinging the ball back up. And another goal.
Oh, shame. Looked like Leo Baythorpe might have been setting something up there from being far out.
Ellis Baythorpe to Tim Collins. Down to Will Brown. Phillips also in the mix. Tim Collins seems to be holding high, controlling that tempo. Playing two-man on that side. They're calling to swing the ball to that side, but Tim Collins will take it himself. Try and get that shot off, and he almost does, but just a little bit of a bad angle. Not able to find the back of the net. And score. Scoreboard now working on the field for everyone who is here, and 13-7 for Forge.
13-7 for Forge at the moment.
5 minutes to go.
Still quite a bit of time in the game,
Yeah, and Forge taking it pretty slowly actually at this time.
I bet Tom Roach was saying, we're ahead, so let's not rush things, let's maintain possession as long as possible, because as long as we have possession, they can't score. That looks like Tom Roper who moved it.
So a shot, and that's a lovely save by Hal Dwebang. I think his first of the quarter.
I have to say, I know it's still in the Forge's favour, but looked like putting Hal in has kind of strengthened the Hustle defence a little bit. Oh, and
yeah,
look.
And Nick DiCaprio had so much space. Dodge to go underneath, roll over the top, and a lovely shot past Noah Arneson. And here we go, Hustle back up to catch up 13-8 to Forge. Forge using X, cycling the ball. Swing all the way to the top, but that's a mishandled ball, and that will be another opportunity for Hustle to narrow the gap. So they're saying they're trying to get fresh legs on.
It looked like, unfortunate on Jack Robinson over and back for Hustle.
So they need to start up at the top.
Will Pickett with the ball. Will Pickett number 1. Hustle will look to move the ball around, maybe take a bit, take a bit of time, make the possession count.
Pickett splitting underneath, still trying to go underneath, but Vishma, great D on him, but it doesn't matter because he's seen Ryan Hans wide open in the middle, and that will be another goal. And
brilliant goal from Ryan Hans. Well timed, well played, well shot.
Tom Roper just able to keep that ball in, and Tom Roach wants another timeout to speak to his players. So now I think it should be 13-9 for Forge on the scoreboard. 3 minutes 38, so quite an early timeout for Tom Roach, but he is looking like he's drawing up a play, just trying to get his attackmen just a little bit better organised.
What's funny? Tom Roach, T for timeout because of how many timeouts he's pulled out of the bag. But also, timeouts kind of slow momentum. Get you to when you use them right, they kind of get you to sort of think about things ahead. What you want to set up, trying to make the opportunities count, which is what you need in close games like this one. And I wonder what he's kind of cooking up for them right now. Same with Hustle. Andy Downing's kind of discussing their end.
So here we go. So the timeout over with Forge's possession. In the third quarter, the score is 13-9 to Forge.
What I heard Andy saying, hands and go out, put pressure, almost like we need that ball rather than just straight up defend. Yeah, that's what Hustle want to be doing right now, to kind of just slow down Forge as much as possible.
I think they just want to kind of deny everything, but Forge pulled out really wide, and Hustle applying that pressure quite wide as well. But there's Vishma getting underneath.
Brilliant.
And just
Brilliant
right
slip
on the
underneath.
crease against Hal Drobang. Really hard save. And they get themselves on the board again. Nick DiCaprio coming over the top. Doesn't have a lane.
Lane, Nick DC with the ball. Well, not what was with the ball. Let's see.
So Crawley passing it over to Will Brown.
Brown.
Will Brown up top to Alex Russell.
Alex Russell.
Over to the left side. Oh, I thought that might have been a bit of a slash, but no.
That was a
it doesn't
CTO by
matter.
Tom Roper, who's just cleared the ball. He's going straight to goal.
And Hal with a great save, and he's going to go out and chase the ball himself. And that will be in the back by Roper. So Hal Drobang with possession. Slow to come up. And Nick DiCaprio with the ball again. Yeah, the whistle. I guess the whistle. The whistle hadn't gone. That's a slow whistle from the refs. But I think the clock is still going.
Clear from Nick DiCaprio. Yeah, no. Hal and Tom, play against each other in club lacrosse for Hillcroft and Spencer, so they know how each other shoots and saves. Good matchup.
Ryan hands down to Baythorpe. They're saying shoot, but still 2 minutes left. Baythorpe looking for Tim Collins up top. Ryan Hans.
Come on. Oh, yeah.
Blue court, 10 seconds left. 7, 6,
5.
And trying to get under for Baythorpe. They do need to get the shot off, and they do, and that does deflect. So that is going to be... Oh, no, sorry. Apologies, that didn't deflect off No Honest, so it will be a black ball. Andy Downing on the bench, telling his players to react, get down. Be ready for the defensive set, and they are very well settled in. Forge now setting themselves in offense, pulling really, really wide again. Tom Roper wanting his players to go off board, but it doesn't really matter because that is another goal for Loveland that's just going to take it in himself through the middle.
Ed Loveland loves him some goals.
So that's a timeout by Hustle.
Said not to read that. What do you think they'll be discussing this time out, both Forge and Hustle?
So I think, the defense, they are putting out quite wide. Sometimes I think they were giving some room underneath and they were kind of choking up quite high, but maybe applying, breaking down of the feet, just applying a little bit more physical pressure. Sometimes just getting on hands, I guess, at that end. And on the attack, they are getting the shots off. It's just a little bit wide. They have had a few good bounce attempts, but again, with the very dry ground, they are going over. But I think Noah honestly needs to be moved a little bit. He's doing a really good job reading those shots, and Hustle not able to get on the inside as much as I think they're wanting to. A good two-man plays, however, that they're doing, so they just need to capitalize on those. But we've got a full quarter and almost 2 minutes to go, so still quite a lot of time, and Hustle just need to try and get some momentum.
Okay.
Ryan Hans takes a rip, and that goes in, and they would have liked that after the timeout. Tom Rosso now with the ball. The difference just a 15-10, 5 goals in it. And of course, we still have another full quarter to play.
That was a good goal from Ryan Hunt right there. Took his time, placed the shot well.
Vishma, been so dangerous this game, passes off. And that is a goal.
Looks like it bounced off of Hal's stick there. Ryan Huns with some cool, slick, Strictly Come Dancing lacrosse moves.
So Drew Wilkinson on the other end of the ball, but there will be a hand up. I think that will be. They did put their hand up.
Ryan Huns with the ball.
So do they call a loose ball push on that rather than an actual push? But their hands were up, not just the whistle. But it will be just even strength. Nick DiCaprio now against Tom Rosso. Has a bit of room. Tim Collins is there to help. Still recycling on that two-man on the righty side. We'll want to get that shot off Tim Collins, passing up to Ryan Hans and a shot, but just wide.
Jane, did you see, was that a block shot or?
No, that was just a clean wide shot. So Drew Wilkinson seeing Watto, Dan Watson rolling in to try and get that last shot off, but that will be it. And Dan Watson shouldn't be taking that shot after the horn goes, but we'll let that one off. Of course, we have seen some players being penalised taking that shot after the whistle has blown or the horn has sounded. So got away with it there for Dan Watson, but Hustle regrouping to try and set some plans up to try and catch up to the 6-goal deficit. It is a long climb, but we still have 8 minutes left. They've got more possessions than they necessarily lead if they can convert every single one of them and use the full 30. So it will be a hard job. So what I mean, both sides looking, Forge not necessarily looking as if they're done. So and I think that's a good mentality to be in. Look, they've got another 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes is all it takes for them to just be focused and go into the finals weekend top seeded and unbeaten in this year's Fly.
I mean, yeah, Forge, like, they're ahead at the moment, so they're probably just going to try and hold the ball as long as possible. You know, like, don't like rush anything unnecessarily. Defend, you know, kind of keep Hustle as far away from goal as possible for, you know, as long as possible. And yeah, no, like in that way, you know, they can make the difference because they're ahead. So the sort of momentum's right now on their side. Whereas Hustle, you know, they're still in the game, so maybe they're just kind of trying to think of starting this quarter strong because that's their best bet right now if they want to turn this game around.
Yeah, no time to be complacent though. You know, they want to be taking all their time and not go to goal at all because 6 goals you can catch up with 8 minutes in
Especially
play.
in this format, it goes so quick. So 6 goals, 8 goals, maybe even 18 goals can be scored literally in a heartbeat.
So Leo Bathel back in the centre, as expected. He seems to be having taken the second and fourth quarters of the face-off, but George Jury staying in for Hustle at the face-off line. And we have the first one that picked up by Dan Watson. Easy look over to Drew Wilkinson. A nice roll movement, but there is Hal ready. And that's a lovely quick clear from Hustle. Hal with an early save, giving a boost to his team in the fourth quarter. And there's a shot and there's a goal, but that is corner crease.
Do you notice that when games come tight and close, that's when Hal really comes out of his cage and he starts to shine? Because I've seen a trajectory with Hal's performances that when there's close games, that's when he's just saving on all cylinders, and wider games, that's when he's kind of
I think he's actually pretty consistent, but yeah, you don't want to get him hot, and in the crucial moments, that doesn't seem to bother him at all, and that will be a post, and it will stay with Black. But yeah, how's it mentally? You know, super strong, doesn't get rattled, you know, by quick successive goals. So able to keep his mentality checked into the game. So as expected from a very, very experienced goalie like him. So here we go. So Hustle ready in the defensive group. It looks like they're playing a bit of a zone now, but we'll see in the next set. Quick clear. Alex Russell finding Batham on the side. Batham kind of with the hands open. Does manage to get a shot off. Not sure if that quite made it in.
Yeah, close, but so far.
Quite bouncy nets, these. So sometimes the ones that we didn't think went in have gone in and been awarded. So quite close on some of these reads from the refs.
Tom Roper looks like he's trying to set something up here.
Phillips working with the Roper. Would have been a nice pick and roll, but Phillips back again. And Roper just mishandling the ball a little bit, but able to get that shot off, and that is wide. Hustle doing a great job keeping Forge out and packing in a little bit the defense a little bit closer in than they were before. So Batham, another great roll and a rip. And Hustle really needed that from Batham to take them up to 16-11.
I heard Forge goalkeeper saying, "No under, don't let them slip under," although sadly the goalkeeper came from going over.
Well, yeah, that's a great rule. And sometimes when you're being steered under, a little bit of a change of direction can get, and just getting your hands free, especially if you're lefty and are able to shoot around your defender with that much room. That is exactly what Bathel would have been wanting to do. So, but now let's watch Forge. No, Forge, another unforced error from them, and ball going back to Hustle's way, and all the momentum in the lads in purple. Tim Collins with the ball. Brian Hans swinging it back to the other side. Phillips coming up.
Oh!
And here is another, as we said, a momentum shift, all to purple right now.
That was a good goal right there.
So slowly climbing, 16-12 now, caught up with just a 4-goal deficit from the 6 that they had at the start of this quarter. Dan Watson deciding to just take a rip over his defence, and that is in past Hal Drobang.
Dan Watson, what's he going to do? He's going to score. That's what he just did.
Will Brown looking for Ryan Hans in the middle, and Ryan Hans so open in that middle. Just a nice, easy roll in, so composed, so chilled, in no rush at all.
Yeah, no, you do not want to leave Ryan Hans open, because he will rip it and he will get it in no matter what kind of keeper you are, even if you're, you know, like Hal. I bet even Blaze Reardon wouldn't have been able to save that.
Tommy Rosser. And now calling blue.
Oh. See what's going to happen
So
here.
Wilkinson back after Baythorpe. And there is a rip. And that is coming off the post. So another reset. And not sure why Hustle wasn't on that ball totally, but here we are. And now this zone D for Hustle looking good, but trying to get under, and he's saying that he was pushed into the crease. Tim Collins, I thought Tim Collins had that low position in that zone, well covered.
What's the call going to be here?
Actually, also trying to get underneath, and that just will be a loose ball push. Ball going back to Blagg, and they will get a fresh 30. Unlucky from Hustle there.
Black probably going to make this count, you know, fresh 30, opportunities to get another one in, just keep their lead.
And an unforced error. This new defensive setup seems to be working for Hustle.
The zonal setup from Hustle is definitely slowing down forward right now and giving them a bit of momentum.
Tim Collins up to Ryan Hans. Ryan Hans under pressure and just loses the ball. And I have numbers. Drew Wilkinson clear with Hal Drobang. Hal can it get past him, but unable to stop that shot from Drew Wilkinson and the quick clear out because they do need to go. Drew Wilkinson, after that shot, a little bit behind, so they should have numbers coming up here for Hustle. And Nick DiCaprio just on the right-hand side crease.
Drew Wilkinson earlier drew a shot to goal and he scored. Tom Roach telling his players to help. To help number 12, Drew Wilkinson. That's James Hugh with the ball. He's going to feed it. Okay. Dan Watson coming on. What are we going to see from Dan Watson, Jane?
So off, recycling that ball. Just 5 seconds. I'm sure Hustle don't want a shot. They just wanted to keep on their hands, but that didn't quite work. Hal looking a little bit frustrated, but Hustle have a long way to go. 1:52 left now in stop clock. The score is 19-13 though. 6 goals in it.
I mean, Hustle call the timeout maybe just to get a breather, just to kind of calm, chill a bit. You know, the Forge are ahead, but still, at least, if they can get composed, then maybe things can change. Because right now, Forge are just forging their way to victory at the moment. They're just kind of, firing on all cylinders, and it's making it particularly difficult for Hustle to kind of get some sort of momentum swing in their favour.
So the Rise women yesterday, around this point of their game, did manage to score 4 goals in that stop clock period. So we are 6 goals down from Hustle, but I'm sure they'll want to go into the finals weekend having narrowed the gap even more so that they can hold their heads high in that second seeded position. So still, again, both teams not having lost at all over this weekend. It looks like Forge is going to come up with a win against Hustle, but let's see how close Hustle can get by the end of the game. Hustle still not losing any momentum here. They started this 4th quarter with a huge run, so if they can try and get that done in the next minute and 51, that will carry them with confidence through to the weekend up in Manchester.
Looks like Ryan Huns starting with the ball for Hustle. Passing it to Will Pickett.
So Baythorpe to Pickett.
Yeah, Ellis Baythorpe. Yeah, not Ryan Huns, Ellis Baythorpe.
And that is a goal. So that's quick. Alex Russell.
Oh.
With that, but Tomo Rosso and Hal Drobang is just a little bit out of his circle.
That was...
And that is a goal, but there is a hand Oh no, it was just waiting for the whistle.
Hustle should not have been allowed to happen from Hustle. It was too easy for
I
Forge.
don't know if there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but again, Forge so quick at just pushing themselves up the goal. But there is another goal for Hustle, and they will want to get tight, and they're just getting the right people on. There's a back door open for Forge, but how to open with a save, and another quick clear. They'll want to go Nick DiCaprio with free air in front of him.
Goals galore right here.
And there's another goal. Great. Oh, he's calling crease on this shot, but it doesn't matter. Hustle need to get down. Nick DiCaprio just a little bit behind the ball. And Forge, of course, will take this slowly. 20-15 is the scoreline in favor of Forge right now. But Hustle, a great series of plays, but that last goal disallowed. Again, refs calling this crease violation so tightly this whole weekend. Becky not in a rush at all. He is left with a bit of room.
Heard Andy once again telling Hustle, step out.
So that will stand. Speckley just going in for a crease dive. Backhanded, realizing that no one really is sliding to him. Of course, Hustle playing, just holding their zones. And that's a lovely feed into Will Pickett by Ryan Hans, and that is another goal for Hustle. Now back up to 16, and Pickett with, there is a delayed penalty coming, and I think that might be on Will Pickett. That's unfortunate. So illegal body check is the call on the field against Hustle. I believe, I'm not sure which number yet. So I think that's Ryan Hans of Hustle coming to take the seat for an illegal body check. A major foul in 1 minute, so he will sit out for the remainder of the game with just 19 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, Forge with the ball. Tom Roper. Forge trying to get maybe one more goal in, even though they're comfortably ahead. If they just get one more, then it'd just be the icing on the cake to this game.
As you said, when Hustle took that timeout, there was a 6-goal deficit. It is now up to 5, so they have managed to narrow the gap a little bit following their timeout, but that won't be enough for Hustle, and Forge there with a clean sheet of 3 wins out of 3, finishing this weekend as the number 1 seeded team going into the finals weekend. So how was that, Theo? What do you think of that game?
Forge, look, they started this tournament strong, and look, once again, they proved that the Forge is still fortified and penetratable at the moment. Hustle did the best they could, but it just unfortunately wasn't enough. Some good team play from Forge, using everybody, even the individual talented players. They didn't just do everything themselves. Well-deserved win by Forge, and pretty strong going into finals day. But once again, this can all change. We can see a completely different game in Manchester. But, really good, solid game. Both teams had moments, and Forge, just that they had the slightly more effective moments. Really good game to watch, and well-deserved win from Forge.
Yeah, and that will conclude all the men's group stage games for the Fly 2025. There will be more action at the finals weekend in Manchester in just a few weeks' time, so please stay tuned in, and if you can join us in person, please do, up in Manchester for the finals weekend, to watch these teams go again in the playoffs into the road for the championships. And now stay tuned for the last women's game of this weekend, Women's Hustle taking on Women's Forge, the 3-time reigning champions. Stay tuned.
Okay, so I am with Hustle player number 7, Ryan Huns. Ryan, unfortunately, game didn't go your way, but you had some really good moments. I heard you switched up the D a bit to zonal. You had some really good, effective crease moments. Any more have to say on the game?
Not so much. I mean, today was a good start to the day, and then in this game we just wanted to try some more stuff, work on some bits that we might throw in, and we've got to experiment. I think overall we played fairly well. A little bit fatigued. Two games in a day is tough, but definitely got some stuff to work on.
You played Rise earlier, and I heard you did quite well there. Unfortunately you lost this game. But the saying someone's O's got to go, and sadly that was your O. But great game to watch. I know Forge were quite strong, but you definitely kind of put them on the back foot at times, made them work for it, and all the more looking forward to an exciting finals day.
Absolutely.
So I wish you have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so I am with Forge coach Tom Roach. Tom, once again another win. Your O's still intact. Competitive back and forth. You were on the ropes at times, but you managed to adjust and make the difference. What more do you have to say on the game?
They were really good, really high quality game. We knew that they'd be very difficult to beat. I think both of these squads will probably have a few tweaks in and out, so maybe won't be a carbon copy in the 1-2 game in a couple of weeks. But I think we saw how close it's going to be and how competitive both of these teams are. So very happy with the boys, executed our game plan. We've got a few things to work on. Definitely going to practice playing against a zone, having seen that, and really excited for next weekend.
I heard you talking about kind of using a zone, trying to apply a zone, seeing how that would work, and I saw that on their end they were trying the zone technique as well, and I noticed that even though it didn't help them too much, it did slow you down a little in terms of sort of momentum in offense.
Yeah, I think we it caught us off guard. We read it, we reacted to it, and I think we'll put some stuff in that makes that a bit more within our comfort zone next time. So, thank you very much. Looking forward to next weekend.
Okay, looking forward to seeing it. Well-deserved break. Take a well-deserved break, Tom Roach. That's with the men's games for today, and we've got 2 more women's games, which will be commentated by Jane Lee, who just did this game, and joined by Rainbow Rexes and a mixed lacrosse player from Home Nations Lions and London City Panthers, Kasim Ali. Over to them.
That's how she should.
so the flag is ready to expand 4 stages and it is in time for the final women's game of the weekend. And it is a rematch of last year's final. 21 to the pitch first. They are the back-to-back champions. Looking to go for number 4 in a row. Please welcome the women representing let's find out and welcome the women representing Oslo. Number 2, George Greenwood. Number 3, Sixes Lacrosse. Number 4, Ellen Knight. Number 5, Lucy Levi. Number 10, Ellie Jones. Number 12, Bella Cole. Number 14, Florrie Taylor. Number 23, Bella Struhl. Number 28, Anna Thurston. Number 34, Whit Penning. Number 41, Chloe Chan. Number 21, Millie Nutt. Number 5, Liv Thomas. Number 9, Millie Keys. Number 26, Charlie Wilson. Number 4, Minty Roxton. Number 7, Georgie Sandel. Number 18, Sophia Wise. And number 8, Molly Lott. The head coach for Russell is Kieran Gregory Miller. The assistant coach is Jamie Nicholson. And the team manager is Molly Marvin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us for the last game of the group stages of the Fly 2025 here at Blackheath Rugby Club. We are ready to go on the women's Forge game against women's Hustle here for the last play. Liv Wimpenny and Millie Cant in the draw circle.
I'm excited for this one. I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close too. But here we go, Chloe Chan back in purple and coming up with that draw. Try to offload to Sophia Wise. Sophia Wise still able to corral that ball.
Good
looking
stick.
For someone, but Lucia Devine still being able to get in the way. That comes off black, so I think that is purple ball. But yeah, and the refs have changed the direction of play, so it will stay purple. No reset of the shot clock. And Minty locks in now, getting things set up. Working with Georgia Southern on this side. Looking for a player in the middle. Emma Oakley now, cycling through X. Finding Sophia Wise, trying to go underneath with a shot.
Ooh.
Bit of a low angle. Emma Oakley still managed to get a rebound, but no touch by Emily Chandler. Emily Chandler, the starting goalie of Forge, and Dylan Whittington in goal for Hustle.
A nice bounce there from EO. Good angle. It's shame just went a bit wide.
Yeah, and now Hannah Thurston taking the ball up for Forge, cycling through X again. Lucia Devine there ready to help out. Looking up to try and find someone in the middle. Ella Malik was there, but snatch up by Minty Loxton. So good with his interceptions. They have numbers. Just Liv Wimpenny there to stop Minty Loxton going through. And there was a player on the righty crease, and Charlie Wilson there to help out Minty Loxton. Millie Cant up to Charlie Wilson. Emma Oakley with a shot, but Chandler with her first save of today. Chandler, a very, very experienced Sixes goalie, loves the Sixes format. Previously, of course, in the England field setup system, but Sixes now her main discipline. And really good to see her back in Forge. Captaining the team with Liv Wimpenny.
Forge looking really dynamic in that first attack, but lots of sticks in the air. Hustle get to it again.
And Dylan Whittington looking for some help, but with that long ball off to Liv Thomas. But great pressure from two Forge players, Liv Wimpenny, Florrie Taylor, both pressuring the ball there, but Millie Hughes coming up with a ball, and they've only got 5 seconds to shoot, so they are looking to go. Molly Light needs to go, but trying to find Georgie Southern. Can she get a shot off? And she does. But that is a save, and there is a delayed penalty coming, so The ball will stay, I believe, purple. Illegal procedure. But number 12, Ella Cohen for Forge coming to sit on the track. Oh, they did signal 1-2, I thought, but perhaps not. So goalie. So an interference, so she might have blocked someone from getting to the goal. But Hustle will come up with the first power play of the game.
I thought it was goalie interference, maybe Ella sitting for...
Ella, it can't be goalie interference because the goalie's Chandler, so I think they're on the same team.
Sorry.
So there, oh, Sophia Wise with a rip. And that was great ball movement on that power play. And now, not long for Forge to kill this penalty, only a minor foul. Hannah Thurston passing off to Flori Taylor. Cece Green with control now. Back to Hannah Thurston, cycling the ball really well, swinging it. Trying to find Georgia Greenwood up top, but just a missed pass. Georgia Greenwood's just going to go and make sure that the defense is set up for Forge, but Hustle will start slow with the ball. Now even strength, so 5-on-5.
Forge's attack seems
on
to
the
be
field.
cutting quite aggressively at the moment, but that seems to be leading to a lot of loose balls. Might need to slow things down just a little bit to get into the rhythm.
Yeah,
Still
maybe just a little
scoreless.
bit ahead of that ball.
Absolutely.
But Georgia Southern trying to get underneath. Shoots over Hannah Thurston, but Chandler, easy save for her. Chandler is a goalkeeper that once she has a few saves under her belt and gets hot, really hard to get things past her, and she does really rise up to the occasion once she's got a few in under her belt. So
Stacey battling through there.
yeah, doesn't want to get hot, but Minty Locks and applying constant pressure on CC Green's stick, not able to get through. Ooh, a broken stick in Charlie Wilson, but she does have a spare, so that is all okay.
Oh, wow. That's cleanly
And Georgie
finished up.
Southern, a great look from Emma Oakley. A feed from crease. Having to move Emily Chandler all the way around for that quick stick, easy placed finish. And scoreboard again not working, so both teams aren't going to know how much exactly is left, but we can tell you there is 3 minutes 45 left on the clock and the score 1-0 as you can see on your screens. So definitely a benefit to tuning in on the stream here. And Sophia Wise taking the ball up, charging through. Chloe Chan ready to help. Millie Hughes up to Emma Oakley. It's a bit of space, but Millie Hughes not able to come up with that pass. A lovely pickup from Ella Malik. And they do have numbers coming up. She's got Ella Cohen on the backside. Ella Malik's still there, but no, Ella Cohen will take the shot. But straight into Dylan with the stick. And there is someone quite far up. Dylan almost tried to go with a goal, realizing that Emily Chandler was well out.
Really good attempt.
Really good. And Anna, that might be because we have had a goal so far earlier in this game. In the Rise men's game, Thomas Heitzmer, the Dutch goalie, a buzzer beater goalie goal as well.
Returning Howe's attempt.
Yeah,
Had a goal
exactly.
goal.
And there it is. There is another shot, but it's saved by Dylan Whittington. And really back to forth there. Molly Light charging up the field. And almost there, but the ball not coming, and they will opt to settle down this offense. But Molly Light going over, trying to get through a few black jerseys. And Liv Thomas able to come back with that, and that is a clean run. Opts not to shoot and move the ball, but Chandler, well read. And great interception, and she does have plenty of help. Liv Wimpenny there, getting the ball over. Ellie Jones in the middle, and a low shot, Wemburner. She loves that sidearm Wemburner shot, Ellie Jones.
Classic Ellie Jones, not looking at the goal. Fake
No
everyone
look
out.
too. So did that deflect off someone?
I didn't think it had touched someone,
think
but
it did either, and no penalty coming, so I'm not sure why. Still a black shot, but they must have called. Oh, and that's an easy turnover.
nice pick up from there, yeah.
Georgia Greenwood chasing Emma Oakley down, trying to lift the bottom of that stick. Emma Oakley taking that shot, low angle. Charlie Wilson able to keep that in because that would have been a turnover if it went out of bounds. So great read by Charlie Wilson to keep that inbounds
Really great hustle.
for Team Hustle. Emma Oakley looking for someone in the middle. Millie Kant trying to get through a couple of sticks. Flori Taylor with an easy win, but Emma Oakley, so far, she's going to be able to get ahead. Slowing Flori Taylor down. Flori Taylor does a great job keeping composed past Emma Oakley, but great effort, though.
Really nice roll, great patience on the shot.
A great effort from, can't take away anything from Emma Oakley, who did manage to get ahead of her and play very good disciplined defense, but just getting caught out on her feet there. And that's Forge's first goal of today's game, a late game against Hustle, and Liv
well
Wimpenny
picked
picking up that ball. Okay, so Liv Whitpenny called for that ward. I thought that she tried to stretch out her hand in a way to show that she wasn't warding, but it's been called anyway. That will be a fresh 30. Coaches on the bench for Hustle calling a timeout. 46 seconds left, so a smart timeout call by Kieran Pegram-Milner, who will try and draw up the last possession of this quarter.
We're all evens at the moment. Really good back and forth, just as we said at the beginning. It's a really tight game, very evenly matched.
Yeah, and actually loads of shots already, as expected. A lot of, players proving themselves to be offensive threats to try and draw that attention. And of course, we've got so many threats on both teams, like huge depth on both. I'd say like not many inexperienced players, and not many kind of debuting players on either team.
Absolutely.
They've drafted with quite a lot of experience on both sides.
And some players really hitting their peak in terms of their athleticism and speed at the moment, really kind of coming in very strong mechanically and really looking to make a splash in this year's fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Forge a lot of GB, actually on both sides, plenty of GB, Sixes players. Of course, the youngster Molly Light in Team Hustle as well. Probably the youngest, but definitely not inexperienced. She's got an under 20s.
Really well.
World Championship under her belt, and just playing with a lot of maturity now on both sides. Huge amount of experience.
And we've seen a lot of variety of shots as well. I know we saw a lot of shots, and it's good that there's so many threats from different angles, different places, different looks that both teams are trying to generate.
Yeah, Sophia Wise up to Molly Light, working with Georgie Southern as well on that side. Minty Lawson going into the middle, but just unable to connect. Chandler going to the back line to try and get a possession, but 15 seconds left. No timeout called by Forge. Sophia Wise pressuring the clear a little bit. Georgia Green were trying to get it over. They don't have very long. Ella Malik trying to find Liv Winpenny, who's going to try and get the last shot over, but the horn goes on time. They managed to just keep that. Tussle managed to deny that last goal. I wonder whether Forge players were trying to listen, because there was a lot of talk coming from the benches, and of course the scoreboard not working. The players don't quite know how much time there is, so that looked like they weren't in like a huge amount of rush, and I think that not having that scoreboard is proving to be a little bit tricky, and of course they kind of almost have to stop to listen to the bench to see what's going on, so that they can react to what they are being told to do.
It felt like they intentionally wanted to run that clock down there and end with possession for the end of that quarter.
Yeah, they did, but right at the end, they did it like they were in a rush to go to goal almost. They were just kind of like, what's going on? How many seconds are left? Do we go, or do we hold it for even a couple of seconds? And actually there weren't that much time left. But you know what? It's the same on both sides, It's not that one team can see the scoreboard and the other can't. So even playing as you'd expect, and we just have to be able to adjust as much as we can. But just a 1-1 game, another low-scoring one. We've had quite a few of those. Of course, the men's game before this did go up into the 20s, but none of the women's game proving to be super high scoring this year at the Fly.
I think, as we said before, it's the goalies as well, but I think the quality of defence, the quality of shot selection has gone up. But it means that we're not seeing those kind of fast goals, those easy goals. People are having to work really hard for them. I'd be interested to see if Hustle change their tactics a bit going into this quarter. They keep looking for that pass in the hole, and it seems that Forge are onto that and providing a lot of pressure, and those passes are going down. And so it'd be interesting to see if they look for some different shots to generate in this quarter.
Yeah, Forge playing really close in and denying those opportunities, getting there very good. We've seen them already play once earlier today, and they were very good at getting their sticks in the lane and denying those streams. But just a little chat between Sophia Wise and Emily Chandler on opposite teams.
I don't know if she was helping her with something in her
Yeah,
helmet.
I think she might have done, but as we said, always good friends off the field and sometimes on the field. But here we go. Here we are, start to the second quarter. Millie Cant and Liv Winpenny again, and Millie Cant so good at getting that draw away, and Sophia Wise with a very easy, quick, early goal in the second quarter off that draw from Millie Cant. Great work there from Millie Cant to direct that, and Emma Oakley there trying to get that loose ball on an unforced error, but Georgia Greenwood coming up for it and with a clear run, but Dylan Whittington denying that short opportunity. But Charlie Wilson with the ball and looking up. Georgia Southern, loads of time and loads of composure. Millie Cant finding a minute, locks in with a shot and a goal.
Fake.
That's great ball movement. That's 4 passes in about 5-6 seconds to get past Emily Chandler.
I think Hustle really shine on the break. They really do look dangerous, really composed, good patience, finding those shots really nicely.
Yeah, and it's something that Minty Loxton loves. And Lucy
Oh,
Devine
great
with that ripper
bouncer.
past Dylan Whittington. She's had a couple of lovely shots throughout this weekend. And yeah, and as we were saying on that fast break with Hustle, you know, players like Emma Oakley, Minty Loxton, really, really good at having their heads up and getting up the field using their speed. But here, another shot
We spoke
and
about
goal.
low scoring, but they're coming in now
Yeah,
pretty fast.
they heard us. They were like, all right, well, we'll show you some then. CC Green looking for some room. Tries to shoot over Chloe Chan. Dylan Whittington there for the offside save.
Red point. These goalies have been so patient, really waiting for people to take those shots and really going to them fast.
Swinging the ball really well within Hustle. Molly Light looking to drive. Off to Liv Thomas. Liv Thomas winding up for that shot. A great rip, but off target.
Unlucky. I think that was the right shot to take. It's a shame it didn't go.
Yeah, she had loads of time and space. Her hands were free. And a good idea if you're going to shoot from that far out to go low. Because if you're going to hit someone, you'll probably hit them below the knee. And that is no foul in Sixes. Trying to find the middle, Bella Straw. Oh, and Iona Westwood.
Lovely finish.
Love that side rib, getting it past Chloe Chan. And I thought
Through
I
her
had a
legs?
little thought.
Okay, maybe.
But maybe it was through her legs, I don't know. And a quick answer there from Sophia Wise again on the other side. The score is 3-5 to Hustle. 5 minutes and 40 left, and a little bit of a mishandle there by Forge. Try to see Florrie Taylor coming off the bench, but just a little bit mismanaged there. But Hustle will go again. They've got all the momentum right now.
Really shining in this broken play.
Emma Oakley looking far, looking for a give and go. Emma Oakley on the right crease, but well read by Chandler.
Not quite over the goal line, extended enough to make that a scary shot, and well read by him.
No, and Chandler's, really active, got her body there, and Ella Malik with a rib right down the middle for Dylan, but a great save. And back we go. So fast back and forth already in this game. Liv Thomas driving in. Oh, to slow it down. Georgia Southern just looking up. Changing the point of attack. Minty Loxton up top.
She wants to set that pick. She wants to be free in the hole.
So
Well read.
Okay, but again, Liv Wimpenny is
They
so
know
good
that's
at
what they're
reading
looking
this.
for.
Yeah. And again, really far reach for Liv Wimpenny as well. Liv Thomas gets a
Great
great stick onto Liv Wimpenny.
Great patience to wait for that stick to present itself and
Yeah.
do that cleanly.
Millie Hughes with the ball for Hustle. Trying to get on the inside. Ellen Malik all over that though. Chloe Chan looking. Hand is up, so there is a delay penalty coming. Was that a shot? Oh, was she looking for Molly Light? I think that was a shot. So there is a penalty coming, so this will be the first power play that Hustle have had this game. And they're just getting their personnel in. So a hold call on Ella Malik. Just 30 seconds on a minor foul, so she will sit for the 30 seconds. Let's see if Hustle can convert this power play. So Georgia Southern in with Molly Light, Minty Loxton, Liv Thomas, and Sophia Wise on the player up opportunity here. Lucy Devine really hard up on Minty Loxton. Molly Light able to get into the middle and weaving her way through.
Great decision to take that re-dodge when it was given to her. She made the space.
So yeah, Georgia, just a whistle, just to clear the field of that extra ball. And here come Forge. 3 goals behind, but plenty of time. Molly Light on Liv Wimpenny, and that's going to be an illegal pick. So yeah, Molly Light, they need to give her 3 meters of clear space as she starts, so can't go straight onto her stick, but surprised that they didn't get a delay of game call. But Minty Loxton in the middle. Chandler, well read, but Millie Cannon straight off that rebound and just off target. That's a great reaction from Millie Cannon to be able to shoot straight away, but just
a bit wide. Great save from Emily Chandler there to keep.
Yeah, and actually Chandler reset really well even after that first save, so she was there. And perhaps forcing Millie Khan to go a little bit further. But Chloe Chan with that interception, well read. And will this be a goal for Chloe? And yes, Chloe Chan gets her name on the board. Off that clear.
Okay, well, really well read and taking a really great, easy, fast break there.
So, I think that's a good call by head coach Connor Dockery of the Forge, calling a timeout. A couple of successive goals there from Hustle. And they are now with a 7-3 lead over Forge. So, Hustle really coming in aggressively and taking all the opportunities they get. But so far, they've really denied Forge on getting some good looks in. And they've got all the momentum. And almost, I think, they've had most of the possession in the last couple of minutes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's funny. I've been thinking Emily Chandler's goalkeeping has been superb for the last few minutes, but actually to see the score, we realise that Hustle have actually really made the most of the opportunities they've had. I think it's interesting to see that Forge don't seem to be able to convert as well as Hustle are at the moment, even though they're both looking equally dangerous.
Yeah, and Forge, with a couple of fast break opportunities, but Hustle just all over and working hard to make sure that the shots either affected or at least slowed down. But here we go. Off the timeout, let's see if Forge can rewrite this. Line up top, starting with a ball for Forge. She's got Cece Green and Hannah Thurston to her right, and also Ellie Jones and Ella Cohen.
Very strong attacking set.
Yeah, very, very strong attacking set, and that is what they would have wanted to do. Get those personnel on to try and get themselves up on the board. Just working that possession, yeah. Pulling out quite wide. Hustle not bothered by playing man-to-man. Loads of space and loose Divine. She's going to try and get over on the inside, but again, another legal pick for Forge.
Yeah. They're pushing the boundary of what's a blind, what's behind, and I think they're just getting it slightly wrong at the moment.
Yeah, and unlucky for Forge there. Emma Oko coming up at the top, finding Liv Thomas on the left-hand side. Georgia Starr then wrapping around, trying to get closer in, and she does score. Gets it past Chandler, and another goal for Hustle, pulling it up a little bit. Liv Thomas showing good sportsmanship, just making sure CC Green's okay. Of course, just incidental contact here, and CC Green just hobbling off.
Georgia Southern's goal almost felt like a replica of the one she scored in the first quarter, kind of dancing past two people and finding that space.
Oh, crease. That's another crease call of the day. So many crease call. Ella Cohen.
Lovely BTB attempt.
Yeah, and a lovely cut. Ozan shows wide open, and she realized that she'd cut down her angle. As for the BTB, a great option to take, but a save anyway for Dylan Whittington. A great attempt, and that is what we like to see from Forge. Just great creativity shown from Ella Cohen as well, and a wreck from Sophia Wise.
I don't think that was far off going in.
No, it wasn't. It was just wide. I think it was a bit of a riser. So maybe a little bit more whip on that. Could have hit that top shelf, but doesn't matter. Hustle are 5 goals up still. And Forge, just a couple of calls. I was quite close to the line.
That's almost backcourt. What's it? Over and back.
Over and back, yeah, over and back, but no threat. They'll find each other in the middle. That doesn't matter. Ella Malik from Flory Taylor.
Nice little wheel-esque situation going on there to create that space.
Yeah, finally getting on that board. 8-4 to Hustle. And they will take a time out within Team Hustle. 22 seconds left. And again, the scoreboard's still not quite up. So we did hear Kieran Pegram-Milner asking for how long is left. And he was in no rush. You know, they're 4 goals up. So they're looking very calm and relaxed for Team Hustle right now with 4 goals up.
We can expect to use this whole shot clock, right? 20 seconds, not very long. Hopefully looking to generate a good shot by the end of it.
And they are shooting towards their bench right now. So, and again, the coaches walk being so close to the field, Kieran will be able to tell the players, even if they can't see, and actually there's no scoreboard facing this way anyway, of how much they have left and trying to control that pace for the attack of Hustle. But a really strong D set, again, in for Forge. Liv Wimpenny, Lucy Devine, Georgie Greenwood, Iona Westwood, and Bella Straw in there with, of course, Chandler leading from the net. Let's see if Forge can deny. And, you know, Forge is known for a good fast break, you know, goal. So let's see if they can push a little bit here.
Yeah. Don't know who's going to get the last possession here. Even though Hustle are starting with it. If they go too early, good chance for Forge to counter.
Right, and they are getting quite far in, and they do get the shot off really early on. Minty locks them with that shot, but saved. And Liv Thomas able to come up with the ball, though, so they're still remaining in possession. Are they going to get that last shot off before the horn goes? Georgie Southern coming down the middle. Really fast-paced ball movement here. Morley Light with the ball, but not able to get that shot off. But still, they did get one shot off and collected that rebound. And they looked like they were actually really well-paced, and also quite controlled, you know. No scrappy passes, really able to keep their heads up and find those next passes, and good decision-making, I think, from Team Hustle. Again, not in a huge rush to go, 4 goals up.
It's a really nice rhythm for their settled attack. They really do kind of go fast when they're going fast and slow it down when they need to.
Yes, absolutely. So Forge not looking defeated at all. You know, they again were in this position before. I think they were like 4 or 5 goals down in their first game earlier. Was it? Right, like 4. They were like 5-1 down or something, and they came back to win by 3 goals. So Forge, this doesn't really bother them. There's a reason they are 3-time back-to-back champions. But Hustle, I know it is a bit terrifying. But I think, you know, they were defeated once last year. I actually believe by Hustle, and of course, Hustle and Forge, the 2 finalists that were in the championship at the Fly 2024. So Hustle are definitely going to want to get theirs back, and maybe this is a way to do it.
One of the good strengths of Hustle is, as we've been saying, how much they're kind of running all over the pitch, hard rides, fast breaks. But as the game goes on, that becomes more difficult. And this is both teams' second game today. So we'll see as the game progresses whether Forge, as before, find their feet, find that patience, and start scoring more goals.
Yeah, so 5-minute half-time between the 2 halves. Hustle 8, Forge 4. So we are right by the Hustle bench, and head coach Peregrine Milner just drawing out a little bit of play. I'm trying to listen in. And Siba Izzy Zeely, alternate goalie for Hustle, with Dylan Whitton having started, just warming up on the sideline as well. So on the other side, can't quite hear them, but Connor Dockery also getting his whiteboard out to try and set something up for the Forge. So it's been an exciting 2 days, hasn't it? Loads of games, and with some absolutely brilliant Sixes Lacrosse each year. It just seems to be getting better and better and better as people have a bit more experience and get this opportunity to play. And what a venue!
I think the venue is lovely. I think in terms of the pace, I think it's been quite frantic in previous years, and actually it feels like all these players now have a lot more experience with Sixes. They feel a lot more settled. There's a lot more strategy and kind of thought going into the types of looks they're generating, the type of defence they're running, and everyone feels much more comfortable in this format. They know what to expect. They know what to look for. Maybe some of the pressure is off as well, as kind of this new format is less and less new. It's interesting just kind of overhearing slightly what the Hustle huddle was about. They are discussing that kind of that inside pass, that person occupying the hole, and how they can collapse that zone to give them a bit more space.
There are no smileys here. So here we are, about to start of the second half, the last half of the group stage play in the Fly 2025 here at Blackheath Rugby Club. Thanks for tuning in with us to witness maybe a little bit of an, would it say is an upset? Is it an upset? Well, they are back-to-back champions, right? So a little bit of an upset, perhaps.
Absolutely. I think, as you said, if Hustle beat Forge last year and Forge went on to win it, I think having only 2 weekends this year, everyone knows that the Manchester weekend is the one that will determine the winners. But this one, I think, it'll be an important psychological win if Hustle can keep this. But I think Forge are looking to come back strong second half. We know we've seen them come back very hard before, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and here we go. We would assume Liv Wimpenny. Oh, well, Liv Wimpenny not going to the centre to go. Oh, and Ella Malik. Ella Malik, another, good draw taker. Definitely familiar on that centre line, going up against Millie Kant of Team Hustle. So we have Izzy Zeely in goal for Hustle.
We'll get it right this time.
It's fine. Dylan's standing right here. So last time the Hustle bench was on the other side, so we really couldn't see who was on the bench, but we can.
In our defence, they've got the same coloured helmet.
Yeah, it's hard. They've both got stuff on their legs.
Yeah.
Dylan just won. Hello, Charlie. Yeah, Charlie Wilson's got a stick back. I think there was some. There was
A clean break in your old stick.
It was a clean break, but I don't think they managed to get her stick head
started
onto
off.
another stick. So here's a first draw off by Hannah Thurston. I don't think there was a chip. I think it's just that's a bit of a turf monster. I think.
I think
Not
players
her
are struggling
fault
with their studs on this grass.
Right,
It's
it's
very
quite
hard.
dry as well, isn't it? So Chandler coming up with that first save of the second half, straight after Liv Wimpenny, but there are a lot of purple jerseys in the way for Liv. And great job for Hustle trying to slow that down. Liv Wimpenny still with possession for Forge, and now they will look to recycle. Giving a coming from X, now swinging up to the top. Georgia Greenwood, marked by Chloe Chandler. Liv Wimpenny coming, cutting over the top, and Ellen Malik,
Great pickup.
though, with the pickup. And I'm sure Forge have wanted that first goal of that second half, and they needed it after
Looking really
Hustle's
dangerous
run.
already.
Yeah, exactly. They've definitely regrouped after that half time. And maybe able to make some adjustments there, but Molly Lyde right in the middle. Georgie Southern, what a great look for her.
Really lovely find as Molly popped up free and Georgie hit her at exactly the right time. Liv Thomas bringing the ball down. Chloe Chan taking it, slowing things down a bit. Here we go with Charlie Wilson driving from the top. Little dodge, hands free for the shot. Lovely bouncer. Time and space to make that shot. Worked hard to make the space for herself. Lucy Devine now bringing it back up the pitch. Here we go, taking the ball round to X, slowing things down. Unlucky, that ball just seemed to miss who she was looking for. And Hustle will take it back the other way. Millie Hughes bringing it down now, finding Georgie Southern in the middle. Millie Camp with the ball behind, driving around the crease. Oh, Georgie Southern looked like she attempted a low quick stick there, didn't quite go. Hustle now with not long left on the shot clock. Another attempt from Charlie, a nice bouncer, deflected by Emily Chandler, who'll pick it up at the back and bring it back on. Lucy Devine to Ella Malik. CC Green taking the ball behind to X. Hannah Thurston on the crease. Lovely find with Hannah Thurston up top again. Still stretching this defence. Don't know what the call there was, but turnover. Izzy Zealey picking that ball up to Emma Oakley. Emma Oakley passing that ball to Georgie Southern behind goal. Liv Thomas cycling around, well read by Liv Penny with the stick, but Georgie Southern gets it back. Ball comes up, Sophia Wise at the top. Oh, lovely spin cycle from Sophia Wise with a nice bouncer, but just went wide. Emily Chandler bringing the ball on back, off the back line. Finds CC Green. Ball looks across halfway there to Hannah Thurston on the top corner. Liv Penny under lots of pressure from Emma Oakley. Liv Wimpenny really forcing CC Green down the alley. Here we see Ella Malik with a little bit of a shift. Oh, a long feed over the top, but we got another turnover. Millie Hughes will bring it on for Hustle. Runs it herself. Finds Millie Camp. Georgie Southern behind the goal. Lovely feed, unlucky. And the ball's gone off the sideline. Forge will bring it back on with Ella Malik. Fires it with Penny in the middle. Bella Cohen with the ball on the wing, changing sides, taking the ball behind, attacking the crease. Oh, lovely shot as she came around the side, hit the post, but came off the back of the goalie, back into the goal. Izzy will pass it on to Charlie Wilson. Georgie Southern with the ball up top. Minty Loxton with the ball there. Some nifty stick work to keep that ball safe. Ball with Molly Light. Give and go with Georgie Southern, who finds the back of the net. Score is 11, Hustle 6 Forge. Hustle really pushing things hard to keep their lead. Great save from Izzy Zealy after a shot there from Bella. Molly Light picking up that loose ball. Hustle really feeling like they've got a lot of momentum now going forward. Timeout call from Hustle. Lots of loud noise from the Hustle bench. Really feel like they're taking control of this game. Spirits are up, going fast. Let's see what Forge can bring to counter that. 2 minutes 13 left in this third quarter. And excitingly, the scoreboard is back online here at these pitches, so players can now see the score and the time ready to go. Georgie Southern starting with the ball on the wing. Sophia Wise. Minty Loxton's gone down. Looks like we're going to have a yellow card for Ella Malik for Forge. And Hustle are going to retain possession. Georgie Southern starting off this man-up play. Little pop pass to Minty.
Minty Loxton with a great shot, but Chandler read that really well, had enough time to read it. CC Green coming out of the top, not able to find that lane. Oh, that is a lovely shot off, but just going over the top.
Nice feed from Lucy Devine there.
Hustle Devine, you just said.
Sorry.
Hustle defense doing a really good job to try and force these bad shots.
Hustle really taking a lot of energy from getting these turnovers in defence and really pushing it forward into attack. They're really looking like they're on the up at the moment.
Yeah, and they're looking really calm, aren't they? Even on the offense, no rush, 5 goals up. Just under 1 minute to go. We'll back up so they do know how much is left. And there is a shot, but just going off target. And Georgie Greenwood coming down with the ball, and instead 36 seconds on the clock. CC Green with the ball. Can she convert? Hustle saying don't let her have the lane, but CC Green trying to get her ahead.
Finish.
And she does get the ball, and it is going to be a major foul that comes. CC Green did have a look at the ref to see if there would be a call, and she does get that call and possession back. So great work from CC Green.
Ducks under that stick from Millie Hughes, and it looks like the refs have called a foul on a yellow card on her.
So Millie Hughes here taking that major foul. And this could be a momentum changer for Forge now with the power play after a goal as well. So if they can convert on here, they would have been able to gain 2 up in very quick succession. And they do! Lucy Devine with a shot from right at the top in the middle. Little worm burner again. We're seeing a lot
Took
of
that
those in the
fake,
women.
froze her defender, and then used the space to absolutely bury it.
And there is the third quarter. Forge managed to pull themselves up to just a 3-goal deficit, an 11-8. But Hustle still on top and feeling very, very confident. A lot of smiles out here on the bench.
I don't know if I'd consider it a full momentum change with those last 2 goals, but Forge definitely feeling like they're still in this game and aren't going to go away quietly. Lots of positives for Hustle to take away from that quarter, though. I think they're really feeling themselves at the moment, so we'll see. This final quarter should be really interesting.
So, Forge really regrouping on the field, ready for that last quarter, and again, not particularly fazed by a big goal difference. Forge have loads of experience on their side.
All smiles on the Hustle bench, though. I think they're really, really enjoying being up and pushing these breaks and the defensive turnovers. It's all going their way at the moment.
Of course, there will be no draw to start the fourth quarter. Forge, did Forge have possession coming out of that? Yeah.
Struggling to remember.
I'm struggling to remember
ago.
as well.
Yeah,
I know. Wow, they're so fast. I guess the game's not designed for you to remember what just happened.
We just had Lucy Devine score that worm burner, so we're going to assume it's going to be Hustle had the ball.
Yes, so Hustle had the ball, but of course no draw. Millie Hugh still sat on the penalty box for Hustle on this side. So Hustle will start with the ball as expected. And off we go for the final quarter of the group stages of play at the Fly 2025.
Oh, wow. You say it like that.
Yeah.
It's been a long weekend.
You have a long weekend.
We haven't even been playing, and I feel tired,
So, Forge a man up, Ella Malik almost with that reach, but Georgie Southern trying to move her way in. Liv Thomas winding up, but coming over the top with a nice hitch and a bounce shot, but that goes too far over. The ground super, super hard. So those bounces are just finding their way up and over.
might have got a piece of that as well.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah.
Well, either way, she gets the ball back. So definitely not a very, very clear deflection from her. But here we go on the other side. Hannah Thurston taking the ball down. Ella Cohen looking for someone in the middle, quite out open in the middle, and players trying to work off that pick for Forge. Liv Wimpenny just instructing people there.
Very high kick.
And trying to swing the ball, but just a little bit of an unforced error again from Forge. Hustle absolutely pumped on their bench. Of course, now even strength. Quite quiet along the field in general, aren't they? It's probably quite late on Sunday now. They've had multiple games over a very long weekend, so just need to see this last quarter out. So Hustle on the attack again.
This is the most energised I've seen Hustle all weekend, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I think they're really, really feeling that things are going their way. It's working for them. Oh, I've jinxed it. As I said it, that loose pass goes off.
Yeah, so that's one knee so far. Minty locks in with a little fake there, but not able to find Georgie Southern on that low side. And Chandler will go again. Still 6 minutes 15 left. Not in a huge rush yet, but they will want to convert this possession, Forge. And back to Lucy Devine from Bellestrue. Lucy Devine again trying to find her way in. Doesn't quite get the shot off. Just loses possession of that ball before she can get it off. And Chloe Chan coming up with it. And no, that will be an inadvertent horn, so they do need to still play on they have now stopped the clock. So they will just adjust the shot clock. There was no violation, so...
Great pick up from Chloe Chan. That's very messy. Lots of Hustle and Forge players involved in that scrap for the ball on the ground there.
And here goes Sophia Wise. Ella Cohen managed to contain Sophia Wise on the side. She can be such a big threat at. But now Molly Light. looking for a teammate to offload, and Millie Kant
Lovely
with another
finish.
shot. Molly Light and Millie Kant, 2 youngsters on Team Hustle, combining for that goal.
Whatever Hustle have changed about their player in the hole, it's really working well for them. They're finding that space, they're finding that player free.
Oh, and just another unforced error. Maybe they are starting to actually rush a little bit because they are not quite connecting on these passes as well as they had done previously.
Forge is starting to feel the crunch a bit, I think, with only 4 minutes left, almost 5.
Yeah, and actually all that's doing is it's giving Hustle even more of a mental boost here. Liv Thomas looking to step around a defender, but Hannah Thurston able to contain both her and Molly Light. But Molly Light still coming up with a shot, but Chandler with a great save. And she's being quite closely marked, but they do have numbers. Bella Stroll in the middle, and there is a shot, and there was. Oh, so unfortunately they did. I thought they had numbers, so I would have let that probably see it through.
Absolutely.
But perhaps Forge had even before Bella Stroll got and Hannah Thurston, I think it was, had got that clear. Maybe had already been trying to tell the refs
I think
that they wanted
a few
a timeout.
times this weekend where the call from the coaches to the umpires for a timeout has happened just slightly later than the coaches wanted to, and stopped a fast break goal.
Right, and that's unlucky for Forge because they definitely had those numbers even from coming down from the halfway line. So unfortunate for them, but they will still have possession and they will get another shot.
They should be confident enough in themselves that they can still make a goal happen from a set play, from a fast break.
Right, so 4 minutes 30 left. 4 goals down for Forge.
Absolutely doable.
Absolutely.
Be interesting to see if Hustle can maintain this kind of positive attitude if the scores start to change, if Forge starts to come back. I think it'll make a big difference if they can.
Of course, and all they will really need to do is just make sure they convert on, probably not even all, but some of their possession, like 4.5 minutes, and try and keep, if Forge are going to shoot, just keep them till, hopefully the last remaining seconds of the shot clock. And then if they use all their time, then it's just time management at this stage, with not long to go till the end of the game. And Forge just looking pretty settled, but another, that's a quarter turnover by Charlie Wilson with a ball well read. But another unforced error on the other side. So both teams, I think, slightly feeling a bit of a time pressure now for the end, and just both wanted to either clinch their win or try and get that comeback.
I think the sun has made an appearance almost for the
first time. It has actually. That's a good
also
point.
Contributing to some of the glare for these players.
We're not able to find Liv Wimpenny in the middle, and another ball that has gone out of bounds, straight off possession for Forge. So that's another minute gone with just a little bit of out of bounds action, I would say, on the field.
It's a shame. I wonder if Forge could do with just taking the ball a little bit slower, having a slower attack, getting back into the rhythm. I know it's only 3 minutes.
Right, and now even more they have to go if they are going to catch up. And now no rush for Hustle, just trying to work that ball, cycling it through.
Liv Thomas thought about that shot.
Yeah, but again, in no rush. And that is a good strip by CC Green, and she's still going to have someone ahead as well in Ella Malik. Emma Oakley trying to get her stick in the way, but Ella Malik with that great positioning and a great finish against Dylan. But is that enough? Just 3 minutes left to go of this game, and we have 3 goals down.
Emma Oakley doing a really fantastic job there of making that pass really difficult for CC Green, but she still managed to get it off to find Ella Malik.
And that still would have wasted a couple of seconds, right? Because it would have made CC think. But Liv Wimpenny here with another turnover, and Liv Thomas with a check, but there is a delayed penalty coming for Forge, so can they capitalise both on this shot? Oh, and that just coming off the post and picked up by Minty Loxton, but there will be a whistle for the penalty to be served. And let's see if this is a minor or a major, because that could also make a bit of a difference. It may allow Forge a little bit more time, and of course not releasable. So slash number 5, so that's a 1 minute major. So there will be a player up for 1 minute of the 2 minute 38 remaining. So can they get a couple of possessions in before they are even strength? We'll see Ellie Jones to Florrie Taylor, shoots hard, but that is a save. And did that come off? Sorry, Izzy Zeeley with a save. Did that come off Izzy Zeeley?
Looks like Hustle are going to get possession.
Yeah, so no, Izzy Zeeley is there, finding Emma Oakley. Of course, a great transition player, also using Charlie Wilson on that, but Lucy Devine with great pressure. Lucy Devine, yeah, she really has. Just great, both ends of the field. Of course, a two-way midfielder in women's field. Chloe Chan almost with that back check, and great recognition from Hannah Thurston.
Great work there to keep that ball safe.
Bella Straw on the back door. Done a great job to keep that ball in, but just a stick from Chloe Chan. Try to find Hannah Thurston again, coming through the middle. The ball will go back to Hustle, however. And Liv Winpenny getting a stick on that as well. And relentless hustle, as we'd expect from Liv Winpenny. Ooh. And Ellie Jones not able to pick the ball up. So that will be a 10-second count. A violation. Hustle not able to get it over the halfway line.
Forge really pushing that ride very hard to try and get that ball back. They know they need it. There's still 3 goals down. 1 minute 34 left on the clock.
So 3 possessions, 3 goal difference. Hannah Thurston coming and taking that shot, but it's going wide of the goal. So Hustle can really, really take their time now.
It is easily bringing it back on. Liv Thomas shielding her eyes for a moment there. I think that sun is a problem for the clear for Hustle at the moment. It might be one of the reasons they've struggled to get it over the line the last 2 goes.
And Hustle, as expected, taking their time on this possession. Probably wanting to use a full shot clock. Georgie Southern looking for a BTB pass. And Millie Hughes does get that shot up, but it does come off the goalie, so that's going to be another possession. Won by Hustle. With under 1 minute left. Yeah, that definitely did deflect off Emily Chandler. And at this point, Forge not pressing up on the players, and Liv Thomas trying to get through for another shot, but Sophia Wise to collect that ball. Forge still not pressing up that far on ball, just letting Hustle play out the shot clock.
43 seconds left on the game clock.
Money Light looking for Millie Hughes in the middle. Can Millie Hughes keep it in a stick with a shot off? No. Forge needs to go the other way. Bella Straw is there, up far. Oh, but
great stick from Molly Light to read that.
Yeah, just underthrown as well. Bella Straw is quite far ahead of Molly Light on that situation, but unable to collect. And just 20 seconds. That's a full shot clock left, but mishandle. And Georgia Greenwood, can she look to start this quickly? Ellie Jones up to the side. Liv Winpenny's in the middle, but there is also Ella Cohen there with an almost. Izzy Zealy just was trying to maybe deter that pass, but Forge do get one back, and it turned into a 2-goal game. I think a little too late for Forge at this stage, and I think Hustle will have it because all they need to do. Emma Oakley just ran that clock down, and that is a win for Hustle over Forge. A final score of 12-10, and what a game.
Really great game control from Hustle in that last quarter. I think they had all the momentum. They did the hard work in the first 3 quarters and then were able to see it out under a strong counter-attack from Forge.
Yeah, and Hustle up early, and they actually never lost the lead, in the whole entire game, which, you know, especially in this Sixes game, is a huge boost going into the finals weekend. But Forge, you know, they did manage to catch up, just 2 goals in it, and still there are a lot of positives to take away from that. And as a squad, I think they have a lot more to give. Absolutely. And I think they are still, you know, a team that we have to keep an eye on through to the finals weekend here.
I think they never stop looking dangerous. I think there are players on that Forge squad who in previous years have been really high goal scorers who still haven't quite managed to find their feet in this new team. So kind of really think there's still much more for Forge to give. I'll be really excited to see these teams play each other again in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, thanks so much for joining us over the weekend at the Fly 2025 at Blackheath Rugby Club. And I hope that you could join us again for the finals weekend, the playoffs, and for you to watch who will reign this year at the Fly 2025. This is Jane Lee with Kasim Ali. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.